Someone says, well, about the best I can do is take care of myself. That's okay. Self-care, has its own reward, but it's very limited. Somebody says, I can't be worried about other people's problems. I got enough problems of my own. That's okay. Self-defense is okay. Self-preservation is okay, but it has a very limited reward. If you wish to change that into abundance and prosperity and uniqueness, then here's what you must do. Help solve other people's problems. Help find answers for someone else, not just for yourself, but for someone else. And in that kind of service, you now begin the process of greatness. Someone asked the question, how can I be ruler over many? How could I manage a lot of people? How could I be the leader of a vast movement or enterprise? Here was the answer. Nothing wrong with that wish. We call that self-interest of the highest kind. Wishing to be the manager, the ruler, wishing to be presiding over many people. Here was the answer. Be faithful when the amounts are small. Be faithful when there's just a few. Be disciplined when there's only a few. That starts to entitle you to someday be ruler over many. You say, well, if I had a big organization, I'd really run it with a strong hand and I'd be a fabulous leader. But I've only got a few and I don't know where they are. See, that's not going to work. If you wish to preside over riches, you must start when the amounts are small. Someone says, oh, if I had a fortune, I'd really take good care of it, but I've only got a paycheck, I don't know where it goes. See, not knowing where it goes disqualifies you now for presiding over the fortune. We've all heard that, right? I don't know where it all goes. Did you ever hear that expression? Oh, we'd love to have you run the company. You don't know where it all goes. Somebody says it just gets away from me. Oh, we'd love to have you run the world, right? It just gets away from you. Somebody says it's only pennies and it's only a few. Here's where you begin to qualify for abundance and riches and greatness and respect, is to be disciplined when the amounts are small. Someone finds it unique, right, that this many people would come and hear what I've got to say for a whole weekend, but this is not where I started. I started with just a few, but I was so on fire with the few, trying to translate for them in my awkward ways back then. What had happened to me? My life got changed, my income got changed, my health got changed, everything got changed for the better. And now I've lived the most extraordinary life, but it started with my passion for just a few, to translate for just the few. Someone says, well, there's just a few here, does this meeting matter when there's only a few? And the answer is yes. Jot this down. You never know who's in the audience, whether it's a few or 1,000 or whatever. But you got to be faithful when there's just a few. Tell your story when there's just a few. Be just as passionate about ideas that can change someone's life when there's just a few. Now you begin. You're not fully qualified, but you begin the qualification to someday speak to many. Someday preside over a vast crowd. Someday be the manager or the leader of millions. It starts in those early days to deserve it.
Imagine this. A man, much like any one of us, stands at the edge of a beautiful, vast ocean. He looks out towards the horizon, feeling the gentle touch of the wind, and he sees the endless possibilities that lie before him. Yet he is hesitant to step into the water to begin his journey. He is held back by invisible chains of doubt, fear, and uncertainty. This man's story is not unique. It is, in many ways, our story. The story of every person who has ever stood at the brink of a life-changing decision, wondering whether to step forward or to remain in the comfort of the familiar shore. In life, saving your own life isn't just about physical survival. It's about liberating yourself from the constraints of your own doubts, fears, and limiting beliefs. It's about choosing a path of personal growth, of embracing the power that lies within each of us to shape our destiny. It's an inner journey that starts with a single decision, the decision to take charge, to become the architect of your own life. Consider for a moment the profound power of choice. Every day we're faced with choices. Small choices, like what to eat for breakfast, larger ones, like what career to pursue or where to invest our energy and our time. These choices, as many as they may seem, weave the tapestry of our lives. They are the threads that shape our days, our years, and eventually our entire existence. Now we'll reflect on the concept of time. Time once spent is gone forever. It's the most valuable resource we have. Each moment presents a new opportunity, a fresh canvas on which to paint the story of our lives. Yet so often, we let these moments slip by unnoticed and unseized. How often have we said, I'll do it tomorrow or someday I'll get around to it? But let me remind you, someday is a dangerous word. It's often a synonym for never. The man standing by the ocean, contemplating his journey, has a choice to make. Does he remain on the shore, held back by his fears, or does he step into the waters of opportunity, embracing the uncertainty that comes with every worthy venture? This decision, like all decisions in life, is his to make. This brings us to a crucial understanding about life. It's not just what happens to us, but how we respond to what happens to us that shapes our lives. You see, we cannot control the winds, but we can adjust our sails. We cannot direct the course of events, but we can choose our path through them. That saving your own lives is about embracing the power of choice and the value of time. It's about understanding that the decisions you make today shape your tomorrow. It's about recognizing that in your hands lies the power to shape your destiny. Let us hold this thought close. In life, the most significant step you can take is the next one. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and today we take that step together, understanding the power of our choices and the irreplaceable value of each moment we are given. Step into the waters of opportunity and begin the journey of saving your own life. As we step into the waters of opportunity and begin this journey of self-discovery and empowerment, reflect on two crucial elements that govern our existence: time and choice. These are the twin pillars that hold the power to shape our lives, our destinies, and our legacies. Think about time for a moment. Time flows continuously like a river. It doesn't stop, wait, or pause. Each of us is given the same 24 hours in a day, 168 hours in a week, and yet how we use this time varies immensely. Time is the great equalizer. It shows no favoritism. The billionaire and the beggar each have the same amount to spend. The question then becomes, how do we spend this precious, irreplaceable commodity? You see, time is more valuable than gold, more precious than the rarest diamond. Once a moment passes, it's gone forever. Therefore, the way we choose to use our time becomes a clear reflection of our priorities, values, and the depth of our wisdom. It's easy to say, I don't have time, but what we're really saying is it's not a priority. Understanding this truth can be both sobering and empowering. It calls us to live intentionally, to choose wisely, and to invest our time in pursuits that enrich our lives and the lives of those around us. Now let's turn our gaze to choice. Life is a series of choices, each one leading us down a different path. Every morning when we wake, we face choices, some as mundane as what to wear, others as significant as whom to trust or what to believe. Our choices, big and small, weave the fabric of our experiences, our character, and ultimately, our destiny. Consider the impact of choices in shaping our lives. Choices are the raw materials from which we build our days. They are the architects of our future. When you choose courage over fear, action over inaction, and hope over despair, you are setting the stage for greatness in your life. The power of choice is the steering wheel of your journey. It directs your path and determines your destination. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Choosing wisely is not always easy. It requires discernment, wisdom, and often a willingness to swim against the current of popular opinion or short-term gratification. It's about seeing beyond the immediate, about understanding the long-term consequences of our actions. Delve into a simple truth. Life doesn't just happen. Instead, it unfolds based on the choices we make. Think about a person who chooses to invest in learning a new skill versus one who chooses to spend that time aimlessly. Over a year, over a decade, the gap between their lives will widen, not because of luck or fate, but because of choice. I urge you to consider the compound effect of your choices. Much like investing money, where the magic of compound interest transforms small deposits into a fortune over time, the choices you make can compound to create a future of either great success or regret. Choose to cultivate positive habits, nurture healthy relationships, and invest in your personal growth. Each positive choice is like a seed planted in the fertile soil of your future, destined to grow into a tree of success and fulfillment. Understand that the value of time and choice is immeasurable. Your time, once spent, cannot be reclaimed. Your choices, once made, set in motion a series of consequences, good or bad. Together, time and choice weave the tapestry of your life story. The essence of life isn't about the number of breaths we take, but the moments that take our breath away. These moments are not a matter of chance, but a matter of choice. Choose to make every second count. Choose to live not by default, but by design. The power of time and choice, and in doing so, truly begin the process of saving our own lives. In our journey of self-saving, understanding your worth is like finding the bedrock upon which you can build a fortress. It's about recognizing and appreciating the inherent value that you possess, a value that does not diminish regardless of external circumstances or opinions. This self-awareness is a beacon that guides you through life's storms, a compass that helps you navigate even when the waters are rough. Consider for a moment the value of a single life, your life. It's a unique blend of talents, experiences, dreams, and aspirations. There's a profound truth that each of us needs to internalize. No one else in this world is quite like you. You are not just a drop in the ocean, but an entire ocean in a drop. The first step in saving your own life is realizing this fundamental worth. But why is it that so many of us struggle with understanding our worth? Often it's because we've allowed the world to dictate our value. We've let our failures, our missteps, and the voices of doubt, both internal and external, drown out the truth of our intrinsic worth. We've measured ourselves against impossible standards and unrealistic expectations. It's like trying to climb a ladder whose top rungs keep moving further away. Understanding your worth is about reconnecting with your inner self, that part of you that knows your true value. It's about looking beyond the surface, beyond the accolades and achievements, to see the inherent value that lies within. It's about shifting the focus from what you do to who you are. Let me share a simple yet profound principle. Your worth is not determined by your productivity. You are valuable not because of what you produce or achieve, but because of who you are. Your worth doesn't fluctuate with the ups and downs of life. It remains constant, like a lighthouse that stands unshaken by the waves that crash against it. Your worth is steadfast. Realizing your worth is akin to unlocking a vast reservoir of potential. When you know your value, you begin to invest in yourself differently. You make choices that reflect your worth. You start to save your own life in ways you never thought possible. It's like planting a garden in your soul, nurturing it with respect, love, and care. This understanding also transforms how you interact with the world. When you appreciate your worth, you demand respect, not out of arrogance, but out of a deep sense of self-respect. You set boundaries not to isolate yourself, but to protect the precious gift of your life and time. You engage with the world from a place of strength, not insecurity. So, how do you cultivate this understanding? Start by reflecting on your life experiences, the challenges you've overcome, the hurdles you've jumped. Each of these is a testament to your strength and resilience. Diamonds are formed under pressure. Similarly, your worth is refined and revealed through the trials you face and overcome. Another key aspect is to surround yourself with people who recognize and affirm your worth. Relationships should be mirrors that reflect the best in us, not distortions that diminish our value. Choose to be around people who nurture your spirit, encourage your dreams, and celebrate your uniqueness. Embrace your strengths and acknowledge your weaknesses, not as failings, but as opportunities for growth. Understanding your worth doesn't mean you're perfect. It means you recognize your inherent value even as you work on your imperfections. It's about giving yourself the grace to be a work in progress. That understanding your worth is the cornerstone of saving your own life. It's about seeing yourself through a lens of respect and dignity. It's about making choices that align with this profound understanding. With this newfound appreciation of your worth, you are better equipped to set goals and visions that resonate with who you truly are. Goals that are not just reflections of societal expectations, but expressions of your deepest desires and values. As we venture into the realm of setting goals and visions, carry with us this solid understanding of our worth. Let it be the guiding light as we chart the course of our lives, shaping our future with intention and purpose. Not just dreaming of a better life, but actively crafting it, anchored in the profound realization of our intrinsic worth. Anchored in the profound realization of our intrinsic worth. We now turn our attention to the power of goals and vision. This is where the magic begins, where the abstract becomes concrete, where dreams start their journey towards reality. Setting goals and having a vision is like drawing a map for your life. Without these, you're like a ship without a rudder, drifting aimlessly in an endless sea. Goals and visions are not just fanciful desires, they are powerful tools. They are the forces that propel you forward, that turn the invisible into the visible. Consider a goal as the point on the horizon to which you are sailing. Your vision is the wind in your sails, pushing you towards that destination without a destination in mind, without the wind guiding you. Where would you end up? Likely not where you hoped to be. Now dive deeper into the nature of goals. A goal is more than just a wish or a hope. A goal is a clearly defined target, something you can measure, something you can achieve. It's the difference between saying, I want to lose weight, and I will lose 10 pounds in the next 3 months. Precision in your goals is key. It's like setting coordinates in a navigation system. The more accurate they are, the more likely you are to reach your destination. But setting goals is just part of the equation. The other part is the vision that inspires these goals. Vision is the art of seeing what is invisible to others. It's the ability to dream big and imagine the kind of life you want to live, the person you want to become, the legacy you want to leave. Your vision is your why. It's the driving force behind your goals. Creating a vision requires courage. It's about allowing yourself to dream, to think big, to break free from the constraints of your current circumstances. It's about looking beyond the horizon, seeing beyond the immediate obstacles, and envisioning a brighter future. Let's think about vision in the context of a gardener. A gardener doesn't just see the seeds. They see the potential for growth, the blooming flowers, the ripe fruits. Their vision guides their actions. Where to plant, how to nurture, when to harvest. Similarly, your vision for your life guides your choices and directs your actions. The power of a well-defined vision is immense. It gives you a sense of purpose, a direction to move in. It fuels your motivation and ignites your passion. When the path becomes tough, when obstacles arise, it's your vision that keeps you going, that reminds you why you started in the first place. Be clear? Dreaming alone is not enough. Vision without action is merely a dream. Action without vision is just passing the time. Vision with action can change your life. This is where setting specific, achievable goals comes into play. Your goals are the steps you take towards realizing your vision. They are the milestones that mark your progress. So, how do you set effective goals? Start by making them specific and achievable. Break down your larger vision into smaller, manageable goals. If your vision is to build a successful business, your immediate goal might be to develop a business plan or to secure financing. These smaller goals are like the rungs on a ladder, leading you to the top. Equally important is writing down your goals. There's something powerful about putting your goals in writing. It's a commitment, a declaration to yourself that you are serious about achieving them. It's a physical manifestation of your inner desire. Also, set a timeline for your goals. Deadlines create a sense of urgency and prompt action. They help you to prioritize and focus your energies where they are most needed. As you set your goals and envision your future, remember to be flexible. Life is unpredictable, and your goals might need to adjust as circumstances change. Flexibility doesn't mean giving up on your vision. It means being adaptable in your approach. The power goals and vision, let them be the guiding lights in our journey, the forces that drive us towards our ultimate destination. With our goal set and our vision clear, we are ready to confront the inevitable obstacles and challenges that life throws our way. In the next phase of our journey, we will explore how to transform these obstacles into stepping stones, turning challenges into opportunities for growth. Let's move forward with confidence, knowing that our goals and vision are the compasses guiding our journey. With our goals set and our vision clear, it's essential to recognize that the path to success is rarely a straight line. There will be obstacles, setbacks, and challenges. But here's a powerful truth. These obstacles are not just barriers. They can be transformed into stepping stones. Each obstacle presents an opportunity for growth, a chance to build resilience, and a test of our commitment to our vision. Think of obstacles as the raw materials for building the life you desire. Just as a sculptor takes a block of marble and sees the potential for a masterpiece within, you can look at obstacles and see opportunities for growth and learning. This perspective shift is crucial. It's not what happens to you, but how you respond to what happens to you that makes the difference. The first step in transforming obstacles into stepping stones is to adopt a mindset of resilience. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from setbacks, to remain steadfast in the face of challenges. It's a quality that, like a muscle, gets stronger with use. Each time you encounter a setback and choose to move forward, you build resilience. You learn that obstacles are not the end of the road, but merely bends in the road. Now consider the nature of obstacles. They come in various forms: a failure, a rejection, an unexpected turn of events. It's easy to view these as negative experiences, but within each lies a seed of equivalent or greater benefit. Failure teaches you what doesn't work, guiding you towards what might. A rejection can be a redirection to a new opportunity, a chance to pivot towards something better. An unexpected turn of events can open new doors, paths you might not have considered otherwise. Take the story of a young entrepreneur whose first business venture failed spectacularly. Instead of letting this defeat him, he used the experience to learn about what not to do in business. He studied his mistakes, sought advice, and gained wisdom that was invaluable in his next venture, which turned out to be a resounding success. His initial failure wasn't a setback. It was a setup for his future success. This approach to obstacles requires a shift in perspective. It requires viewing life as a journey of continual learning and growth. Each obstacle is a lesson, each challenge a quiz, each setback a course in the curriculum of life. Embrace this learning mindset, and you'll find that obstacles lose their power to derail. Instead, they become stepping stones, leading you to higher levels of understanding and achievement. Another key in transforming obstacles into stepping stones is to maintain a positive attitude. A positive attitude gratitude doesn't mean ignoring the reality of the situation. It means maintaining hope and optimism in the face of difficulties. It's about focusing on solutions rather than problems, on what can be done rather than what can't. The same wind blows on us all. It's not the blow of the wind, but the set of the sail that determines where we end up. You can choose to set your sail, to use whatever wind comes your way, to move forward, to propel you in the direction of your goals and dreams. As you face obstacles, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can this make me stronger? What's the opportunity hidden in this challenge? By asking these questions, you shift your focus from the obstacle itself to the potential it holds. It's also important to stay flexible and adaptable. Sometimes obstacles require us to change course, to find a new way to reach our destination. Flexibility is the quality that allows you to navigate through the uncertain waters of life, making adjustments as needed, but always keeping your destination in sight. You'll find that some of the greatest stories of success are those born from the ashes of failure. These stories are not just tales of triumph. They are reminders of the human spirit's resilience and capability to overcome the obstacles we encounter. Transform them into stepping stones, using them to build the path to our goals and vision. Let these challenges refine us, strengthen us, and prepare us for the success that lies ahead. As we navigate through the detours and obstacles of our journey, understanding the role of discipline and consistency becomes crucial. These are not just words. They are the bedrock of achieving any significant success in life. Discipline and consistency are the tools that help us apply what we learn from our obstacles, ensuring that we continue to move forward towards our vision and goals. Discipline, in its essence, is the ability to give yourself a command and then follow through with it. It's the bridge between thought and accomplishment, between inspiration and achievement. It's easy to do something once or twice, but to do it consistently, day in and day out, regardless of how you feel, that requires discipline. Consistency is the key to this equation. It's the rhythmic pattern of discipline that creates habits, and habits shape our future. Imagine planting a seed. If you water it sporadically, it may sprout, but without consistent care, it won't thrive. The same goes for your goals and dreams. They need the consistent nourishment of effort and action to blossom into reality. Think of discipline and consistency as the twin guardians of success. They stand at the gates of achievement, ensuring that only those who are truly committed pass through. They ask of you not just a momentary effort, but a commitment to stay the course, to keep going even when the going gets tough. Delve deeper into the power of discipline. Discipline is not a matter of restriction, but a means of liberation. It frees you from the whims of circumstance and the fickleness of mood. With discipline, you gain control over your actions and, consequently, over your outcome. It's about making the choice to stay focused on your goals, even when distractions beckon. Turn our focus to consistency. Consistency is about maintaining your efforts over time. It's about showing up day after day, committed to your journey, regardless of how visible the results are in the moment. It's the accumulation of small, consistent steps that lead to significant achievements. To cultivate discipline and consistency, start with small commitments. Don't overwhelm yourself with trying to make massive changes overnight. Remember, the tallest oak in the forest was once just a little nut that held its ground. Begin with manageable tasks and gradually build up your capacity for discipline. One practical way to build discipline is to develop routines. Routines provide structure to your days, making it easier to maintain your efforts towards your goals. Whether it's a morning routine that sets the tone for your day or an evening routine that helps you reflect and plan for the next day, routines can be powerful tools in your journey towards success. Another aspect of cultivating discipline and consistency is to track your progress. Seeing the small steps of progress adds up can be incredibly motivating. It's a tangible reminder that your efforts are bearing fruit, even if the ultimate goal is still on the horizon. It's also important to stay flexible and adaptable. Sometimes discipline means being strict with your plans, but other times it means being flexible enough to adapt to changing circumstances. The key is to maintain the essence of your effort, even if the form needs to change. As you walk this path, that discipline and consistency are not just about achieving external goals. They're also about internal growth. They shape your character, hone your focus, and build resilience. They are the qualities that turn dreamers into doers, wishers into winners. In this journey of life, you will encounter moments of doubt and temptation. In those moments, let discipline and consistency be your anchors, keeping you grounded in your pursuit of greatness. As we journey onward, with discipline and consistency as our steadfast companions, let's turn our attention to the remarkable power of a positive attitude and gratitude. These are not just mere sentiments. They are formidable tools that have the power to transform our lives, our relationships, and indeed our entire world. A positive attitude is not about wearing rose-colored glasses or ignoring life's challenges. Rather, it's about choosing to see the potential for good in every situation. It's about maintaining a hopeful outlook and focusing on solutions rather than problems. This mindset doesn't just make our journey more pleasant, it also makes it more productive. A positive attitude sparks creativity, fuels persistence, and attracts success. Think about the power of attitude like the sails of a ship. While we cannot control the wind, the circumstances and events that life throws our way, we can adjust our sails, our attitudes. By choosing a positive attitude, we set the course of our journey, regardless of where the winds of life are blowing. And then there's gratitude. Gratitude is more than a feeling. It's a perspective. It's about appreciating what you have, rather than lamenting what you don't. It's recognizing the value in the simple things. A smile, a helping hand, the beauty of a sunset. When we cultivate a sense of gratitude, we open our hearts to the abundance of life, and we find riches in the most unexpected places. Gratitude has the power to transform an ordinary day into a day of thanksgiving and routine tasks into joyous activities. It shifts our focus from what's missing to what's present. This shift in perspective is not just mentally and emotionally beneficial. It can have tangible, practical benefits as well. A grateful heart attracts positive relationships, better health, and indeed, a more fulfilled life. Not forget, a positive attitude and gratitude are choices. They are decisions we make each day. When we wake up in the morning, we can choose to be grateful, to see the potential for good in the day ahead. And when we face challenges, we can choose to maintain a positive outlook to find the silver lining, even in the darkest clouds. In the tapestry of life, a positive attitude and gratitude are the threads that add color and texture. They turn the ordinary into the extraordinary. They make the difference between a life lived and a life cherished. Let us harness the power of a positive attitude and gratitude. Let them be our guiding lights, illuminating our way through the EPS and downs of our journey. As we come to the close of this journey, the journey of self-salvation, it's vital to recognize that this is not the end, but a new beginning. What we have traversed is a path of awakening, a realization of our own power to shape our destiny and to save ourselves from the confines of unfulfilled potential. Throughout this journey, we have uncovered the importance of time and choice, the bedrock of understanding our worth, the transformative power of goals and vision, the resilience in facing obstacles, and the unwavering strength found in discipline and consistency. We have learned that adopting a positive attitude and cultivating gratitude can illuminate the darkest. Remember, the journey of self-salvation is a continuous process. It's a daily commitment to live and every challenge is an opportunity to grow stronger, wiser, and more fulfilled. As we step forward from here, let's carry these lessons close to our hearts. Let's remember that our lives are a work of art that we are continuously creating, a story that we are constantly writing. Every day presents a new canvas, a fresh page, and it's up to us to fill it with color and meaning. So, let's move forward with purpose, with the knowledge that we have the power to shape our lives, to save ourselves, and to craft a journey that is uniquely ours. Here's to our journey of self-salvation, the journey that never truly ends. It evolves with each step we take. Let's embrace it with courage, with hope, and with the unwavering belief that the best is yet to come. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather here, not just to talk, but to ignite a transformation within us. The topic at hand, winning is the only option, might sound like a bold statement, but it's more than that. It's a philosophy, a way of life that guides the successful. You see, winning is not just about the trophy or the accolade. It's about the journey to excellence and the relentless pursuit of improvement. Now, let's clear the air. What does winning mean to you? Is it wealth, health, happiness, or perhaps all of these? Winning can be different for each one of us, but the core principle remains the same. It's about rising above challenges, defying odds, and setting a standard for ourselves. You might ask, how do we make winning our only option? The answer lies within us. It starts with our attitude. Our attitude is the lens through which we see the world, the blueprint of our destiny. You see, two people can look at the same situation. One sees an obstacle, and the other sees an opportunity. It's all about perspective. Winning begins with believing you can win. It's about nurturing a mindset that looks for solutions, not excuses. But let's not forget, attitude alone won't take you to the finish line. It needs to be coupled with action. Action is the bridge between your winning aspirations and their realization. You could have the most sophisticated map to a treasure, but unless you embark on the journey, unless you take those steps, the map is just a piece of paper. So, how do we take action? It starts with setting goals. Goals are like stars. They guide us in the night sky of our lives. But remember, a goal without a plan is just a wish. Break down your goals into actionable steps. Whether it's in your personal life, your career, or your health, have a clear vision of where you're heading. Now consider this. Winning is a habit, just as losing can be. The small choices we make each day accumulate over time. Choosing to wake up early to exercise, opting for a healthy meal over fast food, reading a book instead of watching TV. These are the choices that determine if we're on the path to winning or not. The consistency in these small choices builds the discipline necessary to win. But let's talk about failure. Yes, failure. Winning doesn't mean you won't face setbacks. In fact, failure is an integral part of the journey. It's the greatest teacher you'll ever have. The question is not whether you will face it, it's how you will respond to it. Will you let it define you, or will you let it refine you? Every failure carries a lesson, and the ability to learn from failure is a hallmark of a winner. Remember, winning is not a solo sport. It's a team effort. Surround yourself with people who share your vision and passion. People who challenge you, inspire you, and push you to be your best. As they say, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. Your network, your relationships, they are your network. As we journey on this path of winning, let's not forget the role of gratitude and humility. Be grateful for your successes, but never complacent. Humility keeps us grounded and open to continuous learning. Remember, the moment you think you've arrived is the moment you start losing. Winning, in its truest sense, is more than just reaching a destination. It's about the character you build build on the journey. It's about the resilience, the determination, and the grit that you develop along the way. Winning is about becoming a better version of yourself every single day. Consider this. What does it take to build a mindset where winning is the only option? It starts with self-discipline. Self-discipline is the inner strength that drives you to get out of bed on a cold morning to exercise. It's the willpower to say no to distractions and yes to your goals. It's the commitment to your decisions, but flexibility in your approach. Consistency is the key to mastery. Whether it's in sports, arts, business, or any other field, the greats are those who show up every day, no matter what. It's easy to be enthusiastic at the start or when things are going well. But the real challenge and the real test of winning is staying consistent even when things get tough. It's about doing what needs to be done, even when you don't feel like doing it. But how do we stay consistent? The secret lies in building routines and habits. Create a routine that aligns with your goals. If winning for you means being in top health, your routine should include exercise, proper diet, and enough rest. If it's excelling in your career, your routine should include continuous learning, networking, and skill development. Remember, routines translate aspirations into action. Furthermore, embrace the power of learning. In a rapidly changing world, the only way to stay ahead is to keep learning. Your mind is your greatest asset. Invest in it. Read books, attend seminars, engage in meaningful conversation. The more you learn, the better equipped you are to win. Let's also address the importance of adaptability. The road to winning is not a straight line. It's filled with curves, detours, and sometimes roadblocks. The ability to adapt to changing circumstances, to pivot when necessary, is crucial in your winning journey. Adaptability is about being flexible in your approach while staying firm in your destination. Now think about the impact of mindset. Your mindset can be your greatest ally or your biggest enemy. Okay? Cultivate a growth mindset. A mindset that sees challenges as opportunities to grow. That values effort, that learns from criticism, and that finds lessons and inspiration in the success of others. In winning, it's also vital to maintain balance. While pursuing your goals, don't forget to live. Spend time with your loved one. Engage in activities that rejuvenate you and take care of your mental health. After all, what's winning if it comes at the cost of your happiness and peace? Making winning your only option is about a holistic approach to life. It's about building a character that resonates with success, resilience, and continuous growth. It's about setting standards for yourself and relentlessly pursuing them. It's about enjoying the journey as much as the destination. Remember that every day is an opportunity to move closer to your definition of winning in your daily actions, your habits, your attitude, and your choices. Embrace the journey with passion, determination, and a steadfast commitment to excellence. The concept of winning being the only option, it's important to understand the role of vision and clarity in our journey. Vision is seeing the potential future, a clear picture of where you want to go. Clarity in your vision is paramount. It's like setting sail on the sea. Without a clear destination, you're simply drifting, subject to the whims of the winds and the currents. Your vision acts as your compass, guiding you through the rough waters and keeping you on course. But how do you develop this clear vision? It starts with self-reflection. Ask yourself, what truly matters to you? What legacy do you want to leave? This introspection is the foundation of your personal vision. It's not about what others expect of you, but about what you want for yourself. Your vision should excite you, ignite your passion, and give you a sense of purpose. Now let's consider the power of goals within this vision. Goals are the milestones on the journey to your vision. They should be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. But remember, while goals are important, flexibility is key. Be willing to adjust your goals as you grow and as circumstances change. The essence of winning is not just in achieving your goals, but in the person you become by striving towards them. Furthermore, understand the significance of persistence. The journey to winning is fraught with challenges and setbacks, but it's persistence that helps you overcome these hurdles. It's about the relentless pursuit of your goals, the unwavering spirit that says, I will try one more time. Every failure, every setback is a stepping stone to success if you persist. Your environment, including the people you surround yourself with, profoundly influences your journey. Surround yourself with people who uplift you, who challenge you to be better, who support your dreams and share your enthusiasm. As famously said, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Choose these people wisely. Moral winning is about contribution. It's not just about personal achievement, but also about making a difference in the lives of others. True winning is when you elevate others on your journey. Share your knowledge, lend a helping hand, inspire and motivate those around you. In doing so, you amplify your own journey towards winning. In essence, making winning your only option is a multifaceted endeavor. It's about having a clear vision, setting and persistently pursuing meaningful goals, creating a supportive environment, and contributing to the growth and success of others. It's a journey that requires self-reflection, persistence, adaptability, and a continuous effort towards personal growth. Remember that every day is a new opportunity, a new chapter in the story of our lives. Every choice we make, every action we take, is a stroke of the brush on the canvas of our journey towards winning. With each day, we paint our masterpiece, defined by our persistence, our learning, our growth, and our contribution. A sense of purpose, a relentless spirit, and a heart full of passion. Make winning our only option, not just in our achievements, but in the quality of our character, the depth of our relationships, and the impact we have on the world. As we journey through this exploration, let's discuss the significance of embracing change and uncertainty. The path to winning is often unpredictable and ever-changing. The ability to adapt to change, to remain flexible yet focused, is a key trait of those who succeed. Embracing change isn't just about being reactive, it's about being proactive, about anticipating and preparing for change. It's about being a step ahead, ready to pivot and adapt. Now, consider the role of creativity and innovation in your winning journey. Winning often requires thinking outside the box, exploring uncharted territories, and challenging the status quo. It's about not just following paths, but creating them. Be open to new ideas, new methods, and new approaches. The willingness to try something different, to take calculated risks, can set you apart in your pursuit of success. Let's also acknowledge the importance of health and well-being in this equation. True winning encompasses more than just professional or financial success. It includes personal well-being. Take care of your physical health through regular exercise and proper nutrition. Pay attention to your mental health, managing stress and fostering a positive mindset. Remember, a sound body and mind are your greatest assets on the road to victory. Moreover, the journey to winning is also about balance. It's about finding harmony between your work and personal life, your ambitions and your relationships, your professional pursuits and your personal passion. Balance prevents burnout, keeps you grounded, and ensures that your journey to success is sustainable and enjoyable. Let's highlight the power of patience and timing. While persistence and action are crucial, understanding the value of patience is equally important. Some goals take time to achieve. Some dreams unfold in their own time. Be patient and trust the process. Timing is often a critical factor in success. Not every action yields immediate results, but with patience and persistence, results will come. Furthermore, celebrate your victories, both big and small. Celebrating your achievements boosts your confidence, reinforces positive behavior, and keeps you moving. However, in your celebrations, remain humble. Humility allows you to stay open to learning and growth, keeping you grounded and focused. Making winning your only option is a holistic approach. It's about embracing change and being innovative, maintaining health and balance, being patient, and celebrating your victories with humility. It's a journey of continuous growth, learning, and adaptation. As we forge ahead on this path, let's cherish each moment, each lesson, and each victory. Let's build a legacy of success, not just in what we achieve, but in how we achieve it, with integrity, resilience, and a commitment to excellence. Let's not just aim to win in the conventional sense, but let's redefine winning in terms of personal growth, community impact, and the positive legacy we leave behind. You have the power to make winning your only option. It lies in your choices, your actions, and your determination. Embark on this journey with confidence, embrace each challenge with courage, and pursue your goals with unwavering passion. Turn our focus towards the importance of resilience. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from setbacks, to not just endure, but to thrive in the face of adversity. It's about having the mental toughness to persevere when things don't go as planned. Remember, the road to success is often paved with challenges, and it's resilience that allows you to navigate through these challenges without losing sight of your goals. Let's talk about the concept of lifelong learning. To win consistently, you must become a student of life. This means being open to new knowledge, new skills, and new experience. Lifelong learning keeps you relevant, adaptable, and forward-thinking. It's about having an insatiable curiosity and relentless pursuit of knowledge. Whether it's reading books, attending workshops, or simply engaging in thoughtful conversations, every learning opportunity is a step closer to your version of winning. Now, let's consider the power of positive thinking. Your thoughts have a profound impact on your actions and your outcomes. Cultivate a positive mindset. See challenges as opportunities, setbacks as lessons, and hard work as the pathway to success. A positive attitude will not only inspire you, but also those around you. It's a contagious energy that can transform your environment and open doors to new possibilities. Another key aspect is the power of effective communication. Winning often involves others, whether it's in a team environment, business negotiations, or personal relationships. Effective communication helps you articulate your vision, influence others positively, and build strong relationships. It's about listening as much as it is about speaking. Understand that clear, honest, and empathetic communication is a cornerstone of success. Moreover, let's acknowledge the value of giving back. True winning is when you use your success to make a difference in the world. It's about sharing your knowledge and mentoring others and contributing to your community. The fulfillment you gain from giving back adds a profound layer to your achievements, making your journey to success even more meaningful. Understand the importance of self-care and mindfulness. In the pursuit of our goals, it's easy to neglect our own well-being. Practicing self-care and mindfulness ensures that you remain mentally and physically fit to take on the challenges of your journey. It's about giving yourself the time to recharge, reflect, and maintain a clear and focused mind. Making win your only option is a comprehensive approach that includes resilience, lifelong learning, positive thinking, effective communication, giving back, and self-care. It's about developing a winning mindset that sees beyond immediate success to a broader impact on the world and on personal well-being. That winning is a journey with many facets. It's not just about the destination, but about growing, learning, and evolving along the way. It's about cultivating a mindset and a lifestyle that embraces challenges, values learning, and cherishes the journey as much as the destination. So take these principles with you. Let them guide your steps, inform your decisions, and shape your journey. Remember, with determination, resilience, and a commitment to continuous growth, winning can indeed be your only option. It's crucial to discuss the significance of strategic planning and execution. Winning is not just about hard work, it's about working smart. Strategic planning involves setting not just goals but detailed action plans to achieve those goals. It's about prioritizing your tasks, managing your time effectively, and focusing your energies where they are most needed. In execution, it's about following through with discipline and precision, ensuring that your plans are not just well thought out, but also well implemented. Let's also explore the importance of adaptability and innovation. The world is constantly changing, and to win, you must be able to adapt and innovate. This means staying ahead of trends, being open to new ideas, and being willing to change course when necessary. Innovation isn't just about big ideas. It's also about small, continuous improvement. Whether it's in your personal life, your business, or your relationships, be open to new ways of doing things and continually look for ways to improve. Moreover, consider the impact of emotional intelligence in your journey. Emotional intelligence is the ability to understand and manage your own emotions as well as the emotions of others. In the pursuit of winning, it's vital to be aware of and in control of your emotions. It's about maintaining composure in challenging situations, showing empathy towards others, and building strong, positive relationships. Emotional intelligence can be a significant advantage in navigating the complexities of both personal and professional life. Let's reflect on the role of courage and risk-taking. Winning often requires stepping out of your comfort zone. It's about having the courage to take risks, to try new things, and to face your fears. Remember, risk-taking should be calculated, not reckless. It's about weighing the pros and cons and making informed decisions. Courage is not the absence of fear. It's the determination to move forward despite the fear. In the realm of winning, it's also essential to understand the value of consistency and perseverance. Success is rarely an overnight phenomenon. It's the result of consistent effort over time. Perseverance means staying the course, even when the results are not immediate. It's about commitment to your goals and relentless pursuit of excellence. Furthermore, winning involves personal accountability and integrity. Be accountable for your actions, your decisions, and your results. Own your mistakes, learn from them, and use them as stepping stones to success. Integrity is fundamental. It's about doing the right thing, even when no one is watching. Your character and your reputation are invaluable assets on your journey to winning. Making winning your only option encompasses strategic planning, adaptability, emotional intelligence, courage, consistency, and integrity. It's about a holistic approach that combines hard work with smart strategies, emotional awareness, courageous actions, and unwavering ethics. Embrace each of these elements. Let them guide your actions and influence your decisions. With a comprehensive approach that balances strategy with emotion, courage with caution, and action with ethics, you can make winning not just an aspiration, but a reality. Remember, the journey to winning is as important as the destination. Cherish each step, learn from each experience, and grow from each challenge. With determination, resilience, and a commitment to excellence, you can indeed make winning your only option. As we venture further, it's important to emphasize the role of personal values in your journey to winning. Your values are like your internal compass. They guide your decisions, shape your behavior, Align your goals and actions with your values. When your actions are congruent with your values, you not only move towards winning, but also ensure that your success is meaningful and fulfilling. Now let's address the significance of mental and physical well-being. Your body and mind are the instruments through which you achieve success. Prioritizing your physical health through regular exercise, balanced nutrition, and adequate rest is crucial. Equally important is nurturing your mental health. Practices like meditation, mindfulness, and positive affirmations can enhance your mental strength, focus, and overall well-being. Remember, a healthy body and a sound mind are foundational to sustain success. Let's also talk about the power of gratitude. In the relentless pursuit of goals, it's easy to lose sight of what you already have. Cultivating an attitude of gratitude brings positivity and abundance into your life. It's about appreciating the small victories, the lessons learned, and the progress made. Gratitude not only enhances your well-being, but also attracts more success and opportunities. Furthermore, consider the importance of a supportive network. No one achieves success in isolation. Surround yourself with mentors, colleagues, friends, and family who support and believe in your dreams. These relationships provide encouragement, advice, and a sense of belonging. They can be a source of strength in challenging times and a cause for celebration in times of victory. Let's acknowledge the necessity of time management and prioritization. Winning involves making the best use of your most valuable asset, time. Effective time management means prioritizing your tasks, focusing on high-impact activities, and eliminating distractions. It's about making each day count and ensuring that your actions align with your ultimate objective. Moreover, embrace the journey itself. The path to winning is as important as the destination. Enjoy the process. Learn from each experience and grow through every challenge. The journey shapes you, imparts lessons, and prepares you for the ultimate success. It's in the journey that character is built, resilience is forged, and wisdom is acquired. Making winning your only option involves aligning with your values, prioritizing mental and physical well-being, practicing gratitude, building a supportive network, managing your time effectively, and embracing the journey. It's a holistic approach that balances ambition with well-being, effort with appreciation, and action with reflection. As you progress on this path, let these principles guide you. Let them shape not just your actions, but also your mindset and character. With a balanced approach that integrates these elements, you can make winning a consistent theme in your life. Not just in achievements, but in personal growth, relationships, and overall fulfillment. Remember, winning is more than just achieving goals. It's about how you achieve them and the person you become in the process. With dedication, resilience, and a commitment to your principles, winning can indeed become your only option. It's essential to understand the power of self-awareness. Self-awareness is the deep understanding of your strengths, weaknesses, thoughts, beliefs, motivation, and emotion. It enables you to understand other people, how they perceive you, your attitude, and your responses to them in the moment. This is crucial because it helps you navigate your path to success with a clear understanding of your internal compass and how it aligns with your external actions. Now, let's consider the importance of constructive feedback. On your journey to winning, feedback is invaluable. It provides a different perspective and helps you to see things you might not be aware of in yourself. Welcoming constructive criticism, not as a detriment to your self-esteem, but as a tool for growth, is a sign of maturity and strength. It's about separating the wheat from the chaff in feedback, retaining what's beneficial and discarding what isn't. Let's also discuss the role of creativity and resourcefulness. Winning doesn't always require having the best resources. It requires being the most resourceful. Creativity in problem solving, thinking outside conventional patterns, and making the most out of limited resources are traits that define true winners. It's about seeing possibilities where others see limitations. We must highlight the essence of authenticity and integrity. In your pursuit of winning, authenticity involves being genuine in your actions and words, staying true to your values, and not compromising your principles for temporary gains. Integrity involves the courage to do the right thing, even when it's difficult or unpopular. Remember, success without integrity is failure. Moreover, consider the necessity of fostering resilience and mental toughness. The journey to success is fraught with challenges, and it's your resilience that will carry you through. Mental toughness is about maintaining a positive attitude in the face of adversity and viewing challenges as opportunities for growth. It's about developing a resilient mindset that doesn't waver in tough times. Let's understand the importance of continuous improvement. The concept of Kaizen, or continuous improvement, is vital in the journey to winning. It's about never being satisfied with the status quo and always looking for ways to better yourself and your processes. This mindset keeps you agile, adaptable, and always ahead in the game. Making winning your only option involves developing self-awareness, welcoming constructive feedback, being creative and resourceful, maintaining authenticity and integrity, fostering resilience and mental toughness, and pursuing continuous improvement. These are the pillars that uphold the edifice of true success. As you forge ahead, armed with these insights, let your journey be marked by these principles. Let them guide your decisions, shape your actions, and define your path. With a commitment to these values, winning becomes more than an option. It becomes an inevitable outcome of your growth, your efforts, and your character. Remember, winning is not just about reaching a destination. It's about the excellence and integrity you embody on your journey. It's about becoming the best version of yourself, contributing positively to those around you, and leaving a legacy that transcends mere achievement. Imagine a world where complexity and stress are the norm. A world where every decision, every interaction is fraught with intricacies and complications. Now picture the opposite, a life defined by simplicity, where ease and clarity guide your every move. This contrasting scenario is not just a flight of fancy, but a profound truth about the nature of power and effectiveness. It's a secret that has been understood by some of the greatest minds and leaders throughout history, yet often overlooked in our modern, fast-paced world. The concept I'm going to share with you today is as timeless as it is powerful. The incredible strength that lies in being easy, in adopting simplicity in all aspects of life. This isn't about taking the easy way out, but about finding power in easy and simple. It's about understanding that the true measure of strength and influence often comes not from complexity and force, but from being approachable, clear. In the world of business, in our personal relationships, and within ourselves, the quest for complexity can often lead us astray. It's easy to believe that the more complicated our ideas, strategies, or words are, the more profound they must be. Yet the opposite is often true. The most impactful ideas are those that are easily understood, and the most influential people are often those who can communicate and act with clarity, simplicity. Throughout this speech, we'll explore the myriad ways in which simplicity and ease can transform your life. We'll see how being easy doesn't mean being weak secrets of those who have harnessed the power of simplicity to create lasting change, to lead, and to inspire. Simplicity in thought. Action and communication is not just a strategy. It's about stripping away the non-essential, focusing on what truly matters, and approaching challenges with a clear, unburdened mind. The results can be extraordinary. When we simplify, we gain clarity. And with clarity comes the ability to make decisions that are not only effective, but also resonate deeply with others. That each step towards simplicity is a step towards a more powerful, effective, and fulfilling life. It's about finding the strength in being easy, the power in clarity, and the profound impact of straightforwardness. This journey is not just about learning or understanding. It's about transforming the way we think, act, and interact. It's about becoming a beacon of clarity in a world often shrouded in complexity. Exploring the profound power that lies in simplicity and the surprising strength of being easy. In a world brimming with complexity, the allure of simplicity is like a beacon of light in a foggy sea, guiding ships safely to shore. It is in this simplicity that we find true strength, an unspoken elegance that underlies the most impactful actions and decisions. Consider the lives of those we admire, the great leaders, thinkers, and innovators. Their greatness often lies not in the complexity of their thoughts, but in the simplicity of their execution. They see the world not as a tangled web of insurmountable challenges, but as a canvas of opportunities, each waiting to be approached with a clear and focused mind. The simplicity of thought allows for efficiency, clarity, and, most importantly, the ability to inspire and lead others. Bringing this concept closer to our everyday lives. Each of us is faced with a barrage of decisions daily. From the moment we wake up to the time we rest our heads, our minds are in constant motion, navigating through a myriad of choices and challenges. Imagine for a moment if we could filter out the noise, the unnecessary clutter that fills our day. What if we could distill our lives down to its essence, focusing only on what truly matters? This is the essence of simplicity. It is about identifying the core of our existence and dedicating our energy to it. In the context of personal development, the power of simplicity is transformative. It's about setting clear, attainable goals and pursuing them with unwavering focus. It's about understanding our true desires and motivations and aligning our actions with them. When we simplify our goals, we remove the barriers of over-analysis and procrastination. We become more decisive, more action-oriented. This approach to personal development not only accelerates our growth, but also enhances our sense of fulfillment and achievement. Turning to the realm of business and entrepreneurship, simplicity is an invaluable asset. The most successful businesses are often those that offer simple solutions to complex problems. They don't overcomplicate their products or services. Instead, they focus on what they do best and continuously refine it. This principle applies equally to business strategies. The most effective strategies are straightforward, easily communicated, and understood by everyone involved. This clarity of purpose and direction is what drives a business forward, cutting through the ambiguity and indecision that can stifle progress. In our interpersonal relationships, the power of simplicity is equally evident. Relationships thrive on clarity, honesty, and straightforwardness. When we communicate openly and simply with those around us, we foster a deeper sense of understanding and connection. We avoid misunderstandings and conflicts that often arise from unnecessary complexity in our words and actions. Simplicity in our interactions builds trust. And it is this trust that forms the foundation of strong, lasting relationships. But how do we cultivate this simplicity in our lives? It begins with introspection. We must take the time what drives us, and what brings us joy. This understanding allows us to prioritize our actions and focus our energies where they matter most. It also involves letting go, releasing the excess baggage that weighs us down, whether it's material possessions, unproductive habits, or negative thoughts. In adopting simplicity, we also embrace minimalism in our lifestyle. This doesn't mean living with the bare minimum. Rather, it's about surrounding ourselves with things that add value and meaning to our lives. It's about quality over quantity, substance over superficiality. In a minimalist lifestyle, we find a sense of calm and contentment that eludes us in the chaos of excess. We must remember that simplicity is not a destination, but a continuous path. It's a choice we make every day, in every aspect of our lives. It's about constantly asking ourselves whether our actions align with our core values and priorities. This ongoing process of refinement and focus is what enables us to live more fulfilling. Embrace the power of simplicity. Strip away the non-essential, focus on what truly matters, and approach life with a clear, unburdened mind. In doing so, we will discover that the simplest approach is often the most powerful. It's a journey that requires patience, discipline, and a willingness to let go, but the rewards are immeasurable. In this spirit of clarity and purpose, explore how simplicity and communication can amplify our influence and impact. As we transition to our next focus, remember that the clarity of our message is not just in what we say, but in how we say it. Let's explore how straightforward and clear communication can transform not just the message, but the messenger as well. We now turn our focus to the art of communication. It's a crucial aspect of our lives, deeply intertwined with how we express ourselves and connect with others. The way we communicate, the clarity and ease with which we convey our thoughts and feelings can have a profound impact on our influence and relationship. Think about the last time you had a conversation that was truly impactful. Chances are, it wasn't the complexity of the words used that made it memorable, but the clarity and sincerity behind them. The most powerful communication is often the simplest. It's direct, honest, and unambiguous. This straightforward approach to communication not only makes our message clear, but also makes it resonate with others. It creates a bridge of understanding, fostering deeper connections and mutual respect. In the world of leadership, the power of ease in communication cannot be overstated. Great leaders are often great communicators. They have the ability to articulate their vision and ideas in a way that is accessible and inspiring to all. They don't hide behind jargon or complexity. Instead, they speak in a language that is relatable and engaging. This clarity of communication is what rallies people behind a cause, what turns ideas into movement. But ease in communication is not just about speaking. It's equally about listening. To communicate effectively, we must first understand the perspectives and needs of others. Active listening, the practice of truly hearing and understanding what others are saying, is a key component of effective communication. It involves empathy, patience, and an open mind. When we listen actively, we not only gain a deeper understanding of the people we are communicating with, but we also create an environment of trust and respect. Moreover, ease in communication extends beyond our verbal interactions. In our digital age, much of our communication is done through written text, email, messages. Here too, the principles of clarity and simplicity apply. A well-crafted email or message, clear and to the point, is far more effective than one cluttered with unnecessary details and convoluted language. In writing, as in speaking, simplicity is key to ensuring our message is understood and received as intended. However, embracing simplicity in communication is not always easy. It requires self-awareness and a willingness to strip away the superfluous. We must be mindful of our language, our tone, and our intent. We must learn to express ourselves in a way that is genuine and unassuming, yet powerful. This often means stepping out of our comfort zones, challenging our habitual ways of expressing ourselves, and adopting a more mindful approach to our interaction. In doing so, we must also be aware of the diverse nature of our audience. Communication is not a one-size-fits-all endeavor. What works in one context may not work in another. Therefore, adaptability is key. We need to be able to tailor our communication style to suit different situations and audiences while still maintaining the essence of clarity and simplicity. As we refine our communication skills, we also enhance our ability to influence and inspire. Clear and simple communication is compelling. It has the power to persuade, to motivate, and to move people to action. It is a tool that can be used to bridge gaps, to resolve conflicts, and to build strong, lasting relationships. It's about conveying our message in a way that is not only heard but felt. Commit to mastering this art of easy communication. Strive to be clear and concise in our words, empathetic and attentive in our listening, and adaptable and mindful in our approach. As we do so, we will find that our ability to connect with and influence others grows exponentially. We will discover that in the simplicity of our communication lies the power to change not only our own lives, but the lives of those around us. As we traverse the path of effective communication, we arrive at a crucial intersection. The role being is in relationships and leadership. This concept of is not about being lenient or passive. Rather, it's about being approachable, understanding, and adaptable, qualities that are essential for building strong relationships and effective leadership. In the tapestry of human interaction, each thread, each relationship holds its unique color and texture. Being easy in this context means being receptive to these differences, respecting them, and adapting our approach to suit the needs and sensitivities of others. It's about creating an environment where openness and trust can flourish. Consider the relationships that you cherish the most. What makes them special? Often, it's the ease of interaction, the comfort of being understood, and the freedom to be oneself. These relationships are marked by clear communication, mutual respect, and a deep sense of connection. They are the relationships where we feel valued and heard, where the exchange of ideas and emotions flows freely. This ease in personal relationships doesn't just enhance our private lives. It also translates into our professional interaction. The concept of being easy takes on an added dimension. A leader who is approachable and understanding fosters a culture of trust and collaboration. Such a leader listens attentively, considers different viewpoints, and communicates decisions clearly and empathetically. This approachability doesn't diminish a leader's authority. Instead, it enhances it. People are naturally drawn to leaders who are relatable and responsive. Leaders who value their team members and treat them with respect. Moreover, being easy in leadership involves adaptability, the ability to adjust one's leadership style to suit the situation and the needs of the team. It means being flexible enough to navigate the complexities of human dynamics while staying true to one's core values and objectives. This flexibility is a strength, not a weakness. It demonstrates a deep understanding of the nuances of leadership and a commitment to the growth and well-being of the team. This concept extends to the broader scope of influence as well. Influence, after all, is about more than just leading a team or an organization. It's about impacting the lives of those around us, both directly and indirectly. Being easy in our approach to influence means being accessible, relatable, and genuine. It means sharing our knowledge and experiences in a way that is helpful and inspiring without being overbearing or dogmatic. It's about guiding rather than dictating, inspiring rather than imposing, in practicing ease in our relationships and leadership. We also cultivate humility and empathy. Humility allows us to recognize that we don't have all the answers, that we can learn from others, and that our way is not the only way. Empathy enables us to understand and share the feelings of others, to connect with them on a deeper level. These qualities are the cornerstone of effective leadership and meaningful relationships. As we strive to be easy in our interactions, we must also be mindful of maintaining a balance. It's about being firm yet fair, assertive yet understanding. It's about setting clear boundaries while being open to new ideas and perspectives. This balance is crucial for a healthy, productive relationship and for leadership that is both respected and effective. The power of being easy in our relationships and leadership. Let us strive to be leaders and individuals who are approachable, adaptable, and understanding. Let us build connections that are rooted in mutual respect and empathy, and let us lead with a heart that is open and a mind that is clear. In doing so, we will not only enhance our own lives, but also positively impact the lives of those around us. We will create environments where creativity and collaboration thrive, where people feel valued and empowered. This is the true essence of leadership and the foundation of strong, lasting relationships. The landscape of simplicity and ease. A question naturally arises. How can we cultivate these qualities in our own lives? It's one thing to understand the importance of being easy in our relationships and leadership, but quite another to put this into practice. Let's explore some practical steps that can guide us in integrating simplicity and ease into our daily lives. The first step is mindfulness, being aware of our thoughts, actions, and interactions. Mindfulness is like a gentle light, illuminating our habits and patterns. It allows us to see where our lives have become overly complex or stressful. By being mindful, we can start to identify areas where simplicity can be introduced. This could be decluttering our physical space, streamlining our daily routines, or even simplifying our goals and ambitions. Life is a series of choices, and each choice comes with its own set of responsibilities and consequences. By prioritizing what truly matters to us, whether it's family, career, health, or personal growth, we can focus our energies more effectively. This means learning to say on to things that don't align with our priorities. It's not about rejecting opportunities, but about choosing the ones that best serve our purpose and values. Communication, as we discussed earlier, plays a key role in cultivating simplicity and ease. Adopt a straightforward and clear style of communication. This means expressing ourselves in a way that is easily understood, avoiding jargon and overcomplication. Remember, the goal is to be clear, not clever. In our interactions, whether personal or professional, strive to be concise and direct, yet empathetic and respectful. Another practical step is to embrace the concept of minimalism. This doesn't necessarily mean living with the bare minimum, but rather choosing to surround ourselves with things that add value and joy to our lives. It's about quality over quantity. In a minimalist approach, we find freedom from the unnecessary burdens of material possessions and clutter, both physical and mental. In the realm of decision-making, strive for clarity and decisiveness. Often, the stress and complexity in our lives come from indecision or from overanalyzing every option. By being clear about what we want and making decisions more swiftly, we can reduce this complexity. This doesn't mean rushing into choices without thought, but rather being more efficient in our decision-making process. Cultivate the habit of gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful tool in simplifying our perspective. It shifts our focus from what we lack to what we have. By appreciating the small joys and successes in our lives, we foster a sense of contentment and simplicity. This shift in perspective can be profoundly liberating, reducing the constant pursuit of more and allowing us to find satisfaction in the present moment. Incorporating these steps into our lives is a journey, not a destination. It requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to continuously learn and adapt. But the rewards are significant. By embracing simplicity and ease, we open ourselves to a more peaceful, focused, and fulfilling life. We become better communicators, leaders, and influencers. We build stronger, more meaningful relationships, and we find greater clarity. As we wrap up this part of our discussion, let's carry forward these insights and practices. Strive to embody the principles of simplicity and ease, not just in theory, but in the practical, everyday moments of our lives. In doing so, we will discover that the true power of simplicity and ease lies not just in understanding them, but in living them. We meander through its myriad paths. The concept of being easy, approachable, simple, and clear emerges as a beacon of strength. This strength, often understated, is a profound force that can reshape our lives and the lives of those around us. It's a strength that doesn't roar loudly, but instead whispers wisdom into the ears of those who listen. The strength in being easy is about embracing a lifestyle that values clarity over complexity, understanding over judgment, and empathy over indifference. It's about realizing that the most powerful impact we can make often comes from our simplest actions and our most straightforward words. This approach to life is not a show of weakness, but a demonstration of profound inner fortitude and wisdom. Reflect on the greatest challenges you've faced. Often, the solutions weren't found in complex strategies or convoluted plans, but in simple, clear actions and decisions. Simplicity is the lens through which chaos is transformed into order and confusion into understanding. In our personal and professional lives, this principle holds true. By simplifying our approach, we gain clarity of purpose and a focused direction that guides us to our goals with greater ease and less turmoil. In our relationships, the strength of being easy is seen in the authentic connections we forge. It's in the comfort we find in being with others who understand and accept us. These relationships build on the foundation of clear and sincere communication, become our support systems, our havens of peace in a bustling world. When we are easy to relate to, we open doors to deeper understanding and stronger bonds. Turning our gaze to leadership here too. The strength of being easy shines brightly. Great leaders are those who make themselves accessible, who communicate their vision with clarity, and who lead not from a distant pedestal, but from among their team. This approachability inspires trust and loyalty, fosters a collaborative environment, and drives collective success. A leader who is easy to understand and follow becomes a beacon of inspiration, guiding others through the fog of uncertainty and complexity. But perhaps the most profound aspect of being easy is its impact on our inner selves. It's about finding tranquility in a world that often values turbulence. It's about recognizing that in simplicity lies the path to true contentment and fulfillment. When we simplify our lives, we remove the unnecessary burdens that weigh us down, making room for growth, creativity, and peace. In adopting this principle, we must be mindful of the balance it requires. Being easy is not about avoiding challenges or shirking responsibilities. It's about approaching these challenges with a mindset that seeks solutions in simplicity, that values clear thought, and that prioritizes understanding and empathy. It's about facing life with a calm demeanor, a focused mind, and an open heart. As we conclude our exploration, take these insights and weave them into the fabric of our daily lives. Let's remember that the strength in being easy is a quiet power that can move mountains. It's a power that can change hearts, open minds, and create a ripple effect of positivity and transformation. So, as we step forward into the days ahead, carry with us the lessons of simplicity, clarity, and ease. Approach each new day with the understanding that our greatest strength lies in our ability to be clear, approachable, and uncomplicated. In doing so, we will not only enrich our own lives, but also touch the lives of those around us in profound and lasting ways. In this world where complexity often reigns, be the harbingers of simplicity. Show that in being easy in our thoughts, our words, and our actions lies a power unmatched, the power to bring clarity in confusion, peace in turmoil, and light in darkness. With this power in our hearts and minds, let us stride forward, ready to make a meaningful impact in our world, one simple, clear, and easy step at a time. Let me take you on a journey about a truth as old as time itself, yet often forgotten or overlooked in the hustle and bustle of our daily lives. It's about the simple yet profound realization that you can't please everyone. Now imagine a world where every single person agreed with everything you said, did, or thought. At first, it might sound like a pleasant dream, a life without conflict or disagreement, a smooth path paved with constant approval. But as you delve deeper into this fantasy, you begin to see its cracks. It's like a garden where every flower is the same color and shape. Initially pleasing, yet soon, its monotony becomes stifling, its beauty superficial. Throughout history, there have been many who have sought this universal approval. Kings and prophets, scholars and fools, all have fallen into the trap of believing that pleasing everyone is not just possible, but desirable. But here's the twist in the tale. Not only is pleasing everyone an unattainable goal, but it's also not something we should aspire to. The pursuit of universal approval is like chasing a mirage. It's an illusion that leads us away from our true selves, from our unique paths and destinies. Why do we seek to please everyone? Partly our nature. We are social beings, hardwired to seek connections and approval. From our earliest days, we learn that pleasing others can bring rewards. A smile from a parent, praise from a teacher, acceptance from peers. But as we grow, as we learn and experience the diverse tapestry of life, we begin to understand that the world is a kaleidoscope of opinions, thoughts, and beliefs. And in this kaleidoscope, it's impossible for any one pattern to please every viewer. Think about the people you admire, those who have made a mark in history, or even those in your personal life whose presence is like a lighthouse in the stormy sea of daily living. Were they people who tried to please everyone? No, they were individuals who understood and accepted that not everyone would agree with them, like them, or approve of them. And yet, they stood firm, anchored by their values, beliefs, and a deep understanding of who they were and what they stood for. The key to understanding this lies in a simple shift of perspective. Instead of looking outward for approval, we start looking inward. We begin to ask ourselves, what do I believe in? What are my values? What makes me me? When we start answering these questions, we realize that our uniqueness is not a flaw that needs to be hidden or changed to fit into different molds. It's a strength, a beacon that guides us through the complexities of life. This journey of self-realization isn't easy. It's fraught with challenges, doubts, and sometimes loneliness. But remember, a path with no obstacles probably doesn't lead anywhere worthwhile. There will be moments when you'll feel the urge to conform, to change your thoughts or actions for the sake of pleasing others. It's in these moments that your true strength will be tested. Will you bend like a reed to every passing wind? Or will you stand tall like an oak, grounded in the knowledge of who you are? In this journey, you'll also discover the beauty of genuine connections. When you're true to yourself, you attract people who appreciate you for who you are, not for who they want you to be. These connections, forged in the fire of authenticity, are the ones that endure, that add real value to our lives. As we embark on this exploration together, remember, the goal is not to become indifferent to others' thoughts or feelings. It's about finding a balance where you can listen to others, empathize with them, learn from them, but ultimately make choices that align with your inner compass. So, let's start this journey together, a journey towards understanding, towards self-realization, towards a life where the approval we seek first and foremost is our own. It's a journey not just of self-discovery, but of liberation. Liberation from the chains of trying to please everyone. A liberation that leads to a life of authenticity, purpose, and true fulfillment. And as we move forward, remember, it's not about pleasing everyone. It's about being true to yourself, and in doing so, finding your place in this vast, wonderful tapestry of life. Let's delve deeper into this concept, the myth of universal approval. It's a myth as old as time, woven into the very fabric of our society, yet as elusive as the horizon. This myth is the belief that it's possible and even necessary to win the approval of everyone around us. But let me tell you, this belief is not just a harmless fairy tale. It's a trap that can lead us away from our true potential and happiness. Why do we buy into this myth? It starts early in our lives. As children, we're taught to be agreeable, to conform to social norms, to seek approval. This isn't inherently wrong. It's part of learning to live in a community. But as we grow, we often don't transition from this childlike desire for approval to a more mature understanding of our individuality. We carry this need for approval into adulthood, dressing it up as ambition, social conformity, or the pursuit of success. But here's the catch. In our quest to please everyone, we often end up pleasing no one, least of all ourselves. The more we try to mold ourselves into what we think others want, the more we lose our essence, our individuality. We become like chameleons, constantly changing colors to suit our surroundings. But in doing so, we forget our true colors. Think about it. Have you ever known anyone who managed to please everyone? Even the most beloved figures in history? Those who made the most significant contributions to humanity face criticism and opposition. It's a universal truth. No matter what you do, how well you do it, or how noble your intentions, there will always be someone who disagrees, who disapproves, or who simply doesn't care. The pursuit of universal approval is like trying to fill a sieve with water. No matter how much water you pour, it will never be full. This endless chase can lead to exhaustion, frustration, and a sense of inadequacy. It can make us compromise our values, silence our voice, and abandon our dreams. The irony is that in trying to be everything to everyone, we often end up being nothing to ourselves. Now, this doesn't mean we should become indifferent to the feelings or opinions of others. It's not about disregarding the value of feedback or the importance of empathy and cooperation. What it's about is discernment, the ability to distinguish between constructive, helpful feedback and criticism that stems from others' prejudices, insecurities, or expectations that don't align with our values. Let's take a moment to consider the power of acceptance. Acceptance of the fact that we can't please everyone frees us from an impossible burden. It allows us to focus on what truly matters, living a life that is in harmony with our values, beliefs, and dreams. When we accept this truth, we open ourselves to a life of authenticity, where our actions and choices are guided by our inner compass, not by an endless quest for external validation. This path of authenticity isn't always easy. It requires courage, resilience, and the willingness to stand alone at times. But it's also a path of profound freedom and fulfillment. When you're true to yourself, you attract people who respect and value you for who you are, not for who they want you to be. You build relationships based on genuine understanding and mutual respect. You create a life that is not just successful in the conventional sense, but also deeply satisfying and meaningful. So, as we journey through life, let's challenge this myth of universal approval. Let's replace it with a new narrative. A narrative of authenticity, self-respect, and genuine connections. Let's embrace the diversity of opinions and perspectives, understanding that disagreement and disapproval are not just inevitable, but also valuable. They challenge us to think deeply, to grow, and to strengthen our conviction. Now let's explore a vital piece of this puzzle, understanding individual differences. This is a journey into the heart of human diversity, a celebration of the myriad ways in which we, as unique individuals, express ourselves, think, and experience the world. Imagine a tapestry, vast and vibrant. Each thread in this tapestry represents a person with their own set of beliefs, experiences, and perspectives. Just like no two threads are exactly alike, no two people are the same. This diversity is not just inevitable. It is what makes the tapestry so captivating. It's the variety of colors, textures, and patterns that give it depth and beauty. In much the same way, it's our individual differences that enrich our lives and our societies. Why then do we often find these differences challenging? Why is there a temptation to seek conformity, to shy away from what's different or unfamiliar? It's partly because, as humans, we are naturally drawn to what's similar to us. It feels safer, more predictable. But when we only surround ourselves with similarity, we limit our growth, our understanding, and our ability to connect with the wider world. We risk living in an echo chamber where the only voices we hear are echoes of our own. Embracing diversity, on the other hand, opens us up to new ideas, new experiences, and new ways of seeing the world. It challenges us to grow, to question our assumptions, and to develop empathy and understanding. It's not always comfortable. In fact, it often requires us to step out of our comfort zones. But the rewards are immense. By appreciating and learning from our differences, we become more well-rounded, more adaptable, and more connected. Think about the people you admire. The artists, the leaders, the innovators. What sets them apart? It's often their ability to see things differently, to challenge the status quo, to bring a unique perspective to their work and their lives. They didn't achieve greatness by conforming to a mold. They achieved it by embracing and expressing their individuality. Now let's consider how this applies to our own lives. Each of us has a unique combination of talents, experiences, and perspectives. When we try to downplay these differences to fit in or to please others, we do a disservice not just to ourselves, but to the world. We deprive the world of our unique contributions, our unique voice. It's like taking a color out of a tapestry. The overall picture loses something irreplaceable. But when we embrace our individuality, when we value the differences in others, we create a richer, more diverse, and more creative society. We build connections that are based on genuine understanding and respect, not on conformity. We create an environment where innovation and creativity can flourish. It's important to note that embracing diversity doesn't mean agreeing with everyone or accepting every viewpoint. It means recognizing the right of each person to have their own opinions and beliefs, even if they differ from ours. It It means engaging with these differences in a respectful and open-minded way, seeking to understand rather than to judge. This approach also requires us to be confident in our own values and beliefs. It's about being secure enough in ourselves that we can be open to others' perspectives without feeling threatened. It's about finding the balance between holding firm to our principles and being flexible enough to learn and grow. In practice, this means listening more than we speak, asking questions instead of making assumptions, and being willing to change our minds when presented with new information. It means looking for common ground, even in the midst of disagreement, and focusing on what unites us rather than what divides us. As we move forward in our journey, let's embrace the beauty of our differences. Let's celebrate the diversity of thoughts, experiences, and perspectives that each person brings to the table. Let's recognize that it's this diversity that makes us stronger, more resilient, and more vibrant as a community. In this part of our journey, let's turn our focus to a fundamental cornerstone of personal fulfillment and success: the power of authenticity. In a world where the pressure to conform and please others is ever present, embracing authenticity is akin to finding a rare jewel. It's precious, unique, and profoundly impactful. Authenticity, what does it mean? It's about being genuine, true to yourself, and consistent in your actions and beliefs, irrespective of external pressures or expectations. It's about removing the masks we often wear, not just in front of others, but the ones we sometimes wear even in front of ourselves. Authenticity requires courage. The courage to stand by your values, beliefs, and experiences, even when it's uncomfortable or unpopular. The strength in authenticity lies in its ability to foster genuine connections and opportunities. When you're authentic, you attract people and situations that resonate with your true self. These connections are deeper, more meaningful, and far more fulfilling than those built on pretense or superficiality. Authentic people often inspire trust and admiration, not because they are perfect, but because they are real and relatable. But why is authenticity so powerful? Imagine living a life where every choice, every action is aligned with your deepest values and beliefs. This alignment creates a sense of harmony and integrity. It means that your energy is not wasted on maintaining a facade, but is instead focused on pursuing your goals and passions. This congruence between your inner and outer self is the essence of authenticity, and it's incredibly liberating. Consider the people who have left a lasting impact on you. Chances are they were individuals who were true to themselves. Their authenticity shone through in their words, their actions, and their presence. They didn't try to be someone else. They embraced their uniqueness, and in doing so, gave others the permission to do the same. Let's delve into some personal anecdotes to illustrate this. Think of a time when you met someone who was genuinely themselves. Someone who didn't try to impress or conform, but was comfortably and unapologetically themselves. How did that make you feel? Often, such encounters leave us feeling inspired and uplifted. They remind us of the value of being true to ourselves, of the beauty of authenticity. Embracing authenticity isn't always easy. It can mean going against the grain, facing criticism, and sometimes feeling isolated. But the rewards far outweigh the challenges. When you're authentic, you create a life that is not only successful in the traditional sense, but also deeply satisfying. You live a life where your relationships, career, and personal growth are all in alignment with who you truly are. Authenticity also means being honest with yourself, acknowledging your strengths and weaknesses, your successes and failures. It's about owning your story, learning from your experiences, and using them to grow and evolve. This self-awareness is a crucial aspect of authenticity. It's not about being perfect. It's about being real. In the professional world, authenticity can be a game changer. When leaders are authentic, they create a culture of trust and openness. They inspire their teams to be their best selves, leading to increased creativity, productivity, and overall satisfaction. In personal relationships, authenticity builds deeper, more genuine connections. When you are true to yourself, you attract people who appreciate and value the real you. But how do we cultivate authenticity? It starts with self-reflection, understanding your values, passions, and purpose. It involves listening to your inner voice and having the courage to follow it. It's about making choices that reflect your true self, not what others expect of you. It also means being vulnerable, allowing yourself to be seen, flaws and all. This vulnerability is not a weakness. It's a strength. It's what connects us as human beings. It's what allows us to build relationships based on empathy and understanding. As we continue on our journey, let's address a critical aspect of personal growth and authenticity. The importance of setting boundaries and learning to say no. In a world that often demands our time, energy, and resources, knowing how to establish healthy boundaries is not just important, it's essential for our well-being and success. Setting boundaries is about understanding and communicating your limits. It's about recognizing what you're willing to accept and what you are not, what you will do and what you won't. This isn't about being rigid or uncooperative. It's about respecting yourself and your needs. When we set boundaries, we create space for our own growth, health, and happiness. Many of us struggle with setting boundaries. We worry about offending others, being seen as selfish, or missing out on opportunities. We might feel guilty for prioritizing our own needs, especially if we're used to putting others first. But here's the truth. Setting boundaries is not selfish. It's self-respect. It's a vital aspect of self-care and personal development. When we fail to set boundaries, we risk burnout, resentment, and a loss of self. We become like a city with no walls, open to every demand, request, and expectation. This can lead to a life where we're constantly reacting to the needs of others rather than proactively pursuing our own goals and aspirations. Learning to say no is an integral part of setting boundaries. It's about having the courage to decline requests or opportunities that don't align with your values, goals, or availability. Saying no isn't easy, especially when we're conditioned to please and accommodate others. But remember, every time you say yes to something that doesn't serve you, you're saying no to something that does, whether that's time for yourself, your family, your health, or your personal growth. Saying no can be done respectfully and kindly. It's not about rejection. It's about making choices that are right for you. When you say no, you're not just protecting your time and energy. You're also being honest and authentic. People respect honesty, and they appreciate knowing where you stand. Setting boundaries and saying no also have positive outcomes for personal and professional growth. When you're clear about your limits, you create an environment where you can do your best work. You're able to focus on what truly matters, bringing more energy and passion to your endeavors. In personal relationships, boundaries foster respect and understanding. They create a foundation for healthy, balanced interactions. So how do we start setting boundaries and saying no? It begins with self-awareness. Understand your values, your priorities, and your limits. Reflect on past experiences. When did you feel overwhelmed, resentful, or drained? These feelings are often signs that your boundaries were crossed. Once you understand your boundaries, communicate them clearly and consistently. This doesn't mean being confrontational. It's about being assertive and respectful. Use clear, straightforward language. Remember, you don't need to justify or apologize for your boundaries. It's also important to be prepared for resistance. Not everyone will like or understand your boundaries, and that's okay. Stay firm and remember that your boundaries are about your needs, not about pleasing others. Remember, setting boundaries is a skill, Start with small steps and gradually build your confidence. Over time, you'll find that setting boundaries becomes easier and the benefits, increased respect, self-esteem, and a sense of control are well worth the effort. In our exploration of living a fulfilling life, an essential aspect to consider is the balance of compromise. Compromise, often seen as giving something up, is actually a powerful tool for creating harmony and understanding in our lives. It's about finding a middle ground where different needs, desires, and values can coexist in a mutually beneficial way. Compromise is not about losing or surrendering your values. It's about recognizing that in a world of diverse perspectives, finding common ground is not just necessary. It's a skill that enhances our relationships, both personal and professional. Well-struck compromise is a testament to the art of negotiation, understanding, and empathy. But how do we find this balance? It starts with the understanding that while our values and core beliefs are non-negotiable, the way we interact with the world can be flexible. Compromise is not about changing who you are. It's about adapting how you work with others to achieve the best possible outcome for all involved. Consider a negotiation scenario, be it in business, family, or friendship. Each party comes with their own set of expectations and objectives. The art of compromise involves listening actively to understand these objectives, finding commonalities, and then working together to create a solution that respects each party's needs. This process requires patience, open-mindedness, and a willingness to see things from multiple perspectives. Compromise also involves a certain level of creativity. It's about thinking outside the box to find solutions that might not be immediately obvious. It's about moving away from a winner-takes-all mindset to a mindset where everyone can benefit. This approach not only resolves the immediate issue, but also builds a foundation of trust and cooperation for future interaction. But let's be clear, finding the balance of compromise doesn't mean always giving in or being passive. There are times when standing firm is necessary, especially when your core values or principles are at stake. The key is to discern when to hold firm and when to bend. This discernment is a skill that develops over time through experience and reflection. The balance of compromise is also evident in successful leadership. Leaders who master this balance are able to bring together diverse teams, harnessing their different strengths and perspectives to achieve common goals. They understand that leadership is not about imposing their will, but about guiding, facilitating, and sometimes making tough decisions that respect and incorporate the needs of all team members. In personal relationships, the balance of compromise is equally important. It's about finding a way to meet each other's needs while respecting individual preferences and boundaries. It's about working together to create a relationship that is fulfilling and supportive for both parties. This often involves open communication, understanding, and sometimes the willingness to put the other person's needs alongside, or even before your own. Compromise, therefore, is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength and maturity. It shows an ability to empathize, to see beyond one's own desires, and to work towards a greater good. It's a key ingredient in building lasting, meaningful relationships and in creating a life that balances personal fulfillment with social harmony. In our ongoing quest for personal growth and fulfillment, one of the most empowering steps we can take is cultivating self-approval. This is about learning to value our own opinion and satisfaction above others, creating an inner sanctuary of confidence and self-respect. Cultivating self-approval begins with understanding that our worth is not determined by external validation. While it's natural to seek recognition and appreciation from others, relying solely on external approval for our sense of self-worth is like building a house on shifting sand. It's unstable and unsustainable. True self-approval comes from within, from an unwavering belief in our own value, irrespective of others' opinions or validation. This journey towards self-approval requires us to shift our focus inward, to engage in a deep and honest conversation with ourselves. It's about asking ourselves fundamental questions. What are my strengths and accomplishments? What makes me uniquely me? By answering these questions, we start to build a foundation of self-knowledge and self-acceptance. Self-acceptance is a crucial part of this process. It means embracing all aspects of ourselves, our strengths and our weaknesses, our successes and our failures. It's about understanding that being imperfect does not make us any less worthy of respect and love, including our own. This acceptance does not mean complacency. Rather, it's a starting point for growth and improvement. Another key aspect of cultivating self-approval is overcoming the need for external validation. This is not an easy task in a world that constantly bombards us with messages about what we should be, do, or have. To counteract this, we need to develop a strong sense of self, a core of beliefs and values that guide our decisions and actions. When we're grounded in who we are, we're less swayed by the opinions and expectations of others. Techniques for self-acceptance and building self-esteem are varied and personal. They can include practices like mindfulness, journaling, positive affirmations, and setting personal goals. These practices help us to focus on our own journey, celebrating our progress and learning from our setbacks. One of the most powerful ways to cultivate self-approval is to set and achieve personal goals. When we set goals that are aligned with our values and passions, and then work towards achieving them, we build a sense of confidence and accomplishment. This not only boosts our self-esteem, but also reinforces our sense of self-efficacy, the belief in our ability to handle and influence the course of our lives. Cultivating self-approval also means being kind to ourselves. We often extend compassion and understanding to others, but are harsh and critical with ourselves. Learning to treat ourselves with the same kindness and empathy we offer to others is a transformative step in the journey of self-approval. Moreover, self-approval has a ripple effect. When we approve of ourselves, when we're confident and self-assured, it shows in our interactions and relationships. We're more likely to take risks, to put ourselves out there, and to pursue opportunities that align with our true selves. We become role models of self-respect and authenticity, inspiring others to embark on their own journey of self-approval. In our journey towards personal growth and fulfillment, an inevitable part of the path is dealing with criticism. How we handle criticism, whether it's constructive feedback or unfounded negativity, can significantly impact our journey. Understanding and managing criticism is not just a skill. It's an art that can propel us toward greater self-awareness and success. This criticism in its constructive form is like a mirror. It reflects our actions and words back to us, providing an opportunity to see ourselves from another perspective. It can be a valuable tool for growth, offering insights and perspectives we may have missed. However, not all criticism is created equal. While some is meant to guide and improve, some can stem from misunderstanding, jealousy, or negativity. The first step in dealing with criticism is to differentiate between constructive and destructive criticism. Constructive criticism is generally offered with good intentions, aimed at helping us improve. It's specific, actionable, and relevant. Destructive criticism, on the other hand, is often vague, hurtful, and motivated by factors unrelated to our personal development. Recognizing the difference between these two types of criticism is crucial in determining how to respond. When faced with constructive criticism, the key is to listen with an open mind. This doesn't mean accepting everything at face value, but rather considering the feedback thoughtfully and objectively. Ask yourself, is there truth in this criticism? Can it help me grow or improve? If the answer is yes, embrace it as a gift, an opportunity to learn and evolve. Dealing with destructive criticism requires a different approach. It's important to remember that such criticism often says more about the critic than it does about you. It can be driven by their own insecurities, biases, or issues. In these cases, the best response is often to acknowledge their opinion, but not let it define or demoralize you. Remember, your self-worth is not determined by the opinions of others. Another important aspect of handling criticism is not to take it personally. This is easier said than done, but it's essential for maintaining our emotional well-being and perspective. Criticism is about our actions or words, not about our inherent worth as individuals. By depersonalizing criticism, we can assess it objectively and decide if and how we want to act on it. Coping strategies are also vital when dealing with criticism. Techniques such as deep breathing, stepping away to reflect, or discussing the feedback with a trusted friend or mentor can help us process criticism in a healthy way. These strategies can prevent knee-jerk reactions and help us respond in a calm and measured manner. Moreover, criticism, especially when it's harsh or unjust, can be a test of our resilience and self-confidence. Each time we face criticism and choose to respond constructively, we build our emotional strength. We learn that we can handle challenges and setbacks, and this knowledge makes us stronger and more resilient. It's also worth considering that sometimes criticism can be a catalyst for change. It can push us out of our comfort zones, challenge us to question our assumptions, and inspire us to pursue new paths or ideas. In this sense, criticism can be a powerful motivator, driving us towards greater achievements and self-discovery. As we forge ahead on this journey of self-discovery and personal growth, let's delve deeper into the essence of what it means to live a truly enriching life. A life where every step, every decision, and every challenge is an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to become a better version of ourselves. Consider the concept of resilience, the ability to bounce back from setbacks, to rise from the ashes of defeat and disappointment. Resilience is not just a trait. It's a skill honed through experiences and the attitude we bring to those experiences. It's about facing life storms, not with fear or resignation, but with determination and a belief that these challenges will make us stronger. But what does it take to build resilience? It starts with a mindset that views challenges as opportunities for growth. It's about adopting a perspective that every difficulty you encounter is a stepping stone towards your personal and professional development. This perspective is not about denying the pain or the struggle. It's about finding meaning and strength in them. Another key element in building resilience is self-awareness. This involves understanding your strengths and weaknesses, your reactions to stress and adversity, and your patterns of thought and behavior. When you know yourself well, you can anticipate and prepare for challenges. And you can also be more forgiving and compassionate towards yourself when things don't go as planned. Building resilience also involves cultivating a support network. This network can include friends, family, mentors, or even professional support. These are the people who provide encouragement, perspective, and wisdom. They're your sounding board, your cheering squad, and sometimes your lifeline. Remember, resilience is not about going through life alone. It's about knowing when to seek help and support and being open to receiving it. Now, let's turn our attention to the pursuit of excellence. Excellence is not about being the best, it's about being your best. It's about setting your own standards and striving to meet them. It's about continuous improvement, not in comparison to others, but in comparison to who you were yesterday. The pursuit of excellence begins with setting goals. These goals should be challenging yet achievable, specific, and aligned with your values and passions. They should excite you, motivate you, and push you out of your comfort zone. But setting goals is just the first step. The real work lies in the discipline, the consistency, and the effort you put into achieving them. It's about showing up every day, ready to work, ready to learn, and ready to take one step closer to your goals. In this pursuit, it's important to embrace the process, not just the outcome. The journey towards excellence is filled with learning, growth, and moments of both triumph and failure. Embrace each of these moments, for they are all integral parts of your journey. Another aspect of the pursuit of excellence is adaptability. The world is constantly changing, and to excel, you need to be able to adapt to new situations, challenges, and opportunities. This adaptability is not about losing your essence or changing your core values. It's about being flexible in your approach and open to new methods, ideas, and perspectives. As we continue on this path, let's also explore the power of gratitude. Gratitude is not just about saying thank you. It's a way of seeing and experiencing the world. It's about recognizing and appreciating the value in everything. The big wins, the small joys, and even the challenges that teach us valuable lessons. Gratitude shifts our focus from what we lack to what we have. It fosters positivity, improves our mood, and enhances our overall well-being. It strengthens our relationships and helps us build resilience. When we practice gratitude, we open ourselves up to more joy, more love, and more abundance. One effective way to cultivate gratitude is through a gratitude journal. Take a few minutes each day to write down what you're thankful for. It could be something as simple as a beautiful sunrise, a kind word from a friend, or a personal achievement. Over time, this practice can shift your mindset, leading to a more positive and fulfilled life. As we embrace gratitude, let's also embrace the power of giving. Giving is not just about material gifts. It's about sharing your time, your knowledge, and your talents. It's about making a positive impact in the lives of others. When we give, we not only enrich the lives of those we help, we enrich our own lives. Giving fosters a sense of connection and community. It reminds us that we are part of something larger than ourselves. It helps us cultivate empathy and understanding. In giving, we receive so much more. We receive joy, fulfillment, and a sense of purpose. As we come to the close of our journey together, let us take a moment to reflect on the path we've traversed. We've explored the rich tapestry of life, understanding that we can't please everyone, embracing individual differences, the power of authenticity, setting boundaries, the art of compromise, cultivating self-approval, and dealing with criticism. Each of these aspects, like individual threads, weaves into the fabric of our lives, creating a unique pattern that tells our story. Embracing your path is about recognizing and celebrating this unique journey you're on. It's about understanding that your path, with all its twists and turns, ups and downs, is uniquely yours. It's a path that's meant to be walked not with fear or hesitation, but with courage, determination, and a sense of adventure. Remember, life is not a straight line. It's a complex and beautiful journey filled with opportunities for learning and growth. Along the way, you'll encounter challenges and obstacles, but these are not signs to turn back. They are opportunities to grow stronger, to learn, and to forge ahead with even greater resolve. Embracing your path also means being true to yourself. It's about not letting the noise of the world drown out your own voice. It's about making choices that resonate with your deepest values and aspirations, even if they go against the grain. In a world that often pressures us to conform, to fit into predefined molds, daring to walk your own path is a powerful act of defiance and self-affirmation. This journey of embracing your path is also a balance. It's about finding harmony between your dreams and reality, your strengths and weaknesses, your ambitions and your need for rest and rejuvenation. It's about knowing when to push forward and when to pause, when to stand firm and when to adapt. As you continue on your path, remember to celebrate your victories, no matter how small. Each step forward, each obstacle overcome, is a testament to your strength and resilience. These victories are not just achievements, they're milestones that mark your progress on this journey of life. It's also important to remember that you're not walking this path alone. Along the way, you'll meet fellow travelers, friends, mentors, loved ones, who will walk with you, support you, and sometimes challenge you. These relationships are precious. They add richness and color to your journey. Cherish them, learn from them, and be open to the wisdom they offer. And as you embrace your path, be open to change. Life is dynamic, constantly evolving, and so are you. Be willing to reassess, to adapt, and to grow. Your path is not set in stone. It's a living, breathing journey that evolves as you do. So, as we part ways, I encourage you to walk your path with your head held high, your heart open, and your spirit undaunted. Embrace the adventure of life with all its uncertainties and possibilities. Remember, your path is a beautiful, one-of-a-kind journey, a journey that's worth every step. Go forth with confidence and enthusiasm, and make your journey a story worth telling.
Napoleon said, number one, a leader needs unwavering courage. And I don't know if I totally agree with the unwavering part of this or not, because sometimes our courage does waver a little. You know, bend but not break. Courage mounts up, and then sometimes we have the doubts that creep in, and we reach a little deeper to find that courage that overcomes our doubts and our fears. So I would probably debate a little bit with Napoleon on this unwavering courage, because sometimes courage does waver. But as long as it stays, as long as in the end there it is to serve you, the courage to do what you didn't think you could do, the courage to step into territory that might be a little unfamiliar, the courage to talk to somebody you don't know, the courage to attempt conducting a meeting, the courage to give your first testimonial, the courage to, solve problems you couldn't solve before, that kind of courage. The courage to stand up when it's sort of dark in your corner, the courage to do it when it isn't going your way, seemingly. The courage to try to have a good day in the midst of a bad day. That kind of courage. Wavering a little at times, yes, because we all have doubts that attack us. We all have small fears that creep in. That is the nature of life. But that's what faith is all about. That's what courage is all about. To serve us. And our doubts will not serve us well. Faith to overcome fear, and courage to overcome our doubts. But that is a good quality, a good attribute for a leader, and that's unwavering courage. Second, Napoleon said self-control. That, of course, is the very essence of life itself, is self-control. Because we all have this warfare going on. It's going on in the world, the warfare between liberty and tyranny. In our own body, the warfare between health and illness, the struggle is on. The struggle between light and darkness, the struggle between good and evil. I call it opposites in conflict. And as soon as you're born into the world, as soon as you find yourself and discover yourself on this spinning planet headed somewhere, you know that this exists. To be a civilized society, we must drive the dark side of our nature into a small corner and let the positive side flourish. Early, we must learn to exercise self-control. Power is a wonderful thing, but it must be exercised properly. It must be exercised to benefit and not to destruction. So self-control is certainly necessary be a strong leader, so that you can become the best example. The example of having your temper well managed, to having that dark side of your nature under control. The best example of choosing wise words and not being careless, that kind of control. Control of your appetite, control of your desires, so that they fit into the positive side of life and not the negative side. Self-control, very important. Then he said, a leader must have a keen sense of justice. How very true. Justice we become familiar with, even when we're small. When certain things that happened or were done to us that something told us that wasn't right. Someone did us wrong. We have that sense of right and wrong, and it starts very early. Then we have to have that sense of utilizing what's right and what's wrong, so that we develop this sense of justice, this sense of being fair, this sense of being on the positive side, on the right side. To minimize a person's mistakes, they need to have this sense of justice. We have to have justice when we're building an organization. What's fair, what is a good balance. The marketing system that Mark put together has to be fair for everyone. If you have a customer and you take care of that customer, someone else cannot come along and take that customer. The same is true with the distributor. Certain rules and regulations, so that all of us have a chance to fit within this framework of fairness, justice, and what's right. Otherwise, enterprise cannot work. Otherwise, we have what we call, in a political sense, anarchy, where there is no justice. When might is the order of the day, power is the order of the day, not the law, not the rule, not what's right, but power. And we would all dismiss that. It's been a catastrophe in the last 6,000 years. The governments that resorted to power instead of democracy, that resorted to intimidation instead of freedom. And we all know the terrible toll that takes. But it takes a toll not only politically in a country or politically around the world, but it takes a toll even in enterprise. It takes a toll in school if a teacher is unfair. It takes a toll in working on a team where someone is unfair, or where the leadership is not fair in the administration of justice. So this is true. A keen sense of justice and what's fair and what's right. Part of this we have to learn as we go. You don't have it all the first year. You haven't got it all the second year or third year. After all the years that I've, been around, both as a human being and as a business person, we're still, even at these years, trying to decide what's best, what's fair, what's right, to give balance to our life and to build on a firm foundation for the future. So I agree with Napoleon. Good idea. A sense of justice. Here's another one, he said. Definiteness of decision. Indecision is the thief of opportunity. If you don't decide, the opportunity could slip away. If you don't decide what you're going to do today, the day could get away and you're not very effective. I talked about in my recent travels about time management. Here's one of the best ideas of time management. Don't start the day until you have it finished. Is it possible to finish the day before you start it? And the answer is yes. If you don't finish it to the best of your ability, have some idea, some good plan, sure enough, the day escapes. And in the morning you say, let's see, what should I do now? In the afternoon you say, hey, time's getting away from me, what should I do now? And now most of the day is lost. Most of the day escapes not being utilized and doesn't work for you simply because you didn't make those decisions early, at the early part of the day. The decisions we make in the early part of our life sometimes last for a lifetime. The early decisions that you make about what you're going to do with your life as far as Herbalife is concerned, those decisions are vitally important. If you neglect them and don't make them, sure enough, the time passes and the opportunity sometimes is diminished, and sometimes you spend a lot of time now catching up simply because you didn't make those early decisions. decisions at the first of the day. It's the decisions at the early part of the month. It's the decisions at the early part of the year that greatly determines what kind of year you're going to have. The decisions you make in the early days of your marriage, sometimes those are the decisions that affect the marriage for a lifetime. The decisions you make at the first chance you see opportunity, those decisions, what you're going to do with it, how far you're going to take it, what it's going to be meaning to you in the years to come. Those early decisions are vitally important. Then we need decisions to correct poor decisions, to overcome our mistakes. It's possible, of course, for all of us to make unwise decisions. And at the end of one year, at the end of 1 week, 1 month, or at the end of a few years, we say, that decision cost me too much. Cost me a lot of time, cost me a lot of money, cost me maybe a good relationship, cost me a chance to be productive. But as long as you're alive, there's still a chance to use new decision power to correct the mistakes of decisions that were bad in the past. All of us have the opportunity to do that, but I think Napoleon was right here too. You got to be definite in making decisions so that the opportunity doesn't pass you by. Take advantage. Here's the next one. Napoleon Hill said, a good leader has definite plans. How important that is. And of all the years, I think, to cash in on Herbalife's momentum and make some plans for the future, this has got to be one of the greatest years. Herbalife in these 18 years now has created some incredible momentum, not only in opening up the countries, but momentum in the refinement of our marketing, momentum in developing new products, momentum in developing our support system. The key is now for you to make plans to ride on that momentum. Herbalife is like the tide that comes in, and the rising tide lifts all the ships, if they're in the water. If your ship and your boat is not in the water, even though the tide comes in, it would lift all the ships. If yours is not in the water, then it doesn't benefit you. So here's what you should do. Have the same intensity to make your plans for the future as Mark Hughes has. As the President's Team, Chairman's Club especially, make the plans for the Herbalife Company future, you've got to now make your plans. Don't let this momentum pass you by. Don't let this momentum go uncashed in on. Don't let it be like a lost cause for you. And maybe you've, because of the lack of plans, have lost a month or two, or you've lost a week or two, or maybe you've lost a year, and you were 10% effective instead of 100%. Now's the time to change all that and start making some plans. Your Herbalife plans, they're vitally important. You might as well cash in on the Herbalife plans for world expansion, the Herbalife plans for expansion within your country, the Herbalife plans for the expansion of the business, the incentives. Cash in on that, capture that, and say, I've got to have some plans that match Herbalife. Not necessarily match Herbalife in numbers, but that can match Herbalife in momentum, that can match Herbalife in cashing in on the opportunity, your plans for Herbalife expansion. You got to have some plans for your family, all right? You got to take your family along, don't leave them out. One of the challenges all of us have in making our plans is how to balance everything, to make sure that we don't regret at the end of the year, I spent too much time on that. I spent too much money. And then if you have, say, how can I not do that again? And construct some better plans so that you won't have any regrets at the end of a year to come, 5 years to come, 3 or 4 or 5 years to come. Definite plans. The plans for the use of your money. One thing I've admired about Mark Hughes since I've met him all those years ago, once he started becoming successful, he had a splendid plan, not only for his personal success in terms of financial security, but in terms of the company. Because Mark has to look after the company and make sure that the company is secure, that the company has plenty of reserves, so that no matter what happens around the world, and when you're doing business in 37 countries, you can imagine what the challenge is to make sure the plans for each country are there, the backup plans, the financial plans, as well as products and opportunity and marketing. It is a challenge beyond comprehension to most of us what kind of planning that takes in terms of trying to make Herbalife secure for the future. I described it in one of the summit classes as Mark takes the same pledge that the President of the United States takes, and that is to preserve and protect and defend the Constitution, says the President. But Mark has to preserve and protect and defend the company to make sure it's viable, not just in America where it started, but all around the world in each country. It's an awesome responsibility. But now for you, your plans to be financially secure. If you're starting to make some big money in Herbalife, I'm telling you, you got to have a good plan for your resources so that you find yourself secure regardless of what happens. I agree with Napoleon here. You got to have good plans. One more on plans, and that is the plan for your personal development. The plan to be better this year than last year. The plan to take the classes, attend the workshops, do everything you possibly can to show personal progress, not just financial progress, not just the progress of having one more car or one more home, but the progress of personality, the progress of communication skills, the progress of recruiting skills, the progress in how to deal with people, progress in using your influence so that it multiplies its power by 5 by 10 versus what it used to be. You need those kind of plans. A plan for personal growth, personal development, a plan to be all that you can possibly be in the years to come as you develop your Herbalife business and your life business and your family business, all of that. Got to have good plans. Next, Napoleon Hill had a good saying. It was something my father had and passed it on to me as a good philosophy, and here's what he said. A good leader has the habit of doing more than what he gets paid for. What an incredible philosophy this is. The habit of doing more than you get paid for. It's what we call the service that you put out like seeds in the ground that doesn't bring the harvest immediately, but the harvest is yet to come. It's called like putting out the capital in capitalism. Doing more than you get paid for means that you're getting ready for the next move up. Because if you do more than you get paid for, you've made an investment. The average person might think if I do more than the company requires, then they're ripping me off. I'm not getting paid for that extra time, that extra attention. But you must not view it that way. You must say, I'm getting there a little earlier, staying a little later, as an investment in my own personal future. Because I want that kind of reputation. I want that kind of philosophy to work in my life. Do more than you get paid for. And this philosophy works incredibly well in Herbalife. You make the Herbalife sale of the Herbalife products. Now you must do more than you've gotten paid for. Right? They've got the product, you've got the money. But you can't stop your investment there. Now you must develop the investment in time, effort, and energy in turning that new customer into a testimonial. And sometimes that's the most difficult work, the work after the sale. Because the sale might be fairly easy. Someone says, hey, I've been looking for this product, I need it, here's my money. But now you've got to stay with them, make sure they don't just buy the product, but that they use the product. And that they don't just use the product, they keep using the product. That's the work after the sale. But if you learn to make that kind of an investment and do more than you get immediately paid for, the payoff in the future can be fantastic. Because as we all know in Herbalife, what really pays off is not a sale of the product. What really pays off is a testimonial. A testimonial that gives you more sales than you can keep up with. A testimonial that takes you places you could never go by yourself, introduces you to people you'd never see on your own. That kind of investment is so powerful. So you do more than you get paid for up front. It's happened for me, making the investment. When I first started lecturing 36 years ago, I talked to high school classes, college classes, service clubs, and I gave it all away. I went and talked for free. Someone said, Mr. Rohn, would you come and do this breakfast talk? I said, sure. Could you do this luncheon talk for this service talk? I said, of course. And all of that in the beginning was for free. Primarily because I'd made my fortune, you know, I didn't need the money, but I did it for free, but look what it's made for me by giving that kind of service in those early days. And finally it led to business and led to an enterprise. And I was giving a seminar all those years ago here in Los Angeles, and Mark Hughes was in my audience. So what you don't get paid for, don't worry about that. Just render the service with the vision of the future that it'll come back multiplied if you have this kind of habit, this kind of philosophy. Next, Napoleon Hill talks about personality. You need a pleasing personality. There's many parts to your personality. One is your working personality. You know, the kind of behavior, the kind of attitude that you need, especially in the public. Some things you can kind of get by with being a little careless, maybe in private, but in public, where it counts so much in your paycheck, it counts so much in building your business for the future, your own personality. But here's what you also must remember. You develop your personality in private so that it serves you well in the public. Sometimes we get the mistaken idea, I can be careless with just these few and be more careful when I have 1,000. But see, that doesn't work that way. Careless with a few, sure enough, that will creep into your presentation for 1,000 people. Here's the best practice, and the Herbalife opportunity in our marketing system gives you the best chance to do that. The influence you have one-on-one, that's what really counts. You say, well, I'm only talking to 2 people, it doesn't matter much. That's when it really matters. Because if you'll practice well there, using your personality, using your influence, to get someone's attention, to get them to listen, to get them to participate, the kind of personality that someone says, I'd like to be around this person. They're unusual. They're not like the average person I meet on my everyday experience. That kind of personality. But you've got to practice it behind the scenes. You've got to practice it one-on-one. And if you're effective one-on-1, 1-on-3, 1-on-5, I promise you, that will get you ready to now perform with the kind of personality, the kind of charisma that wins people when you're in front of 500 people, 1,000 people, 5,000. So this is a good point, working on your personality. Here's the best gift you can give someone, and that's the gift of attention. Attention is so powerful. When I was a young man, I met Nelson Rockefeller, one of the richest men in America at that time. He's gone now, but he was a unique individual, ran for vice president of the United States. And I had a chance to be where he was holding a press conference. And I got close enough so that when he walked out, I had a chance to step up, right, when security was not all that severe in those days. And I had a chance to put out my hand, shake his hand, and say, Mr. Rockefeller, my name is Jim Rohn. And what I remember most was the attention he gave me. With the lights of the cameras around and everybody all around, he looked right at me and said, Jim Rohn, where are you from? I said, Idaho. He said, I really like Idaho. It's one of my favorite states in all of the country. And for just a few seconds, he gave me his attention. Shook my hand. I'll never forget the handshake, right? One of those multi-million-dollar handshakes. But I'll never forget that personal attention he gave me, just for a few seconds. It was powerful. It made an impression on me that's lasted until this day. That's why I remember to tell the story. So, same thing you can learn to do. Utilize your personality, utilize your influence, give people the gift of attention. Here's the rest of my list now as we finish up. Next, Napoleon Hill said a leader needs sympathy and understanding. We have to develop that early in our lives. All of our lives, we have to look at those that are less fortunate than we are. Those who need a helping hand, and especially now we learn to look at those who need an opportunity, those who need a change in their health, those who need a change in their life and in their lifestyle. It's this kind of sympathy and understanding that drove Mark Hughes to construct the company. It took that kind of understanding, that kind of sympathy, that kind of deep emotional feeling. Then Mark understood what it meant to be poor. He understood what it meant not to have. He understood what it meant to be short on finances, on resources. He understood what it meant to lack, full formal education. He knew all of those lacks. And instead of crying about it, he said, what I will do is change it for myself, and then I'll help other people that have the same challenge. Lack of education, lack of the money, lack of the resources, lack of good health, faced with all kinds of difficulties they can't solve. I'll get mine solved, and then I'll be strong enough and have the skills to where I can help other people. That kind of leadership quality is so powerful. That kind of understanding. Here's the next one. A leader must have, Napoleon said, a mastery of the details. How very true. All can be lost with just a couple of missing details. On the trip to the moon, everything has to work. Right? There's several thousand moving parts. There's several thousand pieces to the project of getting to the moon and coming back, and all of them have to work. You can't have 10% of them working, 90% or 80%. They've all got to work. And then there's the backup systems for something if something goes wrong to back it up. That kind of mastery of details is so vitally important. But here's what else to remember as far as Herbalife is concerned. The drama is in the details. Someone says, I lost 30 pounds. Well, 30 pounds is 30 pounds, but that's not the drama. The drama is, where were you before you found Herbalife? How did you feel? What kind of circumstances? Now someone begins to give us some of the details. And then after they've lost the weight, now how they feel. Now their self-confidence has been restored. Now they feel better about themselves. The drama is in the details. But this is also important in the details of your day, the details of your business, the details of good communication. Master the details. Good advice, Napoleon Hill. Now here's the next three. Willingness to assume full responsibility. All of us have been taught that, especially these Herbalife years, to take full 100% responsibility. Mark Hughes says, what happened to me might not have been my responsibility, but what I do about it is my full responsibility. I've had some people did me wrong. In his first couple of business experiences, he was done wrong. Some people ran off with the money. He was left holding the bag. But he said, that's what happened. And I was not responsible for what happened. But I am responsible for saying to myself, now, what am I going to do about what's happened? If a hailstorm destroys the farmer's crop, he wasn't responsible for that. But his responsibility now begins when the hailstorm is over, when he asks the question of himself, what should I do now? Now that this catastrophe is over, now that the damage is done, now what should I do about it? And a philosophy I've taught all these years, it's not what happens to you that determines your future. It's what you do about what happens that determines your future. And this is a major part of it, accepting full responsibility. If you've got an organization, you're conducting meetings, and you're the leader, the responsibility ends with you. Someone else may mess up, make some mistakes, still your responsibility. Some things over which you have no control, understandable. But what you do about it now, how you fix it, the diplomacy you use, the strategy you use, that's the kind of responsibility now that depends on you. Also, you've got to be responsible for your future. Nobody's going to fix it. No one else is going to design it. No one else is going to come along and say, hey, I will make sure it all works well for you. You've got to take all the input. You've got to take all the testimonials, all the teaching, all the training, all the influence. Then you've got to have the responsibility of designing your life. You can design a life of prosperity, or you can design a life just to coast and get by. The responsibility belongs to you. Now here's the last two. Next is cooperation. One of the great things we learn in Herbalife is how to cooperate so that we take advantage of each other's ideas, we take advantage of each other's input, we take advantage of each other's enthusiasm, we take advantage of each other's testimonial, and we take advantage of each other's willingness to grow. That kind of cooperation has built Herbalife. In those early days, Mark got the group together. Jerry Shatanovich, Doug Stuntz, the rest, and made some plans to cooperate. Said, no telling what kind of powerful meetings we can have if we work together. No telling how many people we can affect, even right away, if we work together. You do this part, you do this part, I'll do this part, we'll make it work together, and we'll get the ball rolling. There's an ancient phrase that says, if 2 or 3 agree, nothing is impossible. If they agree on the same project, if they agree on the same vision, if they agree on how to get there, I'm telling you, nothing is impossible. Nothing can stand in their way. Just 2 or 3. What's exciting about Herbalife is now we have more than 2 or 3. The president's team now is well populated. Even the chairman's clubs grow. The millionaire team is awesome in its numbers as well as in its power. And the cooperation between all of us on the tabulator teams, as distributors, home office, support staff, 15th floor, wherever we come from. If we cooperate, there's nothing we can't do. There isn't anyone we can't touch. There is no country we can't finally get to with this incredible story. Cooperation. That's why I'm here, wanting to do my part, HBN, send out some ideas, give you some notes to take, something to think about and ponder, something to talk about with the people that you associate with and are building your business. That kind of cooperation is going to make this a powerful year. It'll get us to the 2 billion, 3 billion, 5 billion. But it'll get us to much more than just those numbers. It'll get us to a place of honor, respect, prestige, influence, feeling good about ourselves for the hard work that we're doing, cooperating with each other. I want to cooperate with you, helping build your business. All of us cooperate with the support system of Herbalife. We're on our way. We will have the billions. We'll have the stories. We'll have the experiences. Now here's the last one. Napoleon Hill said, a major attribute of leadership is vision. Vision is in many parts. One, a vision for your own course to follow. A vision for you, for yourself. A vision for your financial future. A vision for your health. A vision for your wealth. A vision for you to latch onto and make something out of. A vision for your family. Because vision must now lift others as well as ourselves. Guess what our family is counting on? That we'll be able to see things that at first they cannot see. That we'll be able to look further into the future than perhaps they will be able to look. The same is true with your organization, the people that are around you. They're counting on your vision. Perhaps you've been there a little longer than they have. Maybe you've been there a lot longer than they have. And they will look to you to help them see things that they can't see in the beginning. And if you will do that, develop that attribute of leadership, I'm telling you, you'll have such a dramatic effect on your organization, it will be unbelievable. A vision for yourself, a vision for your family, a vision for your organization, a vision for the people that you're close to. The old prophet said, without vision, we die. We perish. Unless we can see into the future, life loses its meaning. Unless we can look further than just where we are at the moment, then we have no reason for faith, no reason for activity. But if we'll develop this skill, beyond any other skill, I'm telling you, it will help us touch people. Because they'll want to be around us. Because we have this look into the future. Not only the short-range vision of what we're going to do this week, this month, this year, but the long-range vision like Mark has, taking us to the 5 billion. You can have a vision that will take your organization into the future and bless everybody with success. Here's how to really cash in on this year. Get serious. Life is serious. We're here to instruct, we're here to grow, we're here to learn, we're here to get the best we possibly can. Serious. Life is serious. The future's serious. How come such a difference from those who can reach such incredible heights and those who haven't yet found the answers for their life and their health and their future? We just have to ponder that and let that give us a note of seriousness, a note of seriousness. It's serious whether you win or lose. It's serious whether you succeed or fail. It's serious whether you've got a good future carved out for yourself or you do not have. And I'm asking you to take it serious. Take your own future serious. What you can do for your family, take it serious. This is serious business. So that's the first thing I want to bring to you. To have the best year ever this year, get serious. Study, learn, grow, change, develop. Never let it be said you didn't learn. Right? If you want to solve your problems, you got to learn. If you want to take advantage of an opportunity, you got to learn. We can't come here and just give you the marketing plan, give you the product, send you home. We got to stay for a while. Learn, stay for a while. Put on those cassettes and stay for a while. Learn from your own experience, right? So the call didn't go well, all the stuff. Guess what they did when they finished that call? They made another call. What else could we do to make it better? How could we possibly improve? This is called the possibility for life change. Starts with education. Don't be lazy in learning. Don't be lazy in picking up the ideas. Don't be lazy in learning from your own experience. That's why you've heard from some people that have shared their testimonial here and given you some of their ideas, ways, and means. Learning is the beginning of wealth. Learning is the beginning of life change. Do some learning. Take it back home. To have your best year ever, make your dreams come true, get smart. A few simple disciplines practiced every day, and you've started a whole new process called a whole new life. And if you keep up that process, not only with your health habits, but with your money habits and with your communication habits, with your sales habits and management habits and every other habit that you've got, if you'll start that process, eliminate the errors and replace it with disciplines practiced, I'm telling you, you can start this process of life change immediately. After today, you don't ever have to be the same again. Only by choice. Errors in judgment, disaster. Few simple disciplines, wealth beyond imagination. Let the miracle of everything that's available work for you and start working on the inside. Work on your philosophy, work on your attitude, work on your personality, work on your language, work on the gift of communication, work on all of your abilities. And if you'll start making those personal changes, I'm telling you, everything will change for you. Work on yourself, then you bring more value to the partnership, to the marriage, to the franchise, to the corporation, to the enterprise, to the community, to the nation. Self-development, personal development. The best contribution you can make to someone else is self-development. Not hasty if it isn't required, but don't lose much time. Here's the time to act. When the idea is hot and the emotion is strong. That's the time to act. Don't use the excuses they use. It's called the language of the poor. Switch gears, switch language, switch ideas, switch strategy. Start with the simplest of disciplines. And don't bemean any of these disciplines. The smallest of disciplines starts the process of life change. And if you'll invest in this thing called discipline, you can have whatever you wish. It's called the beginning of a miracle. If you will get better, everything will get better for you. What a clear message that was for me. He said, if you'll change your philosophy, if you'll change your habits, if you'll refine your thinking, if you'll change and accept some new disciplines, if you'll turn the corner where you've been in the past, go for a new life for the future, he said all kinds of remarkable things will happen for you if you will change. Here's what we must learn to do. I didn't go to work to try to change circumstances. I went to work to try to change myself. And I picked up that promise. My teacher shared with me that if I would change, my income would change. If I would change, my bank account would change. If I would change, my future would change. And sure enough, his promise came true for me. You know, the companies were about the same. What they paid was the same. Circumstances around me were the same. You know, my negative relatives were the same. But I was not the same. That's how my life changed. Things started working for me, changing my life all those years ago. We don't have to change what's going on out there. That's the wind that's blowing. All we have to do is change what's going on in here. And now there's several ways to do that. The first subject he called personal development. We must learn from personal experience. Pretty simple. Learn from what happens to you. Take a look back over the last few months. Did you make some mistakes? How could you correct those for the future? Take a look back over the last year. Have you done it right or done it wrong? Let's correct it for the next year. Mr. Schoaf asked me when I first met him, he said, Mr. Rohn, how are you doing? You've been out there now 6 years. And I said, I'm not doing very well. He said, I suggest you not do that anymore. What a simple, swift analysis to my situation. He said, if you keep doing it, the next 6 years will be like the last 6. You don't want that to happen. Let's make the changes. So learn from your personal experience. Second, other people's experiences. That's me, other people. That's your teacher. That's your friends and colleagues. The people you meet that can pass along to you their experiences, what's happened to them, the mistakes they made, how they corrected them, how they changed their health and changed their bank account and changed their income and changed their future. Other people. Now there's two kinds of people to learn from. One is failures. It's too bad failures don't give seminars, right? That would be valuable. Have them tell you how they lost it all and threw it all away, threw their health away, and threw their friendships away, and things didn't work out well. That would be valuable. But now then we must also learn from positive people that have done well. They've got the health, and so we ask them, how did you become so healthy? They've got the skills, so we ask them, how did you become this skillful? They've got the income, so we ask them, how did you get here in such a short period of time? So now here's what's important in personal development. In learning from other people, we learn, number one, by observation. We learn what we see. We watch people that are successful in what they do. In sports, we watch their disciplines. In business, we watch their disciplines. Second, we learn by what we hear. Learn by listening. And then listen to the sermon on Sunday morning. Listen to the lectures. Listen to the teacher. Listen to someone who's got something good to say. And then number three is vitally important on personal development, and that is read all the books you can possibly read in your lifetime. Mr. Schoaf got me started on my library. I've got one of the better libraries. And then I started keeping a journal. One of the major things my teacher taught me was to keep a journal. He said, don't trust your memory. If you hear something good, just make a little note and write it down. So I would suggest you do the same. Things that impress you, a poem that impresses you. When you attend a class, some of the ideas that impressed you, jot them down. You read something in a magazine, right? Some ideas, take those out, put them in your journal. Keep a good journal the rest of your life. This will serve you well. So I want the same thing to happen to you. Value captured, that you can resort to later, go back over it and review it, and let it become valuable to you. Work harder on yourself than you do on your job. Develop the skills, learn the lessons, take the classes, absorb all that is being taught to you these days. And then later on, of course, you can sort it out, what's valuable to you and how to refine it for your business and for your life and for your future. But the main thing is to get it and start this process of personal change. Now let's cover the second step, setting goals. We need to take a look into the future. There are 4 things to consider in terms of attitude. One is how you feel about the past. Best advice I can give you on that is treat the past as a school. Let it teach you the mistakes you've made, the things that went wrong, the things that didn't work. Don't use the past as a burden to carry, and don't use the past as a club to beat yourself to death. Past losses, past failures, past mistakes. But let the past be a school. Tough school maybe. We've all been through some tough stuff. So if you feel good about the past, draw from it for experience and let it teach you. Then next is how you feel about the future. We've got to have the future well designed. The future is called the promise. The promise of the future can be an awesome force. Designing the future. There's 2 ways to face the future. One is with apprehension, and the other is with anticipation. I promise you, in my travels around the world, most people face the future with apprehension. And here's why. They don't have it well designed. They've sort of left that up to someone else to fix. But here's the best way to face the future, with anticipation. You can face the future with anticipation if the future is clear, if the future is well designed. In setting goals, it's very simple. Number 1, decide what you want. You just take a little time. You sit down and say, what do I want? What kind of skills do I want? What kind of income do I want for the future? Where would I like to go? Places I'd like to visit? Habits I'd like to acquire? Skills I'd like to have? Economics? Friendships? People you'd like to meet? When you've thought about what you want for the future, make a list. If the future gets clear, the price gets easy. Because you got to remember, for every promise, there's a price to pay. Everybody's got to pay the price. Everybody's got to do the deal. Everybody's got to do the disciplines. But here's what I've discovered. If the promise is clear and powerful, the price is easy to pay. The price is some classes. The price is a few books. The price is a few disciplines. The price is finding something that'll make your life better, make you grow, make you change, make you develop. So the first part of the key is to design the promise. Then, what is the price to pay? I'm telling you, the price will be easy. If you'll make the promise of the future clear for yourself, all of the values of life that you could possibly want, and be serious about it, I promise you it's an easy price to pay. Anybody can pay it. And the best advice I can give you is, if I can do it, you can do it. Start setting your goals and see if you can't get a better excitement going for the things you want to accomplish for the future. One of the major reasons for setting goals is for what they make of you in achieving them. My teacher advised me when I first got started at age 25. He said, Jim, why don't you set a goal to become a millionaire? I'm here to help you. And he said, here's why. For what it will make of you to achieve it. Set the kind of goals that will make something of you to achieve it. So part of the key here is to set the kind of goals that will make something of you. Don't set them too low, so that you don't have to grow and you don't have to read and you don't have to try and you don't have to stretch. Don't set them too low. And then don't sell out. Don't go for something that's going to cost you your virtue or cost you your values or sell out your principles. There's a good middle road here to follow. Goals that will inspire, goals that will help you grow, change, develop, and become better than you are. So if you want something to pull you through all kinds of challenges, all kinds of difficulties, and things that come at you, you got to have something on out there, beyond today, beyond next week, beyond next month, beyond this year, that pulls you into the future. And the clearer it is, the stronger it pulls. The more dynamic it is, the more it affects your life, your spirit, your heart, your soul. It also creates imagination. It gets your mind working on how to achieve that purpose. And if your mind will work, and if your heart works, and if your spirit works, and if you have good input, like good ideas, I'm telling you, there isn't anything you can't accomplish. Ideas gather dust, they don't produce at all by themselves. It's like philosophy is not the end. Philosophy is the beginning. Philosophy must be invested. When I talked about philosophy, attitude, and disciplines, they must be invested. And if you invest philosophy and attitude in disciplines, then they produce results. Here's a good phrase: wisdom uninvested in labor is wasted. Attitude, even the highest of attitude, which is faith. Faith uninvested is wasted, produces nothing. So the name of the game is not faith. The name of the game is not philosophy. The name of the game is to put faith and philosophy into activity so that it starts making progress. Turning nothing into something. Let me give you that formula while I'm on it here. Turning nothing into something. How do you do that? How do you turn nothing into something? Here's how you start. There's 3 steps to it. Number 1, imagination. And try to imagine yourself in those new, worthwhile, unique positions. So imagination starts to change everything. Now, imagination is not tangible, but it is almost real. Almost real. It's not real, but it's almost real. But it's hard to say that imagination is nothing. But it's nothing in terms of tangible. It's not tangible yet. And you always have to say yet. Imagination is not tangible yet. But it is the beginning of turning nothing into something. It's the beginning of turning nothing into reality. Imagination. Imagination is the ability to see things that don't yet exist. Imagination is real in the sense that it affects. It'll affect your behavior, it'll affect your enthusiasm, it'll affect your emotions. It's real in that sense, but it's not real in the tangible sense. Next is faith. To believe that what you imagine is possible. How would we start to strengthen our belief in that what we imagine is possible to turn it into reality? And there's 2 or 3 ways. One is to believe your own testimony. If you've done it before, why couldn't you do it again? If you've done it once, couldn't you do it the second time? Why not believe in your own testimonial? If I did it before, I can do it again. And that's what's important about personal development. You can lose the money, but not the skill, so who cares about the money? It's like sales. A skill is more valuable than a sale. Sometimes a salesperson says, I need a sale. I said, no, you need a skill. Sales are temporary. Skills are permanent. Now we move to faith to believe that what we imagine is possible. So we study our own testimonial. If we've done it before, we can do it again. Here's what else we study. Other testimonials of somebody who did it. Somebody that built a hotel said, yes, I started with some plans and finally believed it was possible, and here it is. Say, well, if it's possible for one, it's possible for another. In fact, sometimes when we hear the testimonial, here's how they finished. If I can do it, you can do it. See, that's a classic testimonial that gives us now what we call faith. And one of the ancient wise writers said, faith is generated by what we hear. The vocabulary of what we hear, the vocabulary of what we read. That generates faith, to believe that it's possible. Now, faith is not reality. You can't say faith is nothing, because it affects. It's like radiation. To us, it's nothing because it can't be seen. Right? You can't see it, but it has an incredible effect. And that's true of faith. Faith can't be seen, right? With the natural eye, it can't be seen, but it has an incredible effect on your attitude, on your behavior, on your disciplines, on your work for the day, and all the rest. Here's what one writer described faith. Faith is a substance of hope. Now, it's not a substance like a brick being a piece of the hotel, but it's almost. It's so close, it's substance. And the writer also said it's so close, it's evidence. Now, not evidence you can see, but tangible evidence that's just as real as all of our human experiences that can't be touched, can't be seen. It's called the unseen magic. Language is the unseen magic. It can't be seen. The words can't be seen as they're transmitted from the speaker to the one who listens, but it can have a profound effect. That means it's more than nothing. Language is more than nothing, but to create something out of nothing, we start with imagination, then we move to faith, which believes it's possible, which is almost real. But now here's what we do with faith and imagination. We deposit it in disciplines and activity. Because faith without the activity serves no useful purpose. Imagination without the activity to translate it into reality serves no purpose. But wisdom and faith deposited in activity creates reality. The reality of a career, the reality of a hotel that wasn't there. Now here's all you got to do to turn that around. A few simple disciplines practiced every day. A few simple disciplines practiced every day starts to create success. Not at the end of the first day. The first day is the end of a new beginning. Every new discipline affects the rest. Every new discipline makes a difference. That's why action is so important. The smallest action, the least action. The action that you won't think will matter. It all matters. Take it. Because when you start accomplishing and the value starts to return, you'll find inspiration to do the next one and the next one and the next one. But for this whole process to work for us, we must first master the art of discipline, self-discipline, consistent self-discipline. It doesn't really matter how smart you are or how much you know if you don't use it. It doesn't really matter that you graduated magna cum laude if you're stuck in a low-paying job. It doesn't really matter if you attended every seminar that comes to town if you don't apply what you've learned. Better than knowledge is applied knowledge. And once we've applied our knowledge, we must study the results of that process. Apply our knowledge, study the results. Refine our approach. Finally, by trying and observing and refining and trying again, our knowledge will inevitably produce worthy results, admirable results. And with the joy and results of our efforts, we continue to apply, to learn, to observe, to fuel our ambition with the positive reinforcement of continued progress. Pretty soon, we'll find that we're swept into a spiral of achievement, a vertical rise to success. It takes consistent self-discipline to master the art of setting goals, to master the art of time management, to master the art of leadership, to master the art of parenting and relationships. If we don't make consistent self-discipline part of our daily lives, the results we seek will be sporadic and elusive. It takes a consistent effort to truly manage our valuable time, or we'll be consistently frustrated. Our time will be eaten up by others whose demands are stronger than our own. It takes discipline to conquer the nagging voices in our minds. The fear of failure, the fear of success, the fear of poverty, the fear of a broken heart. It takes discipline to keep trying when that nagging voice within us brings up the possibility of failure. It takes discipline to admit our errors and recognize our limitations. The voice of the human ego speaks to all of us. Sometimes the voice of ego says that we should magnify our value beyond our results. It leads us to exaggerate, to not be totally honest. It takes discipline to be totally honest, both with ourselves and with others. It takes discipline to change a habit, because habits are formed a little bit each day, every day, every day. Once habits are formed, they act like a giant cable. They act like a nearly unbreakable instinct that only long-term disciplined activity can change. You just got to go home and make a list after today. And here's the question to ask as you make this personal list. What am I not doing that would be easy to do? That could greatly change my health, my wealth? What am I not doing I'm neglecting that would be easy to do? Just go home and answer that question personally. You don't have to put the answers on a public bulletin board. This is just all personal stuff. But here's how you get a miracle going for your life. Number one, do what you can. Get a list of the stuff you could do and you haven't done, postponed, and start cleaning that up. You can't start at a better place for personal change. That'll affect your bank account, affect your future, affect your income, affect everything. You can't start a better life change process than cleaning up what you should be doing. The man says, well, my mother lives down in Florida. Should have written her 6 months ago. I just can't seem to get that letter written. I'm asking you to get that letter written, clean that up, and don't walk like other people walk. Don't postpone like other people postpone. You say, well, is it as simple as writing a letter? And the answer is yes. Where else would you start for life change, personal change? Now, here's the second part of the miracle. Number one is do what you can. Here's number two, do the best you can. If that's not your philosophy, I would ask you to amend it. Let me give you the best of ancient script. Here's what it says. Whatever your hands find to do, do it with all your might, do it with all your strength, and do it with all your power. What a good philosophy. That kind of philosophy will revolutionize your life if you haven't picked it up lately. Guy slips in late, company doesn't seem to mind, slips out early, first one in the parking lot, heading for happy hour. Stretches his break, comes early for lunch, late back from lunch, company doesn't seem to notice. Guy says, best as I can calculate, I'm putting in about a half a day's work and I'm collecting a full day's pay. Little does he know the seeds of his own disaster are already being sown by the weakness of his own personal philosophy. It's not the economy that's going to determine your next 6 years. It's your philosophy about labor and about activity and about miracle and soil and seed and sunshine and rain and the economy and the banks and the money and the companies and the schools and what's going on. It's your philosophy and your attitude and then your ability to take action. All of that we call the process of life change, miracle working. Consistent self-discipline Set up a discipline when the emotions are high and the idea is strong and clear and powerful. That's the time to set up the discipline. Somebody talks about good health and you're stirred. Say, right, I need to get a book on nutrition. Get the book before the idea passes and before the emotion gets cold. Go for the book. Start the library. Start the process. Fall on the floor. Do some push-ups. Action. Gotta take action. Otherwise, the wisdom is wasted. Otherwise, the emotion soon passes. Unless you put it into a disciplined activity. Capture it. Disciplines is called how to capture the emotion and how to capture the wisdom and translate it into equity. Disciplines. You start walking around the block, it'll inspire you to get an apple. Get an apple, it'll inspire you to get a book. Get a book, it'll inspire you to get a journal. Get a journal, it'll inspire you to grow, develop some skills. All disciplines affect each other. Every lack affects the rest. Every new affects the rest. The key is to diminish the lack and set up the new. And you've started a whole new life process. Also, one more thought on discipline. Here's the greatest value of discipline. Self-worth. Self-esteem. People are teaching self-esteem these days, but they don't connect it to disciplines. The least lack of discipline, and it starts to erode our psyche. One of the greatest temptations is to just ease up a little bit, right? The slightest lack of doing your best starts to erode the psyche. Instead of doing your best, doing just a little less than your best. Sure enough. You say, well, it's just going to affect my sales. No, it's going to affect your consciousness. It's going to affect your philosophy. Now you've begun in the slightest way to affect your own philosophy. Here's the problem with the least neglect. Neglect starts as an infection. And if you don't take care of it, it becomes a disease. And one neglect leads to another. And the worst of all, when neglect starts, it diminishes our self-worth, our self-confidence, our self-value. You say, well, how can I get back my self-respect? I'm telling you, you don't have to go to 29 classes. All you have to do is start the smallest discipline that now corresponds to your own philosophy, like I should, and I could, and I will. No longer will I let neglect stack up on me so that I will have the sorry scenario 6 years from now, giving some excuse instead of celebrating my progress. That's the key to discipline. Okay? Let's get kids involved in the least of disciplines. One more, and then one more, and then another one, and then another one, and then some more. And the first thing you know, you're starting to weave the tapestry of a disciplined life into which you can pour more wisdom and more attitude and more strong feeling, more faith and more courage. Now you've got something, a vessel in which to put it. And now the equities start to flow. And the early return, I'm telling you, if you'll start this process, the early return will have you so excited, you'll commit yourself to this strategy for the rest of your life. You'll never go back to the old ways. Join a new crowd. Join a new group. The disciplines to do it. Take action.
Now here's the other side of discipline. If there's considerable time that passes between the moment of awareness and the time of our implementation, then that is called procrastination. Procrastination. Doing it tomorrow instead of today. Procrastination. An almost exact opposite of discipline. The voice within us says, get it done. Discipline then says, do it now. Do it to the best of your ability, today, tomorrow, and always, until finally, the worthy deed becomes instinctive. Procrastination says later, tomorrow, whenever I get a chance. Procrastination also says, do what is necessary to get by or to impress others. Do what you can, but not what you must. In every circumstance we face, we are constantly presented with these two choices. Do it now or do it later. Discipline and procrastination. A choice between a disciplined existence, bearing the fruit of achievement and contentment, or procrastination. The easy life for which the future will bear no fruit, only the bare branches of mediocrity. The rewards of a disciplined life are great, but they're often delayed until some time in the future. The rewards for the lack of discipline are immediate.
but they are minor in comparison to the immeasurable rewards of consistent self-discipline. An immediate reward for lack of discipline is a fun day at the beach. A future reward of discipline is owning the beach. For most, we choose today's pleasure rather than tomorrow's fortune. So how can you get rid of the easy distractions? How can you keep your mind on what you're trying to do? How can you keep an attitude of doing it all and doing it now? How can you make the choice of discipline over procrastination? How can you stay focused on your ambitions? How can you avoid conversations at the water cooler? You can keep your focus on your work. You can get it done today instead of tomorrow. You've got to really work on your consistent self-discipline on a daily basis, or you'll find yourself distracted. Distracted by negative thoughts, distracted by negative people, distracted by water cooler chatter, and pretty soon, depending on the type of people you've associated with, distracted by your doubts within yourself. Never underestimate the power of influence and associations. And never underestimate the power of your own consistent self-discipline. Now let's take a closer look at discipline, at the 3 steps to becoming disciplined. First, true discipline is not the easiest option. Most people would rather sleep until 10 o'clock than get up at 6. It's easier to go to bed late, sleep late, show up late, leave early. It's easier not to read. It's easier to turn on the television than to open a book. It's easier to do just enough than to do it all. Waiting is always easier than acting. Trying is always easier than doing. Imagine what life would be like if we didn't have to make our bed in the morning, or keep our garage clean, or pay our taxes, or show up for work tomorrow. Wouldn't it be fascinating if we didn't have to do these things? Wouldn't it be fascinating? What do you suppose would become of us? You're right, not much. For whatever the reason, the system we live in and contribute to is designed to make the easiest things in life the most unprofitable. Profitable seems to be the most difficult. Our world is and always will be a constant battle between the life of ease and its momentary rewards and a life of discipline and its far more significant rewards. Each has its own price, the price of discipline or the price of regret. The second lesson of discipline is that it's a full-time activity. And we've said that the best form of discipline is consistent self-discipline. You see, the discipline that it takes to make your bed every day is the same discipline necessary for success in the world of business. The discipline to organize your garage is the same discipline to organize your business. All disciplines carry through to affect all parts of our lives. If we're disciplined in just one area and lazy in another, guess what? Pretty soon, the lazy side will creep in and destroy the disciplined side. The bad habits in one area of our life will eventually destroy our self-discipline in the areas we've been working on. Consistency cannot be inconsistent. Discipline is the mind being trained to control our lives. Discipline is a set of standards which we've selected as a personal code of conduct. Discipline is imposing on ourselves the requirements for honoring these standards. Once we've adopted these standards of behavior and conduct, we're committed to honor them. And if we don't, then there can be no disciplined activity. Here's the third step to becoming consistently self-disciplined. Number 1 is realizing that discipline isn't the easiest option. Number 2, discipline is a full-time activity, day by day, every day. And the third step to becoming self-disciplined is really a philosophy that holds one of life's unique promises. Number 3 simply says, for every disciplined effort, there is a multiple reward. That's one of life's great arrangements. Life is full of laws that both govern and explain behaviors. But this may well be the major law we need to understand. For every disciplined effort, a multiple reward. For every disciplined effort, a multiple reward. What a concept. If you render unique service, your reward will be multiplied. If you're fair and honest and patient with others, your reward will be multiplied. If you give more than you expect to receive, your reward is more than you expect. But remember, the key word here, as you might well imagine, is discipline. Everything of value requires care and attention. Everything of value requires discipline. Children require discipline. They must have a structure built for them. They must have boundaries to work within so they feel secure and comfortable to explore and grow. They must learn to recognize what's right and what's wrong, what's acceptable behavior, what's not acceptable. Children require unwavering discipline, consistent discipline, or they'll be confused as to how they're supposed to behave. The most valuable form of discipline is the one that you impose on yourself. Don't wait for things to deteriorate so drastically that someone else must impose discipline into your life. Wouldn't that be tragic? How could you possibly explain the fact that someone else thought more of you than you thought of yourself? That they forced you to get up early and get out into the marketplace when you would have been content to let success go to someone else who cared more about themselves. Your life, my life, the life of each one of us is going to serve as either a warning or an example. In the end, it is your own discipline that acts as the magic catalyst to give substance and depth to your ambition, to achieve your own plans and dreams, to have what you want to have, and to become what you want to become. Your consistent self-discipline is the magic catalyst. Humans also need words. Words nourish the mind. Words give life. Words create insight. Because there's more than one way to see. If we see with our eyes, we call that sight. But there's another way to see called insight. That's why we come, gather for a couple of days, attend the classes, go to the training, read the books, do all the stuff, is to develop more insight. Letting our mind be nourished to think, ponder, and wonder, and conceive ideas, projects, purpose. Give structure to something for the future, whether it's better health or better career, better future. Next, the mind needs to be exercised. We talked a bit about that earlier. Exercised by debate. Exercised by reading both sides of the debate, both sides of the question. Major life issues, major political issues. Don't leave yourself out of the great debate. One, the mind needs to be nourished by ideas. Second, it needs to be refined and stimulated and exercised by debate. We need both sides of the human drama represented. The reason why the Bible is such a classic book in studying all kinds of stories is because the Bible is full of stories on both sides, the evil side and the good side. The Bible said, Old Testament said, this king came to power and he was a good king. He ruled for 18 years. And then it says the next king came to power and he was a bad king and he put up idols. He became the bad king. So it reads good king, bad king, showing both sides of the human spectrum and drama. Some stories that we read in the Bible of people to admire, others are people to despise. In your library, you need a book on Gandhi and you need a book on Hitler. One book to show you how noble someone's aspirations can be, and the other book to show you how despicable and how evil someone's goals can be. Both sides we study, good and evil, one we love and one we hate. We study illness, we study health. Someone says, well, you can't study the negative things. You have to study the negative things. You have to give voice to and mind to and time to both sides of the issue so that you can strengthen your side of the argument. Then our personal philosophy needs to be developed so we can see the opportunities on the other side so we can maximize those. And for the balance of your life, that's going to be the twin challenge in developing ideas and philosophy and strengthening all of it so that you can avoid the dangers, maximize the opportunities. Because the dangers never go away. The dangers to our ship of state called the country. The danger to the enterprise, the danger to the corporation. Dangers always lurk, both inside and out. Dangers lurk on the inside of our own mind. The battle of the mind is significant for us every day, what to think, what not to think. My mentor, Mr. Shove, said, stand guard at the door of your mind. And you decide what enters. You decide what to fill up your mind with, because it becomes the material with which you build your future. So, engaging the mind to make rational decisions about life. Beware of the thief on the street that's after your purse, but also beware of the thief in your mind that's after your promise. The thief in your mind that says you're too short, you're too tall, you've never done it before. What makes you think you can do it now? It's not going to work for you. Someone else could find the book, you'll never find the book. If you found the book, you wouldn't read it. If you did read it, you wouldn't understand it. That's stuff that goes on in our mind. So jot down this key phrase. It's one of the best for the day. Whatever you do, don't become a victim of yourself. As you engage in this debate, what to eat, what not to eat, where to go, where not to go, what to say, what not to say, what to do, what not to do, make sure that you strengthen the positive side of this argument with yourself so that day by day you become healthier, day by day you become stronger, day by day you become wiser. Day by day, you build a better shield and immunity. An inside immunity to ward off disease, but an outside immunity to ward off all the negative and all the trash and all the stuff that would not enhance your personal development nor your promise for the future. So this is so important in understanding the mind. Feed it. We call it food for thought. That's what a big share of this whole seminar is all about these 3 days, is providing food to think about, thoughts to think about, and then ideas to debate. And it's not necessarily what's right or what's wrong, but what's better, what's best. This is okay, but this would be better. With this, yes, you can manage, but with this, you can flourish. With this, you can exist. With this, you can live a fantastic life. So, exercising the mind. Now, to develop the mind, you need a good library. Let me give you 3 parts to your library. Number 1 is your visual library. Zig and I and others have put things on video so you can see it. We ask you to come here today and see what's going on. So part of it comes by visual. Come and see. And then if it's on video, you can see it again and again and again. Key phrase, repetition is the mother of learning. Repetition is where if we hear it again, we see something we didn't see when we heard it the first time. We see something different that we didn't see the first time. Next is your listening library. Zig Ziglar's right. Turn your car into a mobile classroom. You can have a university education in a fairly short period of time just using the traveling time to listen. Key phrase is to listen to voices of value. Discriminate in your listening time. Listening to someone of reputation, someone who has good ideas, someone that's been recommended that has some value. Don't waste your time listening to things that don't count much. Hey, there's some things that are not worth spending the time. You know, they create more poison than they do benefit. So be careful. If somebody says to me, these eggs are rotten, I'm not going to make an omelet and try it. I'm going to take their word for it. So feed the mind, exercise the mind, and build your library. Make this note. You cannot live on mental candy. Just like you can't feed your children ice cream all the time and hope that they will be healthy. So you cannot live on mental candy. Someone says, well, I just read the positive stuff. That's not enough. And the reason is because you need to know both sides of the issue. So start your library like I did, age 25. I mentioned in another seminar, haven't read everything in my library, but I feel smarter just walking in it, right? And Smart enough to buy it. Now I got to be smart enough to read it all. Then I got to be smart enough to sort through and decide what's valuable. So make that the next part now. In part of personal development for the mind, you got to sort through what you read, what you see, and what you hear, and decide which of all of that is valuable for you to try and do and master. This is where being a student comes in. Not a follower, but a student. You read one book on good health and it says, do what this book says, you'll live forever. You read the next book on health and nutrition and it says, if you do what that first book says, you'll die young. So someone says to me, Mr. Rohn, which of these books should I follow? Jot this down. Neither one. Don't be a follower. Read both books and make up your own mind. Here's what's important in the final analysis. One of the best phrases for the day, make sure what you finally do is the product of your own conclusion. Make sure what you finally do is the product of your own conclusion. Meaning you don't just follow, but you listen to both sides of the argument. You listen to the controversy. You try to master the points on both sides or three sides or whatever. Then you start charting your own course. It doesn't say you'll make always the right decision on what course to take or what to do. You can refine as you go. But make sure that what you do is the product of your own conclusions. Conclusions from the debate. Conclusion from what makes the best sense to you to try. Now, jot this down. Also give yourself a chance to change. Some things I held on to that I thought this was it. I'm telling you, after a while I gave it up, found out it wasn't it. So give yourself a chance to change. Refine your philosophy. Refine your direction. If you'll give yourself a chance to do that, here's what will happen down the road a ways. A new door will open that you haven't discovered before. Give yourself a chance to change, reevaluate. So let your library be a testimonial of your dedicated interest in accelerated personal development, that you will read whatever you have to read, you will hear whatever you must hear, and you will watch and see whatever you must see in order to make your life refined and worthwhile and achieve all of your purposes. It takes a lot of effort to learn. It takes a lot of effort to grow. It takes a lot of effort to decide and debate. But jot this down. It's all worth the price.
Now, it's also very important intellectually to know whether or not you're headed this way or this way. And once you decide, 10 years from now, I think that the gathering of my intellectual and personal and spiritual and moral and economic treasure may not be that great. The key is to start right now making these changes to walk this new road. But here's what's exciting to me. Just a few daily disciplines makes a great deal of difference in 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. Just a few daily disciplines. And that's what I'd like to talk about in this series, just these few daily disciplines that make the difference, whether you wind up here or here. Good question. 10 years from now, you will surely arrive. The question is, where? We don't want to kid ourselves about where. We don't want to kid ourselves about the road we're walking. I had a day shortly after I met Mr. Schoaf called Do Not Kid Myself Anymore Day. I don't want to go disillusioned anymore. You know, I was using the cross-finger theory back when I was 25, 24, 23. I finally decided that the cross-finger theory was not going to get me what I wanted. That isn't where the treasure lies. That I'm going to have to make sure which of these ways I'm headed. But a few reading disciplines and a few disciplines of mind and a few disciplines of activity, and you can make all the difference in the world whether you wind up here or whether you wind up here. But just a few changes. Sometimes we get the idea that we're doing about 10% and there's about 90% more that we need in order to make the difference for our fortune. And probably the opposite is true, right? We're doing enough things to have arrived here today. We're doing enough things to have bought and shared in the good life so far. And maybe all you need is that extra 5%, 10% of intellectual change, activity change, a refinement of discipline, a refinement of thought. And all we need is the ideas to make those simple changes, and the equity starts gathering in 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. I have a good comment for your notes. Now's the time to fix the next 10 years. Now's the time to fix it. Now, sometimes you have to come to grips with reality and with truth. That's what was good for me when I met Mr. Schoaf. I was 25 years old, he was 44 years old. And he brought me a wealth of experience, and he started asking me the tough questions. Big question, he said, are you reading the books that's going to take you where you want to go in the next 5 years? Excellent question. So you want to make sure. I would assume for all of you, to get where you want to be in the next 5 years, you're either reading the right books or you're not. That's kind of a brilliant statement, right? You're either engaged in the disciplines or you're not. But here's what we don't want to engage in. Disillusion, right? Hoping without acting. You know, wishing without doing. So the key is to take a look and say, where am I? What could I do to make the changes, to make sure that I can take more certain daily steps toward the treasure I want, the mental treasure, the personal treasure, the spiritual treasure, the financial treasure. I don't want to make any errors. Now's the time to adjust my daily program to take me where I want to go. A good note for you to take. We could all use a little coaching. When you're playing the game, it's sometimes hard to see it all. And if you just take a breather, take a little time out. That's what we're doing here in this lecture series. Take a little time out. Listen to someone's experiences, which is what I want to share with you, my experiences, my ideas, and see if it might cause for you a little moment of correction so that you can make some changes that'll add up to some extra worth in the next 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. So, ideas, I hope you'll find here during this series. All kinds of ideas, health ideas, enterprise ideas, living a better life ideas, and primarily for this series, skills of leadership, ideas. The next key word is inspiration. Inspiration is a mystery, why some people are inspired and some are not. Who knows what that mystery is? Some people have this incredible zest for life and an appetite for living well and doing well, and others seem to take the ho-hum attitude, let it slide. Hopefully it'll work out anyway. I don't know what the difference of that is, but it is exciting to watch people who are inspired. But I think the key to it all is self-motivation. Self-motivation. The guy says, boy, if somebody just come by and turn me on, hey, what if they don't show up? You got to have a better plan for your life. Personal inspiration, drawing emotional vitality from life and the challenge, going for it. We all admire that. I think my personal advice to you would be, and reach down inside of you and come up with some more of those remarkable human gifts. They're there, waiting to be utilized. And then change anything for you want to change. And I challenge you to do that because you can change. Let other people lead small lives, but not you. Let everybody else cry over small hurts, but not you. Let everybody else argue over non-essentials, but not you. Deal in things that matter. Make sure what you do is the product of your own conclusion. Don't just learn how to earn, learn how to live. And that's what lifestyle is all about. Learning how to live. Here's one of the great challenges of life. Being happy with what you have while in pursuit of what you want. So develop your lifestyle a little more. Your style of seeing, giving, sharing, enjoying. It's not the amount that counts, but the experience of choosing to live with style. I remember saying to Mr. Schoaf one time, if I had more money, I would be happy. And he gave me some of the better words of wisdom when he said to me, Mr. Rohn, the key to happiness is not more. Happiness is an art to be studied and practiced. He said, more money will only make you more of what you already are. More will only more quickly send you on to your destination. He said, if you're inclined to be unhappy, if you get a lot of money, you will be miserable. More money will only make you more. More money will only amplify. If you're inclined to be mean, and you get a lot of money, you will be a terror. If you're inclined to drink a little too much, when you get a lot of money, you can now become a drunk. So style is not more. Style is an art, a genius, a design. Lifestyle is reserved for those who are willing to study and practice the higher arts of life. Lifestyle is culture, music, dance, art, sculpture, literature, plays, concerts. Lifestyle is a taste of the fine, the better, the best. Mortimer Adler, the philosopher, says, if we don't go for the higher tastes, we will settle for the lower ones.
So develop an appreciation for the fine. That is a worthy purpose. Developing an appetite for the unique things in life. Study the art and reach for the best. To have the best in the time we have available to us, that is the quest. Remember, it's not the amount, it's the imagination. Be somebody. That's a good challenge. Be somebody. Be somebody wise. Be somebody strong. Strength is attractive. Be somebody kind. Now consider this. Some people have plenty of beautiful things filling their days, but they get little happiness from them. Some people have money, but they have trouble finding joy in their lives. Imagine a father wads up a $5 bill and throws it at his son, saying, "Here, if you need the darn stuff that bad, take it." Same money, poor style. And remember, it's not the amount that counts. It's the style that counts. Mr. Shoaff taught me lifestyle in those early days, starting with small amounts. He said, imagine that you're getting your shoes shined, and the shoe shine boy has done a fabulous job. You have one of the world's all-time great shines. So you pay him for the shine. Now you consider from the change in your hand what kind of tip to give him. And the question pops into your mind, shall I give him 1 quarter or 2 quarters for my neat shine? Mr. Shoaff said, if 2 amounts for a tip ever come to your mind, always go for the higher amount. He said, become a 2-quarter person. I said, what difference would that make? 1 quarter or 2 quarters? He said, all the difference in the world. If you said, well, I'll just give him 1 quarter, that will affect you for the rest of the day. You will start feeling bad. Sure enough, in the middle of the day, you will look down at your great shoe shine and say, I've got to be cheap. 1 lousy quarter. That will affect you. However, if you go for 2 quarters, Shoaff said you can't believe the feeling you can buy for another quarter. That's lifestyle. Becoming a 2-quarter person and learning to get joy from the greater person you are becoming. Just 2 modest examples of how easy it is to put style in your life. Make sure you don't miss out. Don't miss anything you can enjoy. Be sure you live your life in style. Now let me give you a neat part of life. The pull is in the opposite direction, and it always is. Here's what success is. Success is learning to move in the opposite direction of the normal negative pull. Success is just overcoming the normal negative downward trend. Because I guess that's what life was meant to be. Overcoming the normal negative downward pull. Success is moving in the opposite direction. Life that springs from the seed really is moving in the opposite direction. Gravity wants to pull the seed down, but sure enough, the seed being pulled down by the soil takes root, comes to life, right? Comes to life, takes root, starts to grow, and which way does it grow? Up, right? It gets the roots and the nourishment, but it grows up. It pushes its way against gravity. It moves up, and that's what success is. That's what life is, of movement in the opposite direction. Here's something else to think about. Did you ever hear where the expression tip came from? As in tipping the waiter or waitress in a restaurant. Mr. Shoaff taught me that it began as a symbol for the phrase, to ensure promptness. Now, Shoaff said, if a tip is to ensure promptness, when should you give it? Answer, up front. See, I didn't know that. I said, no, you have lunch, and if you get good service, you leave a good tip. If you get lousy service, no tip. And he said to me, no, Mr. Rohn. Sophisticated people don't take a chance on good service. They ensure good service by giving the money up front. I said, wow, what a way to live. I had never thought of that. So the next time you have someone special to take to lunch, call the waitress over, arm around the shoulders and say, here's $5. Would you take good care of me and my friend? Shoaff said you won't believe what happens. They do what's known as hover. They hover around your table. One last major point. Life in style is also life in balance. Make sure you pay attention to all the values and dimensions of your life One is family. If you have someone you care about, there is no value to match that. One person caring for another is life in the best of style and value. Protect it with a vengeance. If a chair gets in the way, I suggest you destroy the chair. It was wisely said so long ago, but is still true for today. There are many treasures, but the greatest of these is love. Better to live in a tent on the beach and have a love affair than to live in a mansion by yourself. Ask me. I know. Family must be cultivated like an enterprise, like a garden. Time and effort and imagination, creativity and genius must be summoned constantly to keep it flourishing and growing. Next is friendship. A priceless value, friendship. Friends are those incredible people who know all about you and still like you. Friends are those people who are coming in when everyone else is leaving. And, as someone once suggested, be sure to make the kind of friends on your way up who will take you in on your way down. Life is a bit of both, up and down. But with true friends, friends who care regardless of your circumstances, the ups are more automatic and the downs less devastating. I do have one very special friend, though. If I was stuck in a Mexican jail and accused unduly, I would call this friend. Guess why I'd call this friend? He would come and get me. Now that is a friend. Someone who would come and get you. Guess how much you would spend to get me? Right, as much as it would take. Guess how long you would try to get me out? You're right, as long as it would take. That is a friend, someone who would come and get you. Now, I also have some casual friends who would probably say, call me when you get back. I guess we all have some of those friends. But friendship is so vitally important to those in search of the good life. Make sure your friendships get the attention and the effort they deserve. Properly nourished, they will give back to you that priceless treasure of both pleasure and satisfaction called the good life. And remember, the good life is not an amount. The good life is an attitude, an act, an idea, a discovery, a search. The good life comes from lifestyle that is fully developed, regardless of your bank account, so that it provides you with a constant sense of joy in living and fuels the fires of commitment to all of the disciplines and fundamentals that make life worthwhile. The first thing you start changing is what? Your philosophy. You start changing your mind. You start changing how you think. You start picking up new ideas and information. Gather new knowledge. Make better decisions about what's valuable. And I'm telling you, if you'll do that, your whole life will change. Your health will change. Your relationship with your family will change. Your ability to cope with challenges and problems will change. I'm telling you, income, promotions, all of it will change. If you will change, it'll all change. If you won't change, it isn't going to change. You can keep your fingers crossed if you want to and hope they'll straighten it out. You can wish for the wind not to blow quite as severe, but I'm telling you, wishing for the wind to change in your favor, we call naive at best. Don't do this any longer. Wish for a better wind. The key is to wish for the wisdom to set a better sail. Utilize whatever wind it blows to take you wherever you want to go. That is the philosophy I picked up at age 25, and it revolutionized my whole life. And here's what I found. I found it was easy. I got rich by the time I was 31, and it was easy. Now here's my definition of easy. Got to jot this down. My definition of easy, meaning something I could do. I figure if it's something you can do, it's easy. Now here's a parenthesis. Parenthesis, I worked hard at it. I found something I could do, which was easy, but I worked hard at it. I got up early and stayed up late, worked hard that 6 years. But what I did was easy, meaning it was something I could do. You say, well, Mr. Rohn, if it was so easy, how come everybody else around you during that 6 years, how come they didn't get rich? Here's why. It's easy not to. How else would you describe it? That's it. You say, no. For all of the rest of them, it was hard for them and it was easy for you. That's not true. You couldn't debate me on that in front of this intelligent audience. But here's the challenge. Let me give it to you in a philosophical phrase. I tend to be a little philosophical. Here it is. The things that are easy to do are also easy not to do. That's the difference between success and failure. I did not neglect to do the easy things I could do every day for 6 years. Underline, I did not neglect. That's the key. I found something easy I could do that led to fortune, and I did not neglect to do it. And here's the problem with neglect. It starts as an infection. And if you don't take care of it, it becomes a disease. And here's what else is the problem. One neglect leads to another. Neglect to do wise things with your money, you'll probably neglect to do wise things with your time. Neglect to do wise things with your time, you'll probably neglect to do wise things with your business. One leads to another, leads to another. Pretty soon, neglect has you by the throat, emptying your purse, emptying your heart, emptying all of your chances for equities and power and all the good things. What if you should be walking around the block every day for your good health and you don't? I'm telling you, you're on the wrong track. You should do it, you could do it, you don't do it. That's called formula for disaster. All you've got to do is let that and a few other things accumulate for 6 years, and now you're driving what you don't want to drive, wearing what you don't want to wear, living where you don't want to live, doing what you don't want to do, maybe having become what you really didn't want to become. I'm telling you, that's it. Just neglect along, drift along, and it's got you by the throat. It'll take all your values, leave you with just a little bit of dust in a summer wind, and it'll soon be gone. That's it. It's where I found myself at age 25 until my teacher came along and said, Mr. Rohn, up till now you've messed up. Let's see if we can't clean that up, change it all. I did. Changed my life. Not just the money, all the rest of the values that came pouring in. When I understood that it was me. It was me. We intend to when the idea strikes us. We intend to when the emotion is high. But now if you don't translate that into action fairly soon, now the intent starts to diminish. And a month from now, it's cold. A year from now, it can't be found. So act. Set up a discipline when the emotions are high and the idea is strong and clear and powerful. That's the time to set up the discipline. Somebody talks about good health and you're stirred. Right. You need to get a book on nutrition. Get the book before the idea passes and before the emotion gets cold. Go for the book. Start the library. Start the process. Fall on the floor. Do some push-ups. Action. Got to take action. Now here's what's important about discipline. All disciplines affect each other. In fact, here's a good philosophical phrase. Everything affects everything else. Nothing stands alone. Don't be naive in saying, well, this doesn't matter. I'm telling you, everything matters. There are some things that matter more than others, but there isn't anything that doesn't matter. That's why action is so important. The least action, the smallest action. Take it. Because when you start accomplishing and the value starts to return from that one action, it'll inspire you to do the next one and the next one and the next. You start walking around the block, it'll inspire you to get an apple. Get an apple, it'll inspire you to get a book. Get a book, it'll inspire you to get a journal. Get a journal, it'll inspire you to grow, develop some skills. All disciplines affect each other. Every lack affects the rest. Every new affects the rest. The key is to diminish the lack and set up the new. And you've started a whole new life process. Also, one more thought on discipline. Here's the greatest value of discipline. Self-worth. Self-esteem. People are teaching self-esteem these days, but they don't connect it to discipline. The least lack of discipline, and it starts to erode our psyche. One of the greatest temptations is to just ease up a little bit. The slightest lack of doing your best starts to erode the psyche. Instead of doing your best, doing just a little less than your best. Sure enough.
Looks like you lost another
You say, well, it's just going to affect my sales. No, it's going to affect your consciousness. It's going to affect your philosophy. Now you've begun in the slightest way to affect your own philosophy. I got better day by day and week by week and month by month, and I'm asking you to do the same thing until you can develop a long arm and a long reach, until you can develop influence that won't quit. Touch people next year you couldn't touch this year. Touch people now you couldn't touch before. Conduct a meeting now you couldn't conduct before. Heart and soul now mixed in there that wasn't there, missing before. I'm asking all of you to get better in spite of the winters, in spite of the downturn. The money downturn, the social downturn, the personal downturn, whatever it is. Just get stronger.
Welcome to today's journey where impact on the craft of self-discovery and personal transformation. Today we are diving deep into the art of creating your best self, a journey that begins with you. Hey there, beautiful souls. Today we are unlocking the secret the only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Your life does not get better by chance, it gets better by chance. Jim Rohn. Your journey starts with a decision to make. You take control of your life, your choice and your destiny. Creating your best self is not about perfection, it's about progress. Embrace the journey, learn from the setbacks and celebrate your victories, no matter how small. One of the
Answer on the beat.
ingredients in this transformative process is goal setting. What do you want to achieve? What do you want to become? Set clear, realistic goals and watch as they propel you forward. Your mind is full of powerful tools. Cultivate a positive mindset. Believe in your abilities and let go of self-limiting beliefs that hold you back. You are capable of more than you can imagine. Just like a seed transforms into a beautiful flower, your potential is limitless. Natural your growth, invest in self-care and surround yourself with positivity. Gratitude is the fuel that propels your journey forward. Take a moment each day to appreciate the small blessings, express kindness, and watch as your life transforms. As we wrap up today's journey, remember this: creating your best self is a continuous process. Embrace the challenges, celebrate the victories, and never stop evolving. The power to shape your destiny lies within you. Thank you for joining us on this empowering adventure. Now go out there and create the masterpieces that is your life.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today, let's take a moment to reflect on a fundamental truth that shapes our lives in profound ways: the significance of the people around us. It's often said that we are the sum of our experiences, but equally, we are the sum of the people we encounter. Our friends, family, colleagues, even brief acquaintances play a pivotal role in sculpting our character, our beliefs, and our outlook on life. Every person we meet has the potential to leave an indelible mark on our personal and professional journey. Some inspire you to reach new heights, challenge us to step out of our comfort zones, and encourage us to face our fears with courage. These individuals are the catalysts for our growth, the cheerleaders in our moments of triumph, and the comforting voices during times of doubt. They enrich our lives not just with their words, but through the example they set, the values they uphold, and the vision they share for a better world. However, not every encounter is beneficial to our growth. Just as the right company can elevate us, the wrong associations can lead us astray, dampen our spirits, and derail our path to success. It's a reality we must face. Not everyone we meet will have a positive impact on our lives. Some may instill doubt where there should be confidence, spread negativity where there should be hope, and foster complacency where there should be ambition. As we embark on this journey of self-discovery and growth, it is crucial to recognize the power of influence those around us wield. The ability to discern which relationships to nurture and which to distance ourselves from is not just a skill, but a necessity for anyone aspiring to live a life of fulfillment and achievement. In the words to follow, we will explore the types of people we might be better off keeping a distance from and understand why. in our quest to build a life of meaning and success, the company we keep is not just a part of our story. It is the bedrock upon which our destinies are built. In this chapter of our discourse, we turn our attention to a particularly challenging group of individuals we encounter in our lives: the naysayers. These are people who, often clouded by their cynicism and skepticism, find it difficult to see the light of possibility in the ideas and ambitions of others. Their influence, if unchecked, can be a significant barrier to our personal and professional growth. Naysayers often come cloaked in the guise of realism, but their realism is a thinly veiled pessimism. They are quick to point out why a plan won't work, why an idea is impractical, or why a dream is too far-fetched. Their words can plant seeds of doubt in even the most fertile soil of optimism. Let's consider a hypothetical scenario. Imagine a young entrepreneur brimming with ideas and enthusiasm who shares her vision of starting a business that not only profits but also contributes positively to the community. She encounters a naysayer, perhaps a close friend or a family member, who immediately bombards her with all the reasons her venture will fail. It's too risky, they say. You don't have the experience. The market is too saturated. Slowly, the entrepreneur's flame of enthusiasm starts to dim under the barrage of negativity. This is the insidious effect naysayers can have on ambition and innovation. The danger lies not only in their words, but in how those words start to resonate with our inner doubts and fears. It's a subtle shift from "I what if I succeed" to "W if I fail." This shift in mindset can be the difference between taking a leap of faith towards our dream or retreating into the safety of inaction. Recognizing the influence of naysayers is the first step in distancing ourselves from their negative impact. It's important to differentiate between constructive criticism, which is rooted in a genuine desire to help, and pessimistic discouragement. The key is to listen not just to what is being said, but also to understand the intention behind the words. Are they offering a different perspective to consider, or are they merely projecting their fears and limitations onto you? Once we identify the naysayers in our circle, the next step is to consciously limit their influence on our mindset decisions. This doesn't necessarily mean cutting them out of our lives entirely. Instead, it's about setting boundaries on how much we allow their opinions to affect our choices. We can listen, acknowledge their viewpoint, and then choose to either take what's useful from their advice or politely disregard it if it doesn't serve our purpose. Additionally, it's beneficial to actively seek out and spend more time with people who do believe in your potential, who encourage your ideas, and who inspire you to pursue your ambitions. Surround yourself with mentors, peers, and friends who challenge you positively and support your journey towards your goals. In distancing ourselves from naysayers, we must also cultivate our internal resilience and self-belief. This involves constantly reminding ourselves of our strengths, our past successes, and our potential. It's about building an inner fortress of positivity that can withstand the storms of doubt and pessimism. And to conclude, while naysayers might be a common encounter on our journey, their presence does not have to dictate the course of our lives. By recognizing their influence, setting boundaries, and reinforcing our self-belief, we can ensure that our path is one driven by optimism, ambition, and a steadfast commitment to our goals. In the realm of personal and professional development, growth and change are not just concepts, but the very essence of progress and achievement. To grow is to embrace the future. To change is to build the foundation of success upon the lessons of the past. Yet, in this journey, we often encounter individuals who resist growth, who are content with the status quo, and who, knowingly or unknowingly, can impede our own path to self-improvement and success. Growth is the process of reaching beyond ourselves, of expanding our capabilities and our understanding of the world. It's in the challenge of the new, in the learning from the unfamiliar, that we find the seeds of progress. In the words of a renowned thinker, don't join an easy crowd. You won't grow. Go where the expectations and the demands to perform are high. This wisdom underscores the importance of surrounding what happens when we find ourselves amongst those who resist this growth? Consider being in a group where everyone is comfortable with how things are, where the drive to improve, to innovate, to learn is absent. In such surroundings, our natural human tendency to seek comfort can override our ambition. The danger lies not in the immediate comfort, but in the long-term stagnation that this comfort breeds. Being around people who are content with mediocrity can subtly influence us to lower our standards, to accept less than what we are capable of achieving. The risk is in becoming complacent, in losing sight of our potential, and in letting our dreams fade into the background of an unchallenged existence. So how do we navigate this? How do we ensure that our environment is one that fosters growth, not complacency? Firstly, it's crucial to recognize the signs of a growth-resistant environment. Are the conversations you're having revolving around new ideas, or are they reiterations of the same old patterns? Do your peers challenge you to be better, or do they endorse a comfort zone that limits your potential? Once identified, the next step is to actively seek out and nurture relationships with individuals who are growth-minded. Look for people who are curious, who are learners, who see failure not as a setback, but as a stepping stone to success. These are the individuals who will challenge your ideas, offer new perspectives, and inspire you to reach for greater heights. Building these relationships often involves stepping out of your comfort zone. It might mean joining new groups, attending workshops, or engaging in communities where the drive to grow is a shared value. It involves being open to feedback, willing to adapt, and eager to embrace new challenges. Furthermore, it's about creating a personal culture of growth within ourselves. This means setting higher standards for our personal and professional lives, continually seeking knowledge, and being open to change. It's about being the growth-minded individual in your circle, inspiring others with your drive for improvement. GPK. Drawing inspiration from the style often attributed to motivational speaking, let's explore the impact of dishonesty and untrustworthy. In this essential part of our discussion, we turn our focus to a foundational element in the building of both personal and professional relationships, the principles of integrity and trust. The quality of our lives, much like the strength of a building, depends greatly on the integrity of its foundation. In the context of relationships, integrity and trust are those bedrock principles. Without them, the structure of our interpersonal connections is perilously weak. Let's consider for a moment the fabric of trust. It is woven slowly, thread by thread, through acts of honesty, reliability, and ethical behavior. Yet it takes only a single act of dishonesty to tear it apart. Surrounding ourselves with individuals who lack integrity is akin to building our house on a fragile foundation. The risks are manifold. Diminished self-respect, broken relationships, missed opportunities, and a tarnished reputation. The consequences of associating with dishonest people extend beyond the immediate emotional toll. It shapes the way we view the world, often tinting our perspective with cynicism and suspicion. It can lead us down paths that are misaligned with our values and goals. A dishonest environment breeds a culture of deceit, where cutting corners becomes the norm and ethical lines are blurred. But how do we navigate this treacherous terrain? How do we ensure that our circle is one of trust and integrity? The first step lies in awareness and vigilance. Be observant of the behaviors and patterns of those around you. Dishonesty often leads clues, inconsistencies in words and actions, reluctance to provide straight answers, a history of broken promises, and a disregard for the consequences of their actions on others. Once we identify these traits, it's crucial to distance ourselves from such influences. This doesn't mean we become judgmental or unkind. It means making conscious decisions about who we allow into our inner circle and who we choose to trust with our dreams, our secrets, and our vulnerabilities. But distancing is only one side of the coin. The other equally important aspect is to build and nurture a circle of trust. Seek out individuals whose actions reflect their words, who honor commitments, and whose principles align with your own. These are the relationships worth investing in, the ones that not only endure, but also enrich our lives. Moreover, maintaining personal integrity is key. It's about being the person others can trust. This means being honest in our dealings, consistent in our actions, and transparent in our intentions. When we embody the values we seek in others, we naturally attract like-minded individuals. It's also beneficial to create and uphold standards of integrity within our circles. This can be through explicit conversations about values, expectations, and the importance of honesty in your relationships. Setting such standards not only strengthens the bonds, but also creates an environment where trust can thrive. As we continue our exploration of the types of people who might impede our journey towards personal growth and fulfillment, we arrive at a crucial aspect of human interaction, the dynamics of reciprocity in relationships. In the dance of human relationships, reciprocity is the rhythm that keeps the music flowing, the give and take that maintains balance and harmony. Yet, in our interactions, we often come across individuals who are self-absorbed, those for whom relationships are a one-way street leading only to their own benefit. The essence of a healthy relationship, be it personal or professional, lies in the balance of giving and receiving. It's a dynamic exchange where support, ideas, and kindness flow freely in both directions. However, when this balance is disrupted by self-absorption, the relationship becomes lopsided, akin to a boat trying to sail with one oar. The result is often a draining and unfulfilling experience. Self-absorbed individuals tend to focus primarily on their needs, their problems, their achievements. In their presence, conversations are one-sided, often revolving around them, with little interest shown in the thoughts, feelings, or well-being of others. In such interactions, one can feel more like an audience than a participant, more a tool for their ego than a valued companion. The draining effect of one-sided relationships is not to be underestimated. It can leave us feeling undervalued, unseen, and unheard. It can sap our energy, diminish our self-worth, and distract us from our own goals and needs. Over time, this imbalance takes a toll, not just emotionally, but also on our ability to pursue our own aspirations with the vigor and enthusiasm they deserve. So how do we address this imbalance? How do we cultivate relationships that are nurturing, balanced, and mutually supportive? First and foremost, it is important to recognize the signs of a self-absorbed relationship. Is there an equitable exchange of ideas, emotions, and support? Or does the relationship feel predominantly one-sided? Awareness is the first step towards change. Once we identify such relationships, the next step is to consider how to address this imbalance. This might involve open and honest communication about your feelings and needs. It's about setting boundaries and expressing what you are willing to accept and what you are not. However, it's not just about addressing the imbalance in existing relationships. It's also about proactively seeking and nurturing balanced, reciprocal relationships. Look for individuals who show genuine interest in your life, your thoughts, and your well. Cultivate connections with those who are willing to share, not just their successes, but also their vulnerabilities, and who are receptive to doing the same with you. In building these reciprocal relationships, it's also important to reflect on our behavior. Are we giving as much as we are taking? Are we listening as much as we are speaking? True reciprocity begins with ourselves. Being the kind of person who values balance in relationships, who understands the beauty of mutual support and respect. As we bring our discourse to a close, let us take a moment to reflect on the journey we have traversed together. We have explored the profound impact that the people in our lives have on our journey towards growth, success, and fulfillment. It's a journey marked by the company we keep and the choices we make about who we let into our inner circle. We discussed the naysayers, those who cast doubt and pessimism, and learned the importance of distinguishing their noise from our inner voice of ambition and optimism. We recognize that our growth is often stifled by those who resist change, understanding that progress requires us to surround ourselves with those who embrace and encourage growth and learning. The significance of integrity and trust in our relationships was made clear as we delved into the consequences of surrounding ourselves with dishonest individuals. We affirmed that trust is the cornerstone of all meaningful relationships and must be both given and expected in return. And we addressed the challenge of one-sided relationships with the self-absorbed, emphasizing the need for reciprocity, for a balance of give and take in our interactions. Now, as we stand at the crossroads of reflection and action, I urge you to look closely at your social circle. Are these the individuals who will help you climb the ladder of success, who will be the wind beneath your wings as you soar towards your dream? Remember, the power to shape your destiny lies not just in your actions, but also in the choice of your companions. Let this be a moment of introspection, a time to reassess and realign. Be selective in your associations, for they are the architects of your character and the molders of your future. Seek out those who inspire, who challenge, who uplift, and who reciprocate. In closing, I leave you with this thought. In the journey of life, let your path be illuminated by the light of positive influences. Let your steps be guided by the compass of integrity, and let your progress be fueled by the energy of reciprocal and nurturing relationships. The company you keep is not just part of your journey. It is integral to the destination you reach. Choose wisely, act boldly, and watch as the tapestry of your life unfolds in vibrant and extraordinary colors. Imagine a seed, seemingly insignificant, lying dormant in the palm of your hand. This tiny seed holds within it the potential to grow into a towering tree, providing shade and shelter for years to come. But its journey begins with a simple act, the act of planting it in the soil today. This is the essence of our gathering here. The actions we take today, no matter how small, are the seeds we plant for our future. Today, I want to talk to you about a principle that can transform your life. It's the principle that every action you take today is a step towards a better tomorrow. This isn't just a philosophy. It's a practical approach to living a life of progress, fulfillment, and success. Let's delve deeper into the heart of our theme. You see, the actions we take today are more than just tasks or chores. They are the foundations upon which our future is built. Every choice we make, every effort we put forth, and every habit we cultivate today is like a brick laid in the construction of the life we desire. Think about it for a moment. The world's most magnificent structures, the grandest of achievements, didn't spring up overnight. They were built brick by brick, day by day. Similarly, our future successes are the result of the habits and choices we make. It's the small, consistent actions that accumulate over time to create a significant impact. Consider the story of the mighty oak tree. It starts as a small acorn, seemingly inconsequential. Yet with the right conditions, the nurturing of the soil, the warmth of the sun, the nourishment from the rain, it grows into a robust and magnificent oak. Our lives are much like this acorn. The conditions we create today through our actions and decisions shape the robustness of our future. Now you might be wondering, what action should I be taking? The answer lies in understanding your goals and aligning your daily activities with these objectives. It's about making choices that are not just beneficial for the immediate moment, but contribute to your long-term vision. Whether it's investing in your education, nurturing relationships, cultivating a skill, or taking care of your health, every action has the potential to contribute to a better tomorrow. We often underestimate the power of small actions. A few minutes spent reading a book each day, a short walk in the morning, a daily habit of reflecting on what we're grateful for. These might seem trivial in isolation. However, over time, these small actions compound into profound changes. They shape our character, our mindset, and ultimately our destiny. Remember, the future is not a distant, mysterious land. It's a direct result of the path we choose to walk today. As we embark on this journey together, I encourage you to reflect on your daily actions. Are they laying the foundation for the future you aspire to? Are they the bricks building the pathway to your dreams? If not, it's never too late to start. Today is the perfect day to begin planting the seeds for a better tomorrow. As we have established the critical role of our daily actions, let us now turn our gaze toward our vision for the future. Having a vision is like setting the destination in your life's GPS. It guides your decisions, fuels your motivation, and provides a sense of purpose. Imagine standing at the brink of a new year, a blank canvas stretched out before you. What masterpiece will you create on this canvas? This is where the power of a clear vision comes into play. Your vision is not just a dream or a wish. It's a vivid and compelling picture of what you aspire to achieve. It's the manifestation of your deepest desires and values. Think your spot. How do you create this vision? Start by asking yourself some fundamental questions. What do I truly want to achieve? What kind of person do I want to become? What impact do I want to have on the world around me? The answers to these questions form the blueprint of your future. Once you have a clear vision, it becomes easier to align your daily actions with your long-term goals. You start to see the relevance and importance of each step you take. Every action, no matter how small, becomes a deliberate stride towards your envisioned future. Creating a vision for the future also helps in overcoming the challenges and obstacles that inevitably arise. When faced with difficulties, it's your vision that will remind you why you started. It's the light at the end of the tunnel that keeps you moving forward, even when the journey gets tough. Remember, a vision without action is merely a dream. An action without vision is simply passing the time. But a vision with action can change the world. This is the power of having a vision for your future. It transforms your today's actions into the building blocks for your tomorrow's achievements. As we continue on this journey, I challenge you to think about your vision for the future. Reflect on what you desire to create, the legacy you wish to leave, and the paths you need to walk starting today. Your future is a masterpiece waiting to be painted, and the brush is in your hands. The choices you make today, the actions you take, are the first strokes of color on the canvas. Having established the monumental power of a vision, it's crucial to address a common barrier that often hinders us from taking those all-important steps towards our goals. Procrastination, the thief of time, can be a formidable foe in our journey towards a better tomorrow. Why do we procrastinate sometimes? It's due to fear of the unknown, or even fear of success. Other times, it's because of a lack of clarity or overwhelming tasks that seem insurmountable. But remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. The key to overcoming procrastination lies in breaking down your tasks into smaller, manageable steps. When a task seems too big, it's easy to feel intimidated and delay starting it. However, by breaking it down, what seemed like a mountain becomes a series of small hills, each hill easier to climb than the last. Another powerful strategy is to start your day with the most challenging. Mark Twain once said, "Eat a live frog first thing in the morning, and nothing worse will happen to you the rest of the day." In this metaphor, your frog is your most challenging task, the one you are most likely to procrastinate on. By tackling it first, you not only get it out of the way, but you also gain the momentum and confidence to handle other tasks. Setting clear deadlines and commitments is also crucial. Often, we put off tasks because there is no sense of urgency. By setting a deadline, you create a necessary sense of urgency that can spur you into action. Tell others about your deadlines to hold yourself accountable, and you'll find it much harder to procrastinate. Visualization can also be a powerful tool against procrastination. Visualize the feeling of accomplishment and the benefits of completing your task. This positive reinforcement can be a strong motivator, pushing you to take action. Lastly, be kind to yourself. Procrastination is a habit, and like all habits, it takes time to break. Celebrate your small victories along the way, and don't beat yourself up for occasional setbacks. Each day is a new opportunity to take one step closer to your goals. As we journey towards our better tomorrow, let us challenge ourselves to overcome the habit of procrastination. Let's break our tasks into small steps, tackle our biggest challenges first, set clear deadlines, visualize success, and forgive ourselves when we falter. By doing so, we ensure that our actions today are not hindered by delay, but propelled by consistency. On the other hand, is about maintaining your efforts and actions over time. It's not about grand, one-time gestures. It's about small, regular steps taken day in and day out. Consistency turns routines into habits, and habits into a way of life. It's the repetition of disciplined actions that leads to the formation of character and think of a river carving its way through a mountain. It's not the force of the water on any given day that shapes the mountain, but the constant, persistent flow over centuries. Similarly, it's not what we do occasionally that shapes our lives, but what we do consistently. Our daily habits and routines might seem inconsequential in the short term, but over time, they have the power to shape our destiny. How can we cultivate discipline and consistency? Start by setting clear and specific goals. When your goals are clear, it's easier to stay focused and make decisions that align with these goals. Create a daily routine that supports your goals and stick to it. Whether it's a morning workout, a dedicated study hour, or time set aside for personal development, make these activities non-negotiable parts of your day. Track your progress and celebrate small wins. Keeping a record of your actions and achievements, no matter how small, can be incredibly motivating. It helps you see the progress you're making and keeps you committed to your routine. It's also important to surround yourself with people who support and inspire you. The people we spend time with can greatly influence our behavior and attitudes. Seek out mentors, join groups with similar goals, or find accountability partners who can help you stay on track. Remember, discipline and consistency are muscles that grow stronger with use. Start with small steps and gradually increase your challenges as you build your strength. There will be days when you falter. That's part of being human. What's important is that you get back on track and continue moving forward. As we endeavor to create a better tomorrow, let us embrace the power of discipline and consistency. Let these virtues guide our daily actions, turning our goals into realities and our visions into achievements. With discipline and consistency as our allies, there's no limit to what we can accomplish. As we journey through the landscape of self-improvement and goal attainment, it's imperative to discuss an often overlooked but incredibly vital aspect. Learning from failure, though a word many of us dread, is an inevitable and essential step on the path to success. Failure should not be viewed as the opposite of success, but rather as a stepping stone towards it. It's through our failures that we gain invaluable lessons that cannot be learned through success alone. Each failure is a trial in the experiment of life, and it provides critical information that brings us closer to our goals. To think of some of the most successful individuals in history, their journeys were not smooth or straightforward. They faced setbacks, made mistakes, and endured failures. But what set them apart was their ability to use these experiences as fuel for their growth. They understood that failure was not a sign to give up, but a signal to redirect and persevere. How can we adopt this mindset? Start by redefining your perception of failure. Instead of seeing it as a negative endpoint, view it as feedback. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? How can it help me grow? This shift in perspective turns failure from a roadblock into a guidepost. Embrace the practice of reflection. After a setback, take time to analyze what happened, identify what worked, what didn't, and what could be done differently next time. This reflective process is crucial for turning experiences, especially negative ones, into wins. It's also important to cultivate resilience. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from setbacks and keep moving forward. It involves staying committed to your goals, even in the face of challenges and disappointments. Remember, resilience is not a trait we are born with. It's a skill that can be developed through practice and persistence. Lastly, surround yourself with support. Having a network of peers, mentors, or coaches can provide encouragement and perspective when you face setbacks. Sometimes a fresh set of eyes can see solutions that you might have missed. As we move forward in our quest for a better tomorrow, let's change our relationship with failure. Let us view it as an educator, not an enemy. By learning from our failures, we build the wisdom and resilience necessary to navigate the complexities of life. Let us remember that the most significant breakthroughs often come after the most challenging setbacks. In our ongoing dialogue about crafting a better tomorrow, another fundamental aspect emerges: the investment in oneself. Personal growth and self-improvement are not just beneficial. They are essential for anyone seeking to create a meaningful and impactful future. Investing in oneself takes many forms. It could be through education, acquiring new skills, personal development, or health and wellness. The core idea is to continuously grow and evolve, to become the best version of ourselves. This pursuit is not a luxury. It's a necessity for achieving long-lasting success and fulfillment. Why is self-investment so crucial? Because the most significant asset you have in achieving your dreams is yourself. Your knowledge, skills, health, and well-being are the tools you'll use to build your future. The more you sharpen and enhance these tools, the more capable you become in navigating the path to your goals. Education and continuous learning are the cornerstones of self-investment. The world is constantly changing, and staying updated with new knowledge and skills is essential. This doesn't necessarily mean formal education. It can be as simple as reading books, attending workshops, or taking online courses. The key is to maintain a mindset of curiosity and a commitment to lifelong learning. Personal development is another critical aspect of self-investment. This involves enhancing your understanding of yourself, improving emotional intelligence, and developing a positive mindset. It's about cultivating qualities like resilience, empathy, and leadership. Personal development helps you not only achieve your goals, but also handle success and setbacks with grace and maturity. Investing in health and wellness is also paramount. Your physical and mental health are the foundations upon which you build your efforts. Regular exercise, a healthy diet, adequate sleep, and mindfulness practices are not just good for your body and mind. They directly impact your productivity, energy levels, and ability to handle stress. Moreover, investing in yourself also means setting aside time for your passions and interests. It's important to have a balance in life. You have activities that bring you joy and relaxation. These interests keep you motivated and rejuvenated, ready to tackle new challenges. As we forge ahead, I encourage you to make a commitment to invest in yourself. Embrace learning, personal development, health, and your passions. Remember, the best investment you can ever make is in yourself. By doing so, you equip yourself with the tools and resilience needed to create a better tomorrow, not just for yourself, but for the world around you. As we continue to navigate the path toward a better tomorrow, let us turn our attention to a crucial component that often determines the trajectory of our journey: the power of a positive attitude, the mindset with which we approach our daily actions and challenges plays a pivotal role in shaping our experiences and outcomes. A positive attitude is not about ignoring life's difficulties or pretending that challenges don't exist. Rather, it's about choosing to approach those challenges with optimism, hope, and confidence. It's about seeing the possibilities in every situation and focusing on solutions rather than problems. Why is a positive attitude so powerful? Firstly, it influences our perception and response to situations. When faced with a challenge, a positive mindset encourages us to look for learning opportunities and creative solutions. It turns obstacles into stepping stones, helping us to persevere through difficulties. Moreover, a positive attitude is contagious. It not only uplifts our own spirits, but also inspires those around us. In a team or a community, a positive attitude can transform the entire dynamic, fostering collaboration, innovation, and resilience. How can we cultivate a positive attitude? Start by practicing gratitude, reflecting on and appreciating the good in your life, no matter how small. Shift your focus from what's missing to what's abundant. This shift in perspective is the essence of a positive attitude. Another key practice is to surround yourself with positive influences. Seek out individuals who uplift and inspire you. Engage with content that enriches your mind and spirit, whether it's books, podcasts, or conversations. Your environment significantly impacts your mindset, so curate it to support a positive outlook. Embrace positive affirmations. The language we use, both in our thoughts and our speech, shapes our mindset. Positive affirmations can reframe your thinking patterns, turning negative, self-limiting beliefs into empowering ones. Lastly, remember that a positive attitude includes being kind to yourself. Be patient and compassionate with your own journey. Acknowledge your efforts, celebrate your progress, and forgive yourself for setbacks. This kind and positive approach towards yourself reinforces a general attitude of optimism and resilience. As we forge ahead, let us harness the power of a positive attitude. Let's choose to see the good, expect the best, and approach each day with optimism and hope. By doing so, we not only enhance our own journey, but also light the way for others to follow. A positive attitude is a key that unlocks the door to a better tomorrow, filled with possibilities and achievements. Having explored the various facets that contribute to a better tomorrow, we arrive at a pivotal point: the imperative of taking action today. Understanding and appreciation of concepts like discipline, positive attitude, and learning from failure are vital, but without action they remain mere ideas. It is action that breathes life into our dreams and aspirations. Taking action today means embracing the present moment as the starting point of your journey towards your goals. It's about realizing that the right time to start is now, not some indefinite point in the future. Every moment is an opportunity to move closer to your dreams. Why is immediate action so crucial? Because time is a resource we can never reclaim. Each day that passes without action is a lost opportunity. Procrastination and delay can turn days into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years of unfulfilled potential. How do we start taking action? Begin by setting clear, achievable goals for each day. These don't have to be monumental tasks. They can be as simple as reading a chapter of a book, exercising for 30 minutes, or reaching out to a potential mentor. The key is to create a sense of progress and achievement. Break down your larger goals into smaller, manageable tasks. This makes them less daunting and more achievable. Focus on one step at a time. Before you know it, you'll have made significant progress towards your larger goal. It's also important to build accountability into your actions. Share your goals with someone you trust, or better yet, find someone with similar aspirations and motivate each other. Accountability increases the likelihood of following through with your plans. Don't let the fear of failure paralyze you. Remember, failure is not a permanent state, but a learning experience. Each attempt, successful or not, brings you closer to your goal. The only true failure is not trying at all. Finally, celebrate your victories. No matter how small, acknowledging and celebrating progress keeps you motivated and reinforces the habit of taking action. It reminds you that you are capable and that your actions have a tangible impact. As we near the conclusion of our discussion, let's commit to taking action today. Let's embrace the present as our launching pad for a better tomorrow. Remember, the future is not just a place we're going, but a place we're creating. The paths to it are not found, but made. And the making of those pathways changes both the maker and the destination. Let's start building those paths today. As we draw our discourse to a close, let's take a moment to reflect on the journey we've embarked upon today. We've traversed through the realms of daily actions, vision setting, overcoming procrastination, embracing discipline and consistency, learning from failure, investing in ourselves, harnessing the power of a positive attitude, and the paramount importance of taking action today. We began with the metaphor of the seed. How a simple action today can grow into a magnificent tree of tomorrow. This journey has been about understanding that our future is not something that happens to us, but something we actively create through our choices and actions in the present. The principles we've discussed are more than just motivational rhetoric. They are practical tools for life. By incorporating them into our daily lives, we can transform our today and consequently our tomorrow. The power to change our future lies in our hands, in the actions we choose to take each day. Remember, a better tomorrow starts with the decisions we make today. Each moment is an opportunity to move in the direction of our dreams and aspirations. It's never too late to start, and there's no better time than now. As you step out from here, I encourage you to carry these lessons with you. Reflect on them, apply them, and let them guide your actions. Your journey towards a better tomorrow is a continuous process, one that requires persistence, resilience, and above all, belief in yourself. In conclusion, let this be your mantra. I am the architect of my future. My actions today are the building blocks of my tomorrow. Each step I take is a step towards my goals, my dreams, my aspirations. I choose to act today for a better and brighter tomorrow. Thank you for embarking on this journey with me. The road ahead is yours to travel, and the future is yours to shape. Go forth with confidence, courage, and a commitment to action. Here's to a better, brighter, and more fulfilling tomorrow created by the actions we take today.
Setting goals is a very important part of our life process. Guess how many people have a constant plan for setting, rearranging, evaluating, and strengthening the purpose of their goals? The answer is very few. In fact, if you will do this, you will become among the few who do, that become the envy of all who watch. In the leadership seminar, we came up with a whole 10-year plan of goal setting, business goals and personal goals, family goals, economic goals, financial independence. It's a basic fundamental. In fact, if you will work hard on setting goals, put together a plan for setting goals, reevaluate them, rearrange them, constantly talk about them, go over them again and again, I tell you what this process will do in my personal opinion. It'll put you in what's known as the top 5%. And if you want to be successful, if you want your life to really change in major ways, this is one of the fundamentals. A constant plan for setting, rearranging, evaluating, and strengthening the purpose of your goals. Don't set your goals too low. Don't join an easy crowd. You won't grow. Go where the expectations are high. Go where the demands are high. Go where the pressure's on to perform, to grow, to change, to develop, to read, to study, to develop skills. I belong to a small group. We do business around the world. You cannot believe the expectations at that level. What we expect of each other in terms of excellence. Far beyond average, so that we can receive from the group, we can contribute to the group. Something unprecedented. It's called living at the summit. Go where the demands are high. Go where the expectations are strong, so that it'll provoke you, push you, urgently insist that you not remain the same for the next couple of years, the next 5 years, that you'll grow and change. So don't set your goals too low. We need to take a look into the future. We've got to have the future well designed. The future is called the promise. And here's what we teach in our leadership series. The promise of the future can be an awesome tool for your own future. The promise of the future, designing the future. There's two ways to face the future. One is with apprehension, and the other is with anticipation. I promise you, in my travels around the world, most people face the future with apprehension. And here's why. They don't have it well designed. They've sort of left that up to someone else to fix. But here's the best way to face the future, with anticipation. And you can face the future with anticipation if the future is clear, if the future is well designed. In setting goals, it's very simple. Number one, decide what you want. You just take a little time. You sit down and say, what do I want? What kind of skills do I want? What kind of income do I want for the future? Where would I like to go? Places I'd like to visit. Habits I'd like to acquire. Skills I'd like to have. You just take a little time to think about what you want. Economics, friendships, people you'd like to meet, places you'd like to go. You just take some time. And then I suggest, when you've thought about what you want for the future, make a list. Just jot it all down. So really a very simple process. You may find that some of your goals you thought at first glance were important are not important after all. Do some reflecting, refining, and revising. The point is, right now, try to have approximately 4 1-year, 3-year, 5-year, and 10-year goals that you truly believe in, that inspire you, that you've sold yourself on. When these goals and the reasons you want to obtain them are each clearly described in a brief paragraph, transfer this information to a journal or some type of notebook that you can carry with you easily and refer to often. It's essential to set aside some time every week to review all of your goals, to rearrange them, redo them, restructure them, to add goals, or to tear up the whole list and start over. Goal setting is not something you do just once. It's a continual process. Also, you must constantly check your progress toward your goals. You don't want to fall too far behind on, or worse, lose sight of, your important goals. Now, just as important as your long-range goals are your short-range goals. Your goals for tomorrow, next week, next month, 6 months from now. These are goals you can accomplish within the next year, the immediate future. We call these goals confidence builders. When you work hard, burn the midnight oil, and accomplish these little things, it builds your confidence to go for your long-range goals. Write down in your notebook or journal all the little things you would like to have or accomplish in the next year. How you set up this list is up to you. You might want to break it down by week or by month. Set it up in whatever way works well for you. Part of the fun of having a list is being able to...
How easy is it to get up in the morning when you know you're not doing all that it takes? It's not very easy at all. You can just lay there awake thinking, oh, what's a few more minutes in bed? It won't matter much anyway. Wrong. It does matter. It will matter. Now, how easy is it to get up in the morning when you're pouring it on, doing the best you can, anxious to get going, make progress toward your dreams? It's a whole different story. When you're resting to renew your reserves, it's much different than resting to avoid your day. When you're psyched up and excited for your life, when you're excited for what you've planned to accomplish for the day, it's amazing you'll wake up before the alarm clock even tries to startle you awake. Your successes fuel your ambition. Your successes give you extra energy. Your successes pave the way for more successes. It's the snowball effect. With one success, you're excited to meet another, and another, and another. And pretty soon, the disciplines that were so difficult in the beginning, the disciplines that got you going, are now part of your philosophy. How do you know when you're successful? Do you have to be a millionaire? No. All we ask of you is that you earn all you possibly can. If you earn $10,000 a year and that's the best you can do, that's enough. God and everything else will see to it that you're okay. The key is to just do the best you can. If it's $10,000 a year, wonderful. If it's $100,000 a year, wonderful. If it's $1 million a year, wonderful. It doesn't matter, 10,000 a year or $1 million a year. It doesn't matter as long as you've done the best you possibly can. Earn the most you possibly can. Be the most you possibly can. And here's why. The essence of life is growth. The essence of life is growth, to do the best you can. And here's what's interesting. Humans are the only life form that will do less than they possibly can. Humans are the only life form that will settle for less. Every other life form except human beings strive to its maximum capacity. How tall will a tree grow? Approximately. As tall as it possibly can. You never heard of a tree growing half as high as it could. No, trees don't grow half. Trees send their roots down as deep as possible, stretch their limbs up as high as possible, produce every leaf possible and every fruit possible. As a matter of fact, you never heard of a human physically growing half. We keep growing until we're done. Now that's a part of life we can't control. It's genetically coded. And that's probably why we keep growing till we're done. Because we can't control that part. It's the rest of our growing that we control. The growing of our minds, the expansion of our minds, that we can control.
And that's what tends to get away from us. All life forms inherently strive to their max except human beings. Now, why wouldn't human beings strive to their maximum possibility? Here's why. Because we've been given the dignity of choice. It makes us different than alligators and trees and birds. The dignity of choice makes us different than all other life forms. And here's the choice. To become part of what we could be, enough to get by, or to become all that we can be. My best advice for you is to choose the all. Earn all you can, make all the friends you can, read as many books as you can, develop as many skills as you can, see as much as possible, do as much as possible, make as much fortune as possible, give as much of it away as possible. The max. There's no life like it. I'm telling you, once I got on track, I've never looked back. Pick up the challenge. Go for it. Take the best of the two easies. Take the route of it's easy to get ahead. It's easy to do all you can. It's easy to succeed. It's easy to have financial freedom. The more you do, the more you get. So the two primary benefits of positive reinforcement are, number one, to build good habits, and number two, to create more energy to fuel your ambitions, your desires, your achievements. How can you isolate what's working for you and what isn't? How can you make sure that you are reinforcing your positive disciplines? Well, if it isn't apparent, easy to see right away, if what you're doing is happening in such small increments that you're not sure if you're on track, then you need to be writing it down. You need to keep a journal anyway. But if you really aren't sure that what you're doing is making measurable progress, you need to keep a written record. You need to write down everything that may be relevant in your day. What you did, who you saw, what you felt, how it may or may not affect you now and in the future. The best way to track your activities of the day is to write them down. The best way to track your activities of the week is to write them down. The best way to analyze your progress through the year is to have written it down. Why? So you can look back on it. Because by keeping a written record of your life, you will be more accountable. By putting into writing the action steps that you have planned, you will easily see what works and what doesn't. Most people just try to get through the day, never writing anything down, never keeping track of their progress along the way, never really knowing if they are doing all they can to reach their goals, to drive their ambition. But gifted people learn to get from the day. They don't let a day end without picking up some valuable experience, some emotional content, some idea that may positively affect their future. To get the most from a day, to learn the most from a day, you need to be able to reflect on the day. And how can you reflect on a day unless you record it in history? Hi everybody, I'm Jim Rohn. I was just going over our latest issue of our new magazine called The Achiever. I want to thank you for taking the time to spend just a few minutes with me today. I have a very interesting subject. I call it 5 Simple Steps to Go from Average to Fortune. I've been asked to give it in many places for corporations and companies, and now I have the opportunity to share it with you. It's a pretty big subject for someone like me. For my life started out rather modestly, up in farm country in Idaho where I was raised. I grew up in this little community of some 4,000 or 5,000 people, and went to high school, graduated, went to college for a year and a half, and then I quit, decided I was smart enough, and got me a job to see if I couldn't make all of my ambitions come true. My parents, I think, gave me a very good foundation, a very good start. I was an only child, so I think they took some extra time with me, and got off to a pretty good start. A couple of years after I left school, I found a very beautiful young lady and persuaded her to marry me. and kept making all of those grand promises, as we're inclined to do, that everything was going to work well and that she had made a wise decision. Well, 2 or 3 years after I'd gotten married, it didn't look like my new bride had made such a wise decision, because I'm now starting to struggle. I've got far too much month at the end of the money, if you've ever known what that's like, and I'm wondering what to do. I'm behind on my bills. I'm willing to work hard, that's not my problem, but it isn't going as well as I had thought it would up until that point. I'm struggling. And I'm wondering what to do. Should I go back to school and get some more education? I didn't have any capital to start a business, so all these questions were going through my mind at a time when I needed some answers. How to really become successful and how to turn my life around. Well, at age 25, good fortune came my way. And sometimes it's a little difficult to describe good fortune. Why do unique things happen to you when they do? Part of that's a mystery to me. I really don't know. One of my friends says, well, things don't just happen. They happen just. And maybe that's it. I really don't know. But my good fortune was, at age 25, I met a very remarkable man. His name was Mr. Schoaf, Mr. Earl Schoaf. And he's the gentleman who gave me those last final answers that I had been looking for up until that time. Mr. Schoaf was a very unique gentleman. He was a businessman, an entrepreneur. He had several businesses. And he took a liking to me, and he hired me, and I went to work for him. I spent the next 5 years working for him. And then, unfortunately, at the end of that 5 years, he died. But I did get to spend 5 years with this remarkable man, and he's the gentleman who gave me the answers. He gave me the points and the ideas that helped to really turn my life around. And I will always be grateful for finding someone who took the time to share their information with me. The best thing Mr. Schoaf gave me was not a job. The best thing he gave me was the benefit of his philosophy. And fortunately for me, his philosophy worked for me. I practiced more of my time lecturing and sharing ideas on how to do better, how to make your life personally, socially, and economically work out better. And especially for the last 6 or 7 years, I've had the opportunity to travel around the world. The seminar's been translated in many languages, and I find myself now spending the biggest share of my time lecturing, sharing ideas, and trying to come up with answers that can make a difference in your life. Let me give you this simple little talk, how to go from average to fortune. There's 5 simple steps. You might like to make a note of them. Here's the first one. Get serious. That's number 1. I don't know any substitute for that. You've really got to get serious. You don't have to be grim, but you must be serious. I know a guy that's got a half a dozen jokes keeping him from becoming wealthy. He's not known as rich. He's known as a joker, which I guess is okay if that's the kind of life you want to live. But it really isn't the best way to live. To go from average to fortune, you must get serious. And you must get serious about 2 very important things. Number 1 is setting your goals and where you want to go. Designing the next 5, the next 10 years is so vitally important. What do you want to do economically? Where do you want to go? What do you want to be? What would you like to have? What would you like to share? How much would you like to earn? How far would you like to go? Those are some major questions to ask. And for that all to work out like you want it to for the next 5 or 10 years, in my personal opinion, you've got to get serious. Then you have to get serious about another important subject. And that important subject is called personal development. Personal development is striving hard to become the kind of person that you want to be. And to become the kind of person you want to be, you've got to work at it. 10 years from now, you will surely become someone. The big question is, who? What are you becoming? And if you go to work on it now, sure enough, in a very short period of time, you can take on a new direction to become the kind of person you want to be. There's a very important question to ask, and the question is, 10 years from now, you will surely arrive. And the question is, where? So to answer the question of where you want to arrive and the kind of person you want to be, you've got to get serious. So that's point number 1. To make your life worthwhile and unique, to go from average to fortune, you've got to get serious. Now, the second point is, get smart. To make your life work out worthwhile, you've got to have some ideas. You've got to have the information. So you've got to be smart. In fact, in this decade, you must be much smarter than you were in the last decade. You've got to read the books. You've got to come up with the information. When I have a chance to talk to the high school kids, that's the theme of my talk. Get smart. There's nothing worse than being stupid. And if you will read the books, learn from your experiences, do all the things that you possibly can to get the information, sure enough, you'll be wiser this year than you were last year. And I've got a few techniques that I teach in my seminar on how to get smarter, keeping a journal, going to the lectures, going to the seminars, listening to the sermons, picking up ideas from other people. You just must keep up this steady process of learning. Never cease your quest for knowledge. And that's one of the key points to go from average to fortune. Get smart. Now here's number 3. You've got to get going. All of the things that you've learned will not do you that much good if you don't put it into an action plan. You've got to get going. In my management and leadership seminar, we teach game plans, how to put all the good things that you've learned into action. Economic action, social action, personal action. How to make the changes and how to actually do the work, how to actually function. Get going, that's the key. Some people are ever learning, but they don't put it into action. They don't really take the action. It's like the man who keeps bringing materials to the building site and never builds anything. He keeps bringing in the sand and the gravel and the windows and the doors and the roofing material, and he just stacks up all these supplies, but he never builds anything. See, if you do that long enough, fairly soon they'll come and take you away. You've got to do something with what you've learned. You've got to take action. You've got to get going. So that's one of the most important things to learn, how to design your days, how to design your weeks, how to design the months, so that you take the proper action to get the proper return that you're looking for, whether it's economic or personal. Get going. It's a major key. Now here's number 4. You must get excited. And not just the false enthusiasm of just pure positive thinking. You've got to get excited over some very basic things. One is, get excited over your ability to make yourself do the necessary things. Because discipline is major step 1 toward personal progress. And anytime a person wishes to, they can make major changes in their life, personally and socially and financially. It doesn't ever have to be the same after today. No telling what you could do today if you really wish to. The act of murder is a clear indication that a person in one drastic act can forever change the course of their life. It just happens to be in the negative direction. What I would ask you to do, starting today, is get excited about committing an act that's positive, an act that's constructive, to make the changes in your life that you want made, and to go the direction that you want to go. So that's number 4, get excited. Get excited about your potential. Human capacity is usually never the problem. Little children can learn several languages. We can learn to do the most incredible things. All we need to do is take the time to do it. So it's not a matter of capacity. It's a matter of judgment. It's a matter of excitement. It's a matter of will. And it's a matter of wanting to bad enough. So it's pretty exciting to know that any day you wish, you can change your life. Any day you pick out, you can make major changes. It doesn't ever have to be the same again. And that's exciting. Knowing that intellectually and personally, you can actually do the things that will make major changes in your life. That's number 4. Here's number 5. Number 5 is get away. I have found, especially in the last 15-20 years, that there's an important thing called life balance. You've got to learn to get away. You must learn to get away and be alone. Learn to get away and reflect. Learn to get away and learn how to live as well as how to earn. How sad it would be to learn how to earn well, but not learn how to live well. You must balance your life. We teach something, especially in my staff, I teach something called lifestyle. Lifestyle is how you learn to live your life. Some people have money, but they don't even know how to spend it. They have time, but they don't know how to spend it. Some people are successful, but they don't know how to spend their success. They don't know what to do with it. They don't get joy from it. Rather, they get animosity. A father takes $5, crushes it, and throws it at his son and says, if you need it that bad, take it. Now, it's the same $5, but instead of dispensing it with joy, he dispenses it with animosity. That's the difference in not knowing how to live. It's called lifestyle. Then you've got to take time to cultivate good friends. You've got to take time to be with your family. You've got to take time to be with the people who are important to you, designing your life in those respects. Get away. Take the time. Reflect on your life. Recharge your batteries. Do some growing away from your enterprise. Then when you come back to your enterprise, after you have taken this time to balance your life, you will find that on the job, working on your enterprise, things will really go much better. So those are the 5 simple steps to go from average to fortune. Get serious, get smart, get going, get excited, and get away. I hope those points will be valuable for you as you consider them. And I want to thank you for giving me a few minutes of your time to spend just a little time with you. I would invite you to come and attend my seminar. If I get a chance to see you there, I'll be happy to meet you. We usually have several hundred to 1,000 people attending the seminar, and I'd love to have you. I think I have some interesting things to share about life and about economics and how to do better. I've learned a lot these last 15, 20 years, and I've capsulized it in one evening. It's from 7 to 11. It's 4 hours of some very interesting material, and I think you'd find it exciting. I've got some ideas to share. I don't claim they're right, I just claim they're my ideas. But if you'll take the time, if you'll spend an evening with me, I think you'll find it rewarding. And I want to thank you for giving me this few minutes of your time. And for you giving me some of your time, I would just like to sincerely share this with you. Do not walk in front of me. I may not follow. Do not walk behind me. I may not lead. But walk beside me and be my friend. Thank you for listening.
So, the key is time is precious. Now let me give you Bill Bailey's description of time. Life is not just the passing of time. Life is a collection of experiences, their frequency, and their intensity. Life is not just watching the clock tick away. Life is a collection of experiences, their intensity, their frequency. Whatever the span of your life turns out to be, here's what you want to fill it up with: experiences and the intensity of those experiences. But now let's talk about the management of time. When should you start the day? As soon as you have it finished. Plan the day the best you can, leaving plenty of room for improvising and surprises and all the stuff that happens during the course of the day. But if you've planned a good, productive day, now you start that day, you can't believe how much more valuable your time will be. Don't start the day until you have it finished. Now here's the next one. Don't start the week until you've had it finished. Now to lay out a week is a pretty good challenge. Next, don't start the month until you have it finished. The places to go and the people to see and the productivity and the sales and the customers and the development and all the rest of what you want to accomplish during the course of 30 days. Don't start the month till it's finished. And then here's the big one. This is really challenging. Don't start the year until you have it finished. To the best of your ability. It can't be finished like minute by minute. But in terms of the sweep of what you want to accomplish, make sure that that's set and ready to go by the time January 1st rolls around. Now, jot this down. Approaches to the management of time. Here's the first one. Ignore the subject. I mean, that's good advice. Don't let anything overly bug you. Because remember now, you don't have to do anything. Someone says, well, I got to get a handle on my time. The answer is no, you don't. If you want to let it all go, you can let it all go. I mean, this is good advice. Somebody says, you ought, you ought, you ought. Jot this down. Ignore all the you oughts or you should. Only if they're giving general information. We should. Better to say if you're teaching, we should. Not you should, we should. Then you let me listen in without it being too confrontational. If everyone did this, see, that'd be great. And then you give a person a chance to choose to do it or not to do it.
But when you start the you ought, now see if I don't, now see we got some tension and maybe some problems. So you oughts seem to always create problems. When you're talking to your kids, you say, no, if kids would do this, not always saying if you did this, life would be better, but if kids did this, life would be better. It's like making a little talk and letting them listen in. And then it's a little less confrontational. It gives us a choice. In one of my seminars, here's what I teach. All life forms strives to the max of its potential except human beings. How tall will a tree grow? As tall as it possibly can. You never heard of a tree growing half as high as it could. No, trees don't grow half. A tree drives its roots as deep as it can, reaches as high as it can, produces every leaf it can, every fruit it possibly can. To the max. Every life form strives to the max, except human beings. Now, why not human beings? Jot this down. You've been given the dignity of choice. You're not a robot. You don't have to repeat this year the same as last year. You can tear up last year's plan, develop a new plan. So, the dignity of being a human being. Now, here's the choice on being a human being. To be part of all we were meant to be, or to be all. To strive for all, or half, or part, or some. The choice is up to you. To develop one skill or 10 skills. Someone says, well, I'd be happy with just one more language. Well, some say, hey, I'm going to learn 6 or 7. And this is all a matter of choice. And when someone says, no, you ought to learn 4, you've got to resist all that. Because this is personal dignity. And you don't want to destroy someone's dignity by doing all the oughts, and then they feel reluctant to do it. Now we've got problems. So if you want to, just ignore this subject on time management. Now here's the next one. Step down to something easier. The guy's in sales and he says, oh, I want to own the company. Finally owns the company. Now he's got no time to play golf. He said, when I was in sales, I was making big money playing golf 3 days a week. Heck with this owning something. Heck with managing. My life was never my own after I started to manage. I'm going back to sales. See, this is the key. If you're getting too pressed, you might consider stepping down to something with a little easier time pressure. Next key to time management. And that's work longer and harder. But see, there's a limit to that. I almost lost my health the first year. I went so crazy about personal development and achievement. I just went bonkers. You know, I told you I was skinny. By the end of that first year, I was a walking shadow. And then it suddenly occurred to me, what if I got rich and too ill to spend it? I mean, that was a shocker. So I started, developing a little more reasonable. Because I said, if 12 hours won't do it, I'll work 14. If that won't do it, I'll work 18. I mean, how many hours it takes. And sure enough, it cost me too much. So see, working longer and harder for some might be appropriate. If you're just sitting around not doing that much, this might be good, work longer and harder. But you can only work so hard. Here's the key, not to work harder, but smarter. When you've worked as hard as you can, doing the best you can in terms of physical output in the time, reasonable time. Now here's the ultimate in the management of time, and that is you simply become more skillful. When I first got into sales, I was around people that could get, 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10. And when I first started, I could only get 1 out of 10. But here's what I did. I worked around the clock, so that I would make up in numbers what I lacked in skill. That's good in sales. You got to jot that down. When you're new, you make up in numbers what you lack in skill. Now, when you become more skillful, the numbers can go down because now your persuasive ability and all of that is now so high that you don't need to put as many numbers out. But at first, if you want to compete or if you want to really get good, you've got to put in the numbers. But if you get more from yourself, develop more of yourself, now the time management becomes an easier task. Now here's the next thing. Either you run the project or it runs you. I've found out when you start something, at first you're in charge. All of a sudden, a year later, it's in charge. Some of the companies I started, I'm telling you, I'm in control. A couple of years later, I'm out of control. At first, I've got it on the run. 2 years later, it's got me on the run. Haven't got enough time. I'm dizzy with trying to get it all done. So here's part of the key, and that's to get in charge. Say, I'm going to take charge of my health. Take charge of your time. Take charge of your resources, which we're going to talk about next. You're the one that's responsible for it. It's not a requirement of society that you not have a heart attack and take care of your family. That's not a requirement of society, but you must make it a requirement of yourself. Society doesn't require that you build a financial wall around your family nothing can get through. That's not a requirement of society. It's a requirement you impose on yourself to build a financial wall around your family nothing can get through. So impose on yourself this self-development of being in charge, taking charge of your life and your health and your future and your responsibilities and all the rest. Next, reasonable time is enough time to achieve all of your goals. Just jot that down. Reasonable time is enough time. I had to learn that. Reasonable time is enough time. Here's why. It's not the hours you put in, it's what you put in the hours. If you start depositing greater ideas into the hours you've got later than now, I'm telling you, later you can't believe the productivity that will flow. The ideas you can't think of now, a year from now, they'll start to flow. And when you deposit those ideas in the hours you've got, productivity multiplies by 2, 3, 5, 10. Next, time management essential. We've already covered the first one, a written set of goals. And then do priorities on your goals. What's important this week? What's important this month? Here's the next one. Often review. Just go over your goals to make sure that your list is working for you. It's got you inspired. It's got you turned on. Somebody says, how come you're up so early? Say, if you were headed where I'm headed, you'd be up early too. If you were going to meet who I'm going to meet, you'd be up early. If it was going to stack up for you like it's stacking up for me, you'd be getting up early. Here's some more time management essentials. Learn to study what we call majors and minors. You pick up the phone. Here's what you must say when you pick up the phone. Is this a major conversation or a minor conversation? If it's minor, a few pleasantries and you're done. If it's major, maybe you've got to make a few notes. So here's the next one. Important conversations, make an agenda before you make the call. Just jot down a little agenda. It's so easy now to just talk out of your head. Did you ever hear a conversation end like this? Let's see, there was something else. See, you don't look that swift. I can't think of it right now. I'll call you back. See, you look a little incompetent. Let's see, there was something. It escapes me right now. Really? So have you got this now? Make an agenda before you make a call if it's an important call. Now later that saves you all kinds of stuff. So what's major, what's minor? Now here's the key on this. Don't major in minor things. If you take up major time to do minor things, I'm telling you, you'll be behind the curve constantly. Here's what we learn in sales training. What's major time and what's minor time? And if you're in sales and you took a look at a week, you'd say, my gosh, I'm spending 90% of my time on the minor stuff and so little time on the major stuff in the presence of. How many hours in the presence of in my day? How many hours in the presence of during my sales week? Because the time that really counts is in the presence of majors and minors. Here's another key time management essential. Don't mistake movement for achievement. It's easy to get faked out by being busy. Guy comes home at night all exhausted, falls in the chair and says, oh, I've been going. Here's the big question. Doing what? It's not the going. Some people are going, and they're doing figure eights. Progress is small. So don't mistake movement for achievement. Now here's a big one, concentration. I had to learn this. All those years ago, I'm in the shower trying to compose a letter. Found it turns out to be a strange letter. So here's what I learned to do. Save the work till you get to the office. Save the work till you get to the work. Don't try to get to the office on the way to work. On the way to work, enjoy the way. In the shower, enjoy the shower. Then go to work when you get to work. I found this to be helpful. Concentration. Here's another big one. Learn to say no. I'm telling you, in such a social society we have now, it's so easy to try to be a nice person saying yes to everything. Find yourself overloaded. Now you got to call and make well, gosh, all the time it takes to back out of something that you said yes to too quickly. Here's what might be better. I don't think so, but if that changes, I'll call you. Little things you can use not to overcommit yourself. My friend Ron Reynolds says, don't let your mouth overload your back. It's a good one. Now here's a big one on time management. When you work, work. When you play, play. Don't mix the two. Don't work at play. I used to take my family to the beach and I would bring my briefcase. I learned not to do that. Or at the beach, I'm saying I should be at the office. I should be at the office. Now my family's upset because I'm at the beach and I'm thinking office, office, office. Now when I'm at the office, I'm thinking what? I got to get my family to the beach, the beach, the beach. So things are not going too well at the office because I'm thinking beach, and things are not going too well at the beach because I'm thinking office. Here's what I learned to do. At the beach, be at the beach. At the office, be at the office. When you work, work. When you play, play. Don't mix the two. Don't work at play. Now here's one of the most important ones. Don't play at work. Work is too serious. But I'm telling you, you got to be serious about work because you're parting with a piece of your life for the work you do. Your work costs you a piece of your life. Here's what it's called. Serious business. Not grim, not unhappy, but serious. Here's another key phrase. All work is good. You may not like your job, but if it's the stepping stones to get you to where you want to go, you got to appreciate your job. You don't have to have a passion for your job. Here's the ultimate passion. A passion for incredible success in every department of my life. That's the passion. But don't look down on some menial job you have to do to finally get you to where you want to go. No job is menial. No job is not, every job is noble. Training life for pay, making a contribution to society. Next, analyze how you are. And if you have some weaknesses, if you doesn't seem like you can change, here's the key. Get it covered. I used to keep promising myself I'd keep the books, keep the books, keep the books. Finally, I gave that up. And back then, it only took me an extra $50, $60 a month for some accountant to keep the books. I said, no, I'm going to save the $50. You can't believe what I started losing in productivity because I tried to save the $50. So the key is a lot of the time you can stay like you are, but just make sure you get it covered. Next, beware of the telephone and all other systems of communication, especially the telephone at home and systems of communication at home. And here's one of the best lines I've got for you for the weekend. Let all communication systems serve you, but don't let them intrude. Here's the next one. Read all the books. You know, I've only got a few notes here on time management, but if you've got some particular challenges, you run a big organization, a big corporation, you've got some challenges, there's plenty of books. Now, here's what's next. Just be more alert to the things that might be stealing your time. Here's why. Time is like capital. You can't let someone steal your seed corn. You can't let someone steal your capital. And you can't let someone steal your time. You must designate your time. And some of the time that you designate, you must not let anyone steal. Casual time, you might let someone intrude and steal a little bit, take a little bit, but not serious time. Next, one of the great time management savers is to learn to ask questions up front. Sometimes you talk to somebody for an hour, and then you ask questions and find out if you would have asked those questions up front, you could have saved yourself an hour. Asking questions up front helps you to get to the problem now. But if you just launch into some discourse, you might waste 30 minutes, waste an hour, when here's what you should have been talking about. After you finished an hour, you say, John, what's really the problem? He said, well, it's something personal. See, that's what you should have been talking about this whole hour. Now here's the last one, thinking on paper, and that's to keep a journal. One of the things I'm known for around the world, have been now for 39, 40 years, is keeping a journal. Now my journal is not it's not necessarily it's not like a diary. It might be part diary. You know, I'm flying over Ireland and I write down a few little things that impressed me. Today I met this person. Wow, what an extraordinary event. Today I conducted this seminar in Rome. 1,000 people stood up and sang for me. I've got a little bit of a diary in there. But here's what primarily your journal is for. Collecting good ideas. A journal is to collect good ideas on your health, good ideas for your business, good ideas for your future, good ideas for time management. Because I used to take notes on pieces of paper and torn off corners and backs of old envelopes and restaurant placemats. And I threw all this stuff in a drawer. It did not serve me well. I finally learned to get a bound copy, right? And just keep a journal, right? If I was here, I had my journal, I'd be taking notes, right? These 2 days in my journal. Now, if you're caught without your journal, you just take the notes when you get back home, put those notes in your journal, throw the paper away. because we don't usually go through paper to review. But see, my journals now make up a significant part of my own library. Here's what's next to leave behind, and that's your library. The books that changed your life, the books that changed your health, the books that rescued you from oblivion, the books that you passed on to other people, they were so exciting for you, the books that made you financially independent, the books that developed your leadership, the books that gave you wisdom to ponder when things were tough, the books that got you through the winter, the books that helped you to plant in the spring and harvest in the fall. What a treasure to leave behind. If you do that, here's what's for sure. Your books will be more valuable than your furniture.
In the immortal wisdom of the legendary Jim Rohn, let this be the moment where you step into the extraordinary. This channel is your sanctuary of empowerment, your compass for personal growth, and your guide through the intricacies of becoming the architect of your destiny. In the spirit of Jim's timeless teachings, we're here to unravel the mysteries, celebrate the miracles, and delve deep into the majesty of your potential. So, as we embark on this transformative voyage together, get ready to absorb the invaluable lessons that will shape not just your actions, but the very essence of who you are. Welcome to a place where every video is a key to unlocking the magic within you. Let the journey unfold.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed friends, welcome to this profound journey of self-discovery and personal development. In this expanded exploration, we'll delve even deeper into the transformative power of decision-making and the art of setting meaningful goals. As we navigate the intricate landscapes of life, it's essential to understand the fundamental truth that our lives are not determined by external circumstances, but by the decisions we make and the actions we take. In the words of a great philosopher, the only limits to the possibilities in your life tomorrow are the buts you use today. Let's start by unpacking the concept of decision-making. Decisions are the steering wheel of our lives, guiding us through the myriad possibilities and potential pitfalls. Every decision, no matter how seemingly insignificant, sets in motion a series of events that shape our experiences and determine the direction of our journey. Consider the power vested in the act of decision-making. It's not just about choosing between options, it's about taking ownership of your life. Decisions are the sculptor's tools, carving out the contours of your destiny. Embrace the responsibility that comes with decision-making, for it is the key that unlocks the door to personal empowerment. Now let's transition to the art of goals, setting a cornerstone of the transformative journey. Goals are not mere checkpoints on life's journey. They are the compass points that guide us toward our desired destinations. The process of setting goals is not just a strategic exercise. It's a profound act of self-discovery and a commitment to personal growth. Consider the significance of setting meaningful goals that align with your values and aspirations. A well-defined goal serves as a lighthouse, cutting through the fog of uncertainty and providing clarity on the path ahead. It's not merely about achieving an outcome. It's about becoming the person capable of realizing that outcome. As you embark on the journey of setting goals, remember that the quality of your goals influences the quality of your life. Aim for goals that resonate with your authentic self, goals that stretch your capabilities and invite you to transcend your current limitations. The transformative journey is not just about reaching destinations. It's about evolving into the person capable of conquering new horizons. Now, let's explore the psychology behind effective goal setting. Goals, when crafted with intention and clarity, become powerful drivers of motivation. The process of setting goals ignites a sense of purpose, infusing your actions with meaning and direction. When you have a compelling why behind your goals, the how becomes a journey of self-discovery and growth. Consider incorporating the SMART criteria into your goal-setting process. Specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Specific goals provide clarity. Measurable goals offer tangible markers of progress. Achievable goals maintain motivation. Relevant goals align with your values. And time-bound goals create a sense of urgency. As you set your sights on ambitious objectives, remember that the journey is just as significant as the destination. The pursuit of a goal is an odyssey of growth, self-discovery, and the cultivation of resilience. Think of a goal not just in terms of what you will achieve, but more importantly, in terms of who you will become in the process. Now let's delve into the concept of visualization as a potent tool in the goal-setting process. Visualization involves creating a mental image of your desired outcome, engaging your senses, emotions, and beliefs in the process. It's not just wishful thinking. It's a strategic practice that aligns your subconscious mind with your conscious goals. Close your eyes and vividly imagine the realization of your goal. See the details, feel the emotions, and internalize the belief that it is not a matter of if, but when. Visualization is a practice embraced by athletes, entrepreneurs, and high achievers across various fields. It serves as a bridge between your current reality and the future you aspire to create. As you embark on the transformative journey of goal setting, recognize the importance of adaptability. Life is dynamic and circumstances may change. Embrace the flexibility to adjust your goals when necessary while staying committed to the essence of your vision. The transformative journey is not a rigid march, but a dance with the rhythm of life. As we navigate the ebb and flow of life, resilience becomes our steadfast companion. Life in its infinite wisdom presents us with challenges, setbacks, and unforeseen circumstances. How we respond to these challenges defines our character and shapes our destiny. Resilience is not just about weathering the storm. It's about harnessing the storm's energy to propel you forward. Think of a setback not as a roadblock, but as a detour leading you to new perspectives, insights, and strengths you never knew you possessed. The transformative journey is not a smooth, linear path, but a dynamic dance with the rhythms of personal growth. Consider the analogy of a tree standing tall in a storm. The winds may blow and the branches may sway, but the deeply rooted tree remains unshaken. In the same way, resilience is about anchoring yourself in your core values and beliefs, allowing the winds of change to shape you without uprooting your foundation. Now let's explore the different dimensions of resilience. Emotional resilience involves acknowledging and navigating through the spectrum of emotions that accompany life's challenges. It's not about suppressing emotions, but understanding them, learning from them, and using them as stepping stones for growth. Cognitive resilience is the ability to maintain clarity of thought and focus in the face of adversity. It's about reframing challenges as opportunities for learning and finding solutions amidst chaos. The resilient mind sees setbacks as temporary and setbacks as setups for future success. Social resilience emphasizes the importance of our connections with others. Cultivating a strong support system, fostering positive relationships, and seeking help when needed are integral aspects of social resilience. In the interconnected web of humanity, we draw strength from our bonds with others. Now, let's discuss the transformative power of embracing challenges. Every challenge, whether big or small, carries within it the seeds of growth. It's in the crucible of challenge that our character is forged and our potential is revealed. Embrace challenges not as obstacles, but as opportunities for self-discovery and resilience. Consider the concept of post-traumatic growth. The idea that individuals can emerge stronger and wiser from adversity. It's not the absence of challenges that marks a successful journey, but the ability to overcome them with grace and determination. Resilience, therefore, is not just a reactive response. It's a proactive approach to life's uncertainties. As you navigate the transformative journey, cultivate the mindset of a lifelong learner. opportunity to gain wisdom and insights. The transformative journey is a continuous process of evolution, a dynamic dance with the rhythms of personal growth. Consider the analogy of a sculptor chiseling away at a block of marble. With each strike, a piece of the unnecessary is removed, revealing the true beauty within. Similarly, with every goal pursued and every obstacle overcome, we chip away at the layers that obscure our authentic selves. The transformative journey is a continuous process of sculpting, refining, and revealing the masterpiece that is you. Now let's explore the interconnectedness of resilience with adaptability. Resilience is not a rigid resistance to change, but a flexible response to it. Life is dynamic and circumstances may embrace the adaptability to adjust your sails while staying true to the course of your values and aspirations. Our habits, whether constructive or detrimental, wield significant influence over the trajectory of our lives. They are the building blocks of our character, the architects of our successes, and at times, the silent saboteurs of our aspirations. The transformative journey calls for a conscientious examination of our habits, a commitment to cultivating those that align with our goals, and discarding those that hinder our progress. Consider the profound truth that your habits are not just actions. They are rituals that shape your identity. The habits you cultivate on a daily basis, whether consciously or unconsciously, contribute to the narrative of who you are. The transformative journey invites you to be the author of a story characterized by purposeful habits that align with your values and aspirations. Now, let's delve into the concept of self-discipline, the bridge between goals and accomplishments. In the pursuit of personal development, self-discipline is not just a virtue. It is a necessity. It's the commitment to doing what needs to be done, even when the initial enthusiasm wanes. Cultivate the habit of self-discipline, for it is the cornerstone upon which the edifice of success is built. Consider self-discipline as a form of self-love. It's not about depriving yourself of pleasure, but about making choices that align with your long-term well-being and goals. The transformative journey involves acknowledging the transient nature of motivation and embracing the unwavering commitment that self-discipline provides. As you navigate the intricacies of self-discipline, recognize the importance of establishing routines. Routines create a structured framework for your day, minimizing decision fatigue and freeing up mental bandwidth for more significant tasks. The transformative journey is not a chaotic sprint, but a purposeful marathon, and routines provide the necessary structure for enduring success. Now, let's transition to the concept of the growth mindset, a paradigm that distinguishes between those who thrive on challenges and those who shy away from them. The transformative journey involves embracing a growth mindset, one that sees challenges as opportunities, failures as lessons, and setbacks as setups for comebacks. Consider the transformative power of your beliefs about intelligence and talent. A fixed mindset assumes that intelligence and talent are static traits, leading individuals to avoid challenges and give up easily in the face of obstacles. On the other hand, a growth mindset views intelligence and talent as qualities that can be developed through dedication and hard work, fostering a love for learning and resilience in the face of adversity. Now let's explore the role of affirmations in shaping your mindset. Affirmations are not mere words. They are declarations of intent that have the potential to reprogram your subconscious mind. Affirm daily that you are capable, resilient, and destined for greatness. As you sow the seeds of positivity in your mind, you will reap the fruits of a mindset that attracts success and abundance. Consider the transformative journey as a continuous process of unlearning and relearning. The growth mindset invites you to challenge limiting beliefs, embrace failures as stepping stones to success, and view effort as a path to mastery. As you embody a growth mindset, challenges become opportunities for growth, and setbacks become launch pads for future achievements. In the grand symphony of life, the transformative journey is not a solitary endeavor, but a communal experience. Consider the impact of your habits, self-discipline, and growth mindset on those around you. As you cultivate positive habits, demonstrate self-discipline, and embody a growth mindset, you become a source of inspiration for those who witness your journey. Think about the ripple effect of your transformative journey on your community and beyond. The principles of personal development, when embraced collectively, have the potential to create a ripple effect of positive change. Engage in initiatives that uplift, support, and inspire, recognizing that the transformative journey is not just about personal growth. Consider the subtle, contributing to the well-being of the world around us. Shapes our attitudes, beliefs, and aspirations. The transformative journey invites us to be discerning about the company we keep, the books we read, and the ideas we entertain. Surround yourself with individuals who uplift, inspire, and challenge you to reach new heights. Reflect on the individuals who have had a significant influence on your life. What qualities do they possess? How they shaped your perspective and choices. The transformative power of positive influence lies not only in the external guidance it provides, but in the internal transformation it sparks. As you engage with positive influences, be mindful of the reciprocal impact you may have on others. Now let's explore the transformative journey through the lens of continuous learning, a commitment to intellectual and personal growth. In a world that is constantly evolving, the commitment to lifelong learning is not just an asset, but a Stay curious, explore new horizons, and be open to the infinite possibilities that unfold when you embrace the role of a perpetual student. Consider the transformative power of learning from diverse sources. Books, podcasts, courses, and conversations. Each avenue of learning contributes to the richness of your understanding. The transformative journey involves breaking out of intellectual comfort zones, challenging preconceived notions, and embracing the expansive world of knowledge that awaits. As we navigate the intricate landscapes of personal development, let's acknowledge the importance of gratitude. Gratitude is not just a pleasant sentiment, but a transformative force that enhances our well-being and attracts more of what we appreciate into our lives. Cultivate the habit of gratitude, for it is the alchemy that turns ordinary moments into extraordinary blessings. Now let's delve into the concept of the perpetual student mindset, an approach to life that recognizes every experience as an opportunity to learn. The transformative journey is not about reaching a destination of knowledge, but about adopting a mindset that views the journey itself as a continuous education. As you embody the perpetual student mindset, every challenge becomes a lesson, every setback an opportunity for growth. Consider the transformative power of curiosity. The perpetual student mindset is fueled by an insatiable curiosity about the world and a genuine interest in understanding diverse perspectives. Ask questions, seek answers, and approach every situation with the curiosity of a child discovering the world for the first time. Now let's explore the profound impact of mentorship on the transformative journey. A mentor, whether in person or through the wisdom found in books, serves as a guide, a source of inspiration, and a repository of knowledge. Seek out mentors who align with your values and aspirations, individuals whose journeys resonate with your own. As you engage in mentorship, consider the reciprocal nature of the relationship. The transformative journey is not just about receiving guidance, but about becoming a mentor yourself. Share your insights, experiences, and lessons learned with those who are on earlier steps of their journeys. In the grand tapestry of personal development, mentorship weaves threads of wisdom and experience that connect generations. consider the impact of your journey on those around you. As you ascend your metaphorical mountains, you inspire others to embark on their paths of self-discovery. Your resilience becomes a beacon of hope, and your determination serves as a roadmap for others navigating their paths. The transformative journey is not solitary. It ripples through the fabric of communities, leaving a legacy of inspiration and empowerment. Reflect on the communities you are a part of, be it your family, workplace, or broader social circles. The transformative power of community impact lies in recognizing the interconnectedness of our journeys. Your actions, choices, and contributions influence the collective well-being of those around you. Engage in initiatives that uplift, support, and inspire, recognizing that the transformative journey is not just about personal growth, but about contributing to the well-being of the world around us. Now let's explore the transformative power of legacy, the narrative that continues beyond our individual journeys. Your transformative journey is not just about the present moment. It's about the stories you weave, the values you embody, and the impact you leave on future generations. Consider the legacy you wish to create and the principles you want to pass down as a beacon of guidance. Legacy is not about the accumulation of wealth or fame, but about the imprint you leave on the hearts and minds of others. The transformative journey involves aligning your actions with your values, contributing to causes that resonate with your beliefs, and leaving behind a legacy that reflects the essence of who you are. Now let's delve into the transformative power of leadership. Leadership is not a title, but a responsibility to inspire, guide, and empower those within your sphere of influence. Your transformative journey equips you with the insights and qualities necessary to be a catalyst for positive change in the workplace, in your community, and beyond. Consider the qualities of effective leadership: empathy, integrity, vision, and the ability to inspire others to reach their full potential. The transformative journey involves recognizing the leadership potential within yourself and cultivating the skills necessary to lead with authenticity and impact. As you navigate the intricacies of leadership, consider the concept of servant leadership. A servant leader prioritizes the well-being and development of those they lead, viewing leadership as a service to others. The transformative journey involves embracing the humility to serve, the wisdom to lead with empathy, and the courage to foster an environment where everyone can thrive. Reflect on the leaders who have inspired you throughout your journey. What qualities do they possess? How have they impacted your perspective and choices? The transformative power of leadership lies not just in the external guidance it provides, but in the internal transformation it sparks. As you embrace leadership roles, be mindful of the profound influence you may have on the growth and development of those under your guidance. Now let's explore the transformative impact of your journey on future generations. The stories we weave, the challenges we overcome, and the triumphs we achieve serve as a narrative that shapes the perspectives of those who come after us. Your transformative journey becomes a living testament to the idea that obstacles are not roadblocks, but stepping stones on the path to greatness. Consider the concept of generativity, the desire to contribute to the well-being of future generations. The transformative journey involves recognizing the interconnectedness of our lives with those who will inherit the world we shape today. Engage in actions that contribute to a positive, sustainable, and empowered. The transformative journey is a symphony of self-discovery, resilience, and growth. It's about recognizing the beauty in the process, not just the destination. As you navigate the peaks and valleys, remember that every step, every obstacle, and every triumph is a brushstroke on the canvas of your life. Embrace the journey, for in it lies the profound and continuous transformation that makes life truly extraordinary. Lifelong learning is not just about acquiring knowledge. It's about evolving into the person capable of embracing the ever-changing landscape of existence. The transformative journey is not a destination, but a perpetual exploration of the boundless possibilities that unfold when we commit to being lifelong students of life. Consider the transformative power of curiosity, the childlike wonder that propels us to ask questions, explore new horizons, and challenge our existing paradigm. The transformative journey involves nurturing and preserving this curiosity as we age, recognizing it as the engine that drives the continuous expansion of our understanding and the broadening of our perspectives. As we navigate the transformative journey, let's acknowledge the importance of gratitude. Gratitude is not just a pleasant sentiment, but a transformative force that enhances our well-being and attracts more of what we appreciate into our lives. Cultivate the habit of gratitude, for it is the alchemy that turns ordinary moments into extraordinary blessings. Now let's explore the ripple effect of transformation. The transformative journey is not a solitary endeavor, but a communal experience. Consider the impact of your journey on those around you. Your actions, choices, and the way you navigate challenges become a source of inspiration for others. Your resilience becomes a beacon of hope, and your determination serves as a roadmap for others navigating their paths. The transformative journey involves recognizing the interconnectedness of our lives, understanding that the positive changes we make within ourselves have the potential to create a ripple effect that extends far beyond our individual experience. Think about the profound influence you can have on your community and beyond. Engage in initiatives that uplift, support, and inspire, recognizing that the transformative journey is not just about personal growth, but about contributing to the well-being of the world around us. The transformative power of collective efforts can create a wave of positive change that transforms not only individuals, but entire communities. Reflect on the concept of legacy. Your transformative journey is not just about the present moment. It's about the stories you weave, the values you embody, and the impact you leave on future generations. Legacy is not about the accumulation of wealth or fame, but about the imprint you leave on the hearts and minds of others. Consider the legacy you wish to create and the principles you want to pass down as a beacon of guidance. The transformative journey involves aligning your actions with your values, contributing to causes that resonate with your beliefs, and leaving behind a legacy that reflects the essence of who you are. Now, let's explore the interconnectedness of resilience with adaptability. Resilience is not a rigid resistance to change, but a flexible response to it. Life is dynamic, and circumstances may shift. Embrace the adaptability to adjust your sails while staying true to the course of your values and aspiration. In conclusion, my esteemed audience, the transformative journey is not a destination, but a continuous process of self-discovery, resilience. Embrace the journey, recognizing that the art of lifelong learning and the ripple effect of transformation are not just concepts, but guiding principles that illuminate the path to a purposeful and impactful life. May your transformative journey be characterized by a commitment to lifelong learning, gratitude, and the awareness of the ripple effect of positive change. Thank you for joining me on this profound exploration. As we continue our journey, let's unravel the next layers of personal development, focusing on the transformative power of influence, continuous learning, and the perpetual student mindset. Ladies and gentlemen, today I want to invite you on a journey. It's not a journey through space or time, but rather through the landscapes of our own minds and lives. I promise you this, by the end of our time together, you'll never see your life the same way again. You see, life is a canvas, and our perceptions are the colors with which we paint. Often we find ourselves using the same shades, the same strokes, the way we've been taught or the way we've always done it. But what if I told you that within you lies an untapped reservoir of potential, waiting just for a shift in perspective to come to life? I want to talk to you about the power that lies in a single moment, a single decision to see the world differently. Think of it. Every great adventure begins with a decision to step out the door, to look beyond the horizon. That's where transformation begins. It begins the moment you decide that the status quo is no longer enough, that the familiar paths no longer lead to the destinations you yearn to reach. Throughout history, there have been individuals, just like you and me, who have encountered these crossroads. They stood where you stand today, at the precipice of change, contemplating the same fundamental question. Do I dare to see my world different? Now I want you to imagine a world where every setback is a setup for a comeback, where every challenge is not a roadblock, but a stepping stone. This is not just fanciful thinking. It's the breeding ground for growth, innovation, and transformation. It's where ordinary people achieve extraordinary things. In this journey together, I'm going to share stories of those who dared to dream, who dared to see their world differently, and in doing so, changed not only their lives, but the lives of countless others. These aren't just tales of success and triumph. They are maps to hidden treasures within each of us. We'll delve into the essence of perspective, how a change in view can turn obstacles into opportunities, how a shift in mindset can transform our fears into frontiers of possibility. It's about seeing the unseen, believing in the unbelievable, and achieving the unachievable. As we embark on this journey, I ask you to open your minds and hearts. Be willing to challenge your long-held beliefs, to question the familiar paths, and to embrace the unknown. For in the unknown lies the power to rewrite your story, to paint your... Remember, the greatest journey you'll ever embark on is the journey within. It's a journey to the center of your own soul, to the heart of your own potential, and on this journey you'll find that the most significant changes happen not around you, but within. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. You're about to see your life in a light you've never seen before. And once you do, you'll never look back. The journey to seeing your life new starts now. Let's take that first step together. Let's delve a bit deeper into this concept. It's often said that life is 10 what happens to us and 90 is how we react to it. This is the essence of perspective. It's not just about seeing the world through rose-colored glasses. It's about choosing a viewpoint that empowers and uplifts us even in the face of adversity. Imagine for a moment a rough diamond. To an untrained eye, it may appear unremarkable, just another stone. But to a skilled jeweler, it's a gem of incredible value waiting to be polished and revealed. This is what perspective does. It reveals the value and potential in our lives that we might otherwise overlook. Now let's talk about the power of a positive outlook. Positivity is not about ignoring life's difficulties. It's about facing them with a mindset that allows for growth and resilience. It's about seeing the rain, but also looking for the rainbow that follows. Consider the story of a farmer who faced the most unpredictable weather. One year, there was a severe drought, and his crops barely grew. His neighbors lamented his bad luck, but the farmer simply said, "Good luck, bad luck, who knows?" The following year, there were plentiful rains, and his crops flourished. Again, his neighbors praised his good fortune, but he responded in the same way, "Good luck, bad luck, who knows?" This story teaches us that life's events are not inherently good or bad. It's our perspective that gives them meaning. This perspective is not just about individual gain. It's about seeing the bigger picture, understanding that every experience, every challenge has a role to play in the grand tapestry of our lives. It's about recognizing that our actions, driven by our perspective, not only shape our lives, but also impact those around us. Now let's consider the concept of mindset. Our mindset is the mental attitude that predetermines our responses and interpretations of situations. It's the foundation upon which our perspective is built, cultivating a growth mindset. One that embraces challenges, persists in the face of setbacks, sees effort as the path to mastery, learns from criticism, and finds lessons and inspiration in the success of others can significantly alter our life's trajectory. But how do we shift our perspective? It begins with self-awareness, recognizing our habitual thoughts and questioning their validity. It involves stepping out of our comfort zone, challenging our limiting beliefs, and being open to new ideas and experiences. It requires us to be mindful, to live in the present moment, and to appreciate the journey, not just the destination. As we continue to explore this theme, I want you to reflect on the following questions. How does my perspective shape my experience of life? Am I viewing my challenges as burdens or as opportunities for growth? How can I shift my perspective to empower myself and those around me? And the answers to these questions lie within you. They're the keys to unlocking a life of fulfillment, joy, and purpose. Remember, the lens through which you view the world shapes your reality. Choose a lens that magnifies the good, that focuses on possibilities, and that sees challenges as opportunities to grow and excel. As we journey further into the heart of transformation, let us turn our focus to a vital aspect of life's journey: the role of challenges in personal growth. Challenges, my friends, are not mere obstacles in our path. They are the crucibles in which our character is forged and our dreams are tempered. Think for a moment about the greatest achievements in history, the most inspiring stories of personal triumph. Behind each of these stories lies a tapestry of challenges, struggles, and setbacks. These challenges are not just hurdles to be overcome. They are opportunities for growth, for learning, for becoming the best versions of ourselves. Let's consider the nature of a challenge. A challenge is essentially a call to action, a demand for us to rise to the occasion. It asks us to dig deep, to tap into our reservoirs of strength, determination, and resilience. When we face a challenge head-on, we grow, we expand our capabilities, we discover new strengths, and we develop a deeper sense of self-confidence. For example, the story of a young woman who dreamed of becoming an Olympic athlete. From a young age, she faced numerous setbacks, injuries, defeats, and criticisms. Yet, with each setback, she rose stronger, more determined. Her challenges did not define her. They refined her. They honed her skills, strengthened her resolve, and deepened her passion. Ultimately, her journey through these challenges led her to achieve her dream, not just because she was talented, but because she was tempered by adversity. Now, let's talk about the mindset that transforms challenges into stepping stones. It begins with embracing the challenge. This does not mean enjoying difficulty for its own sake, but rather, it means accepting that challenges are an integral part of the journey and approaching them with a mindset of learning and growth. Each challenge we face is a question posed by life, and how we answer that question determines our path forward. Do we shrink back in fear and doubt, or do we step forward with courage and determination? The choice is ours, and it is in making this choice that we grow. Furthermore, challenges teach us the value of perseverance. There's a saying that the darkest hour is just before dawn. In the midst of our struggles, it can be hard to see the light at the end of the tunnel. But it is in persevering through these dark hours that we witness the breaking of a new dawn, the dawn of our success and achievement. In embracing challenges, it is also crucial to cultivate resilience. Resilience is not about never falling. It's about learning how to rise every time we fall. It's about building the mental and emotional toughness to withstand the storms of life. And like any muscle, resilience grows stronger with use. As we reflect on the role of challenges in our lives, let us also consider the importance of perspective, which we discussed earlier. Our perspective on challenges can make all the difference. When we view challenges as opportunities for growth, we open ourselves to the possibilities of learning and improvement. We transform our struggles into stories of triumph. In this journey, you will encounter challenges, both big and small. When you do, I encourage you to ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can this challenge make me stronger, wiser, and more capable? Approach each challenge with a mindset of growth, and you will turn your battles into victories. As we continue our journey, remember this: challenges are not the end of the road. They are the road. They are the path through which we travel to reach our highest potential. Embrace them, learn from them, and let them lead you to heights you never thought possible. As we continue on this path of transformation and growth, let us turn our attention to a critical element of personal development: the journey of self-discovery. This journey is not just a path we walk. It is the essence of our existence, the core of our... It's about uncovering who we truly are, what we truly want, and what we're truly capable of achieving. Self-discovery is a voyage into the deepest waters of our souls, a quest to uncover the treasures that lie within. It's a journey that asks us to be brave, to question, to explore, and most importantly, to listen to the inner voice that whispers our true desires and aspirations. Why is self-discovery so vital? Because without knowing who we are, we can never truly know what we want or how to achieve it. We wander through life, driven by external expectations and society, often losing touch with our inner self. But when we embark on this journey of self-discovery, we begin to align our external world with our internal truths. We start to live lives that are not just successful on the surface, but deeply fulfilling at the core. Consider the story of an artist who, for years, worked in a corporate job, successful by conventional standards, but deeply unfulfilled. It was only when she took the time to explore her passion for art that she discovered her true calling. This journey of self-discovery led her to a career that was not only financially rewarding, but also immensely satisfying to her soul. Her story teaches us that when we align our actions with our true selves, we unlock a level of success and fulfillment that is otherwise unreachable. The journey of self-discovery is not always easy. It requires us to confront our fears, to challenge our limiting beliefs, and to step out of our comfort zones. But it is in these moments of discomfort that we find our greatest strengths and our truest selves. Self-discovery also involves exploring our values and beliefs. What do we stand for? What is non-negotiable in our lives? Understanding our core values gives us a compass to guide our decisions, ensuring that we stay true to ourselves in all our endeavors. Another crucial aspect of self-discovery is recognizing and embracing our unique talents and abilities. Each of us has a unique set of skills and talents, a unique contribution to make to the world. When we discover and harness these gifts, we not only enrich our own lives, but also contribute to the betterment of those around us. How do we embark on this journey of self-discovery? It starts with introspection. Take time to reflect on your experiences, your reactions, your dreams, and your fears. Journaling, meditation, and quiet contemplation are powerful tools in this process. It also involves seeking new experiences. Step out of your routine, try new things, meet new people. Each new experience is an opportunity to learn more about yourself, to uncover aspects of your character and interests that you may not have been aware of. Throughout this journey, be patient with yourself. Self-discovery is not a destination, it's a lifelong process. It's about continually evolving, growing, and adapting. Embrace each discovery about yourself as a step towards a more authentic and fulfilling life. As we move forward, remember this: the journey of self-discovery is the most important journey you will ever undertake. It's the journey to the heart of who you are. And when you find yourself, you find a key to unlocking your greatest potential, your deepest passions, and your highest achievements. As we venture deeper into our exploration of transformation and growth, we arrive at a pivotal aspect of this journey: the importance of embracing change and taking decisive action. Life, in all its complexity and beauty, is in a constant state of flux. It is an ever-evolving tapestry of experiences, opportunities, and challenges. To navigate this dynamic landscape successfully, we must not only accept change, but embrace it as a catalyst for growth and transformation. Consider for a moment the nature of change. It is often met with resistance, fear, and uncertainty. We cling to the familiar, to the comfort of our routines and known outcomes. However, it is in stepping out of our comfort zones, in embracing the unknown, that we uncover our true potential. Change challenges us to adapt, to grow, and to reinvent ourselves. It is the soil in which the seeds of personal growth are. Take the story of a successful businessman who, after years of climbing the corporate ladder, found himself at a crossroads. The path he had been traveling no longer brought him fulfillment. Despite the risks, he chose to embrace change to follow his passion for environmental conservation. This decision led him to start a venture that not only became financially successful, but also made a significant positive impact on the planet. His story is a testament to the power of embracing change and the extraordinary possibilities that lie on the other side of it. But embracing change is only half the equation. The other equally important half is taking action. Dreams and aspirations, no matter how inspiring, remain mere fantasies without action. It is through action that we turn our visions into reality, our potential into achievement. Action, however, requires courage. It requires stepping into the unknown, taking risks, and being willing to face failure. Remember, every great achievement in history was once considered impossible until someone dared to take that first. It was the action, the willingness to move forward despite the odds, that turned the impossible. Consider the remarkable journey of an athlete who, despite facing numerous injuries and setbacks, never gave up on her dream to compete at the highest level. Her relentless pursuit, her unwavering commitment to take action every day, led her to not only compete, but also to triumph in the international arena. Her story is a powerful reminder that persistent, consistent action is the key to achieving our goals. As we embrace change and take action, it's essential to cultivate a mindset of resilience and adaptability. Change is often unpredictable, and our paths to success are rarely linear. We must be prepared to adjust our course, to learn from our experiences, and to keep moving forward, even when the road gets tough. Taking action also means being proactive in our lives. It's about creating opportunities rather than waiting for them to come to us. It's about being the architect of our destiny, not just a passenger on the journey of life. In this pursuit, remember the importance of setting clear goals. Goals give our actions direction and purpose. They provide a roadmap to guide our journey and a measure to gauge our progress. But these goals should not be set in stone. They should be flexible, adaptable to the ever-changing dynamics of our lives. As we reflect on the power of embracing change and taking action, let us also remember the role of discipline and consistency. Success is not achieved in a day, but over days, weeks, months, and years of consistent effort. It's the small daily actions compounded over time that lead to monumental results. As we draw near the close of our time together, let's reflect on the journey we've embarked upon. We've explored the transformative power of perspective, the invaluable role of challenges in personal growth, the enlightening path of self-discovery, and the vital importance of embracing change and taking action. Each of these elements, woven together, creates a tapestry of transformation, a blueprint for a life of fulfillment, purpose, and achievement. Now we stand at a pivotal moment, the moment of transformation. This is not just a point in time. It's a shift in being, a new way of seeing the world and ourselves within it. It's the moment when we realize that we have the power to shape our destiny, to turn our dreams into reality. Transformation is not an external process. It starts with a decision to see things differently, to embrace challenges as opportunities for growth, to embark on a journey of self-discovery, to welcome change with open arms, and to take consistent, purposeful action towards our goals. Remember, the journey does not end here. Transformation is an ongoing process, a continuous journey of growth and evolution. As you step forward from this moment, carry with you the lessons we've shared, the insights you've gained, and the resolve to continue growing, learning, and evolving. I encourage you to take a moment to envision your future, the life you dream of creating. See it in vivid detail, the achievements, the joy, the fulfillment. Hold on to that vision, guide you, let it guide you as you move forward. Let it be the beacon, that lights your path, the compass that directs your journey. As you embark on this path, remember that you are not alone. The journey of transformation is a road many have traveled, many will travel after. Seek out mentors, surround yourself with like-minded individuals, never be afraid to ask for help or guidance. Together, we are stronger, together, we can achieve more. In closing, I want to leave you with a thought, carry in your heart. You have within you all the strength, wisdom, and determination you need to transform your life. The power to change, to grow, to achieve your greatest dreams lies. Embrace it, nurture it, and let it shine. As you step out into the world, remember that every day is a new opportunity, a blank canvas waiting for you to paint your masterpiece. Approach each day with enthusiasm, passion, and with the unshakable belief that you are capable of extraordinary.
Especially for me, farm boy from Idaho. I didn't have many skills when I first awakened to the opportunity that, you could work for pay. I knew how to milk cows, but, that was about it, and it didn't pay very well. But when I was introduced to network marketing, health and nutrition, a marketing system where I could start at the bottom, go to the top, and start part-time, it literally revolutionized and changed my life forever. I've never been the same. And a big share of my story now is sharing with people around the world this extraordinary opportunity. And then along with it, the philosophy that makes it work. Because you can have every technique in the world and the best product in the world, and you can have the finest support system in the world, but unless you have the philosophy that drives you to do the necessary things to make it work, then nothing works. So I like to talk about all the things that made it work for me and see if that might not be valuable for someone else. So I want you to take some good notes. If you're ready to take notes, say, "I'm ready." I like this crowd already. Treat me well, I might take you with me as my traveling audience. Now here's the next key on being prepared for the next century, and that is your personal philosophy. At age 25, the things that so dramatically changed my life was, number one, the discovery of a unique product that I could believe in. My mother taught nutrition, and she taught good health, so I was the beneficiary of that. It came from my grandmother, my grandfather, passed it on to my mother. She taught it, passed it on to me. My father never had a major illness, lived to be 93. My mother extended her life, according to the doctor, at least 20 years. She should have died at least 20 years earlier than she did, simply because she stretched out those years by the study of good nutrition. I was an only child, and Mama studied, mixed up all that stuff back then. She'd say, "Hey, me and Papa and her," she said, "drink this stuff. If it don't kill us, I think it'll help." And we're bagging down this stuff. And Mama taught all of that, but the payoff was so incredible. I passed it on to my two daughters. They've never been ill. They passed it on to their children, my grandchildren, that haven't been ill. I mean, the study of good nutrition, paying attention, and being involved in the industry you're in is one of the best. So, that's so important. Your personal philosophy, what you believe in, that's going to carry you into the next century. Let me give you now some of the early philosophies that changed my life forever. I heard one of them in my introduction. Some of these philosophies have lived with me now all of these years. I've passed them on, and people have come back around saying, "Mr. Rohn, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 35 years ago, I sat in your class and sat in your seminar, and those early things that you taught, I've practiced it and I'm doing it." A man not long ago showed me notes he took 23 years ago, and then he had me sign those notes. He said, "I've used these notes to develop my life, my personal life, and my business life." And when he took those notes, he said, I was 18 years old. So it's incredible. I'm so thankful for all these years. But now I want to pass it along to you. Some of the philosophies that changed my life forever. Okay? If you're ready, say, "I'm ready." Here's the first one. Profits are better than wages. Once I understood that, I got rich. Profits are better than wages. Nobody taught me that in high school. I went to college for a year and a half. I never heard it. I'm 25 and broke. I'm not destitute. I'm broke. Too much month at the end of the month. I'm broke. And I finally hear this philosophy. Profits are better than wages. Now here's the phrase that goes with it. Wages make you a living, which is fine. Profits make you a fortune, which is super fine. And you can live both fine and super fine. You've now got the mechanism and the ways and means to do that. Profits are better than wages. Guess what? I taught this in Moscow. when I was teaching capitalism. You know, the communists had it all wrong. They taught that capitalism was, a big company that oppresses its workers. I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous. They had mentally lost it when they came up with this ridiculous philosophy. Now, communism taught capital belongs to the state, not the people. And we taught all these years what? Capital belongs in the hands of the people, not the state. That's why, of course, kids should pay taxes, because they can be capitalists, and all capitalists should pay taxes. And it doesn't take much to start an enterprise that makes a profit. I teach kids how to have 2 bicycles, one to ride and one to rent. I mean, how long does it take? How long does it take to make a profit? I mean, a little ingenuity and you're on your way. So profits are better than wages. Capitalism better than communism. Communism said people are too dumb and stupid to know what to do with capital. So you must take capital away from all the dumb, stupid people and give it to the all-wise, all-knowing state. And let the state run everything. I mean, that was communism. And they devastated every country they touched. I've been to East Germany. It's taking $1 trillion just to clean up East Germany. They've already spent $500 billion. They got $500 billion more to go. I mean, every country they touched, and I've been in all of them, they devastated them all with their devastating philosophy. We teach capital belongs in the hands of the people. That's where the ingenuity is to bring goods and services to the marketplace. And I'm going to show you later the miracle of capitalism grassroots in America, which you're involved in. But once I understood this now, it was so incredible. Profits are better than wages. Now, when I first was recruited, I'm a distributor for this little product called Abunda Vida. And here's what my mentor said, Mr. Show. He said, Mr. Rohn, you can start this miracle working business part-time. You don't have to go full-time, you can start part-time. And he said, if you'll devote, to start with, let's say 10, 12, 15 hours a week, where you'll start making a profit, here's what you can now say. I'm working full-time on my job and part-time on my fortune. Because profits lead to fortune. I got so excited about that philosophy. I'm working full-time on my job, but now I'm working part-time on my fortune. I found a way not only to make a living, you won't believe this, I found a way to make a fortune. Can you imagine what that's like then to get up in the morning? To go to work on your fortune? Not to go to work to pay the rent, which is okay, but a chance to go to work to make a fortune? And I said, right now I'm working part-time on my fortune and full-time on my job, but it won't be long until I'll be working full-time on my fortune. Can you imagine what life is going to be like? Now, here was my first goal when I started, and that was part-time. I wanted to equal on my profits part-time what I was earning on my full-time job. This is called the magic of part-time. It is so thrilling for people to start working the business part-time, because now you can work on profits, and it doesn't take very long. If you'll really concentrate on those 10, 12, 15 hours a week, it won't be long if you really do it right and learn some of the skills I'm going to talk about. It won't be long until you can be earning as much part-time working on your fortune as you are full-time working on your job. I did that in less than 6 months. Now I've got an incredible invitation. I found a way part-time to work on my fortune, and I'm making as much money at that as I am on my full-time job. Would you like to hear my story? It was incredible. Now here was my second goal, to make twice as much money part-time working on my fortune as I was working full-time on my job. And I reached that in less than a year. Making twice as much money part-time working on my fortune as I was full-time working on my job. Now I've got an incredible invitation that won't quit. I found a way, through a unique opportunity, to work part-time on my fortune, and I'm now earning twice as much money as I am working full-time on my job. Would you like to hear my story? Do you imagine anybody would say, no, I don't care to hear your story? No.
Everybody I said that to said, wow, yes, what are you doing? I said, I'm glad you asked. Let me tell you. Now, when I started making twice as much money part-time as full-time, here's my dilemma. I didn't want to go full-time. And why not go full-time? And the reason was because I didn't want to give up my electrifying story. Right? It was so powerful, nobody could resist the invitation to at least take a look. I didn't want to give it up. And I hung on for I don't know how long until it was, almost insane. And then finally, reluctantly, I gave up my full-time job. But now, you can imagine the thrill and excitement of going to work full-time on my fortune. It was incredible. But I want you to jot down the magic of part-time. What does it take to really change a person's lifestyle? Not very much. An extra $1,000 a month, I'm telling you, will drastically change most American families' lifestyle. And that's why part-time is so valuable, because it very quickly changes a person's lifestyle. And here's what the change in lifestyle does. It's a great recruiting tool. One of the greatest recruiting attractions is the money you make part-time. Somebody said, you've been on 3 vacations this year? Says, yes, I got this little part-time thing going. What's that? You bought 2 new cars, one for you and one for her. How did you do that? Said, I got this little part-time thing going. Your kids have got all these new clothes? Yes. All this stuff is happening. What is it? An extra $1,000 a month. See, $1,000 a month full-time, nobody wants to hear your story. $1,000 a month part-time that starts to change your lifestyle, everybody wants to hear your story. So the key is part-time. The magic and the attraction of part-time gives you a classic invitation for somebody to listen to what you're doing that's changing your life. And it's not just necessarily the money that changes your life. It's what you do with the money. It's the change of lifestyle. So part-time helps to change lifestyle, which gives you a classic invitation to look at what you're doing. That's how I started in network marketing, age 25. Wow, these philosophies changed my life. I wish I would have learned them in high school. In high school, if they would have offered Wealth 1, Wealth 2, I'd have taken both classes. I wouldn't have waited until I was 25 and broke. Here's the next one. Philosophy that helped change my life. It's not what happens that determines your life future. It's not what happens that determines your life future. It's what you do about what happens. All of us are in like a little sailboat. And it's not the blowing of the wind that determines your destination. It's the set of the sail. So jot this phrase down. It's one of the best to understand. Kids need to understand it. The same wind blows on us all. The same wind blows on us all. The wind of disaster, the wind of opportunity, the wind of change. The wind when it's upside down, the wind when it's favorable and unfavorable. The same wind blows on us all. The economic wind, the social wind, the political wind. The same wind blows on everybody. The difference in where you arrive in 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, the difference in arrival is not the blowing of the wind, but the set of the sail. And that's what learning is all about, to set a better sail this year than last year. To set a better sail. The first 6 years of my economic life, I wound up broke. Second 6 years, I wound up rich. You say, well, the Democrats must have finally gotten power. No. It was not a political change. Here's what changed the second 6 years of my economic life. It was my philosophy that changed. The set of the sail of better thinking, correcting the errors of the past and picking up new disciplines for the future. That's all I had to do at the end of the first 6. Correct the errors of the past and then pick up some new disciplines for the future. And my total life changed. The second 6 years was totally different than the first 6 of my working life. And guess who can do that? Anybody. Now you can keep on the same path for the next couple of years as you have the past 2. But if you wish to, and maybe everything's okay for you and you don't need to, but if you need to make some changes, I'm telling you, you can start doing it today so that the next 2 years will be drastically different than the last 2.
And anybody who wishes to do that can. And you can do it between ages 40 and 43. You can do it between ages 13 and 50. You can do it between ages 60 and 62. Any 2 years, any 5 years that you wish to drastically change from the previous 5, you can do it. If you wish to. Now this isn't written. This is not a law. Here's what it's called: opportunity. But if you don't know you can change, if you don't know you can drastically change your income, change your future, change your health, change your marriage, change everything, if you don't know that, some people then go year after year after year after year not making much change simply because they didn't get to the class. They never read the book. They never went to the seminar. They never made the discovery. They didn't seek for the knowledge of how could I make my life better. And if you just rock along, I'm telling you it's okay. Anybody can live any way they choose, but I'm here to tell all of you that if you wish to, it's possible to make the next 3 years totally different than the last 3. And all you have to do is just a few things. So if you got that one now, it's not the blowing of the wind that determines your income. It's not the blowing of the wind that determines your fortune. It's the set of the sail. And that's why we gathered here today. Maybe I've got some ideas that'll help you with a couple of little things about setting the sail of your thinking that might drastically give you multiplied more benefit the next 3 years than you've got in the last 3. So it's not what happens. What happens to everybody. Chevron years ago brought me in to talk to management. They said, Mr. Rohn, you travel around the world and you're fairly knowledgeable. What do you think the next 10 years are going to be like? I said, gentlemen, I can tell you I do know the right people. So they all leaned forward and listened carefully. And I said, gentlemen, the next 10 years are going to be about like the last 10. The next season after fall is, well, I promise you that's not going to change. After day comes night. I promise you that's not going to change. Here's how the last 6,000 years reads. If you want to make a note of Jim Rohn's vision of history the last 6,000 years, here's how it reads. Opportunity mixed with difficulty. And if we're around another 6,000 years, it's going to read like that looks like for the next 6,000 years. Opportunity mixed with difficulty. Now, sometimes there seems to be more opportunity than difficulty, and then sometimes there seems to be more difficulty than opportunity, but the mix isn't going to change. After expansion comes recession. But after recession comes expansion. Not to think so, see, is naive. And once you've got just a little of this stuff settled, then you know exactly what to do. You know exactly what to anticipate, so you can be ready. Now, here's the next one, and I heard it in my invitation. Here's what it says. For things to change, you have to change. I was hoping the government would change, and taxes would change, and economics would change, and my boss would change and be more generous. I wished for everything to change, and my teacher said, no, Mr. Rohn, for things to change for you, you have to change. Don't wish it was easier, wish you were better. Once I understood this, this altered the course of my life. Don't wish it was easier. Wish you were better. And here's the big one. Don't wish for less problems. Wish for more skills. You don't need less problems. You simply need more skills. Don't wish for less challenge. Wish for more wisdom. Accept the challenge, because you can't grow without a challenge. You can't get rich without a challenge. You can't fly without gravity. You have to understand the challenge. But that's the key, is to now develop wisdom to overcome the challenge. Don't wish for less challenge, but more wisdom. And then here's one more philosophy to help change my life forever. You can do the most remarkable things no matter what happens. Humans can do the most remarkable things no matter what happens. Philosophies that changed my life. Here's one of the big philosophies I learned in network marketing. It's called the law of averages. If you do something often enough, a ratio will appear. Key phrase, if you do something often enough, a ratio will appear. It's amazing. It's uncanny. In baseball, we call it batting average. If you talk to 10 people, one says yes. Now the ratio has begun. 1 out of 10. Talk to 10, get 1. Here's something interesting about the law of averages. Once it starts, it tends to continue. This is colossal information. Once a ratio starts, it tends to continue. If you talk to 10 and get 1, sure enough, chances are excellent if you talk to 10 more, you'll get another one. Talk to 10 more, you'll get another one. Now you can compete. If you can only get 1 out of 10, you can compete, even with somebody that can get 9 out of 10. If you've been here a long time, you can get 9 out of 10. I just joined, I can only get 1 out of 10. If we have a 30-day contest, I will beat you. Say, well, how could you beat me? Here's why. During that 30 days, you talk to 10 and get 9. I talk to 100 and get 10. I beat you. Isn't that clever? This is clever stuff. And I do it for 2 reasons. I sincerely wish to win. But I do it for another very sincere reason. I wish for you to lose. And that's noble on my part. Here's why it's noble. You learn more by losing than you do by winning. So I wish to give you that experience. Now here's how I do it once I understand the law of averages. When I'm new, I make up in numbers what I lack in skill. I make up in numbers what I lack in skill. Now who can do that? Anybody that's ambitious. Anybody with a little ingenuity. Anybody. Doesn't matter. Now here's one more. The law of averages can be increased. You get 1 out of 10, talk to 10, get another. Talk to 10, get another. The 4th time you talk to 10, you get 2. Why would the 4th time you talk to 10, you get 2 instead of 1? You're getting better. You're getting better. And who can get better? Anybody. Talk to 10, get 2. Talk to 10, get 2. Finally, talk to 10, get 3. I finally got up to about 3. Now, it takes more than a genius to go past like 3 or 4. But 3 will do. If you bat 300 in baseball, they pay you $4 million a year. Which means you're out 7 times out of 10. 7 times out of 10, out. Make $4 million a year. Are you ready for that? So, this works so well now in your business. Just jot the phrase down. You don't have to bat 1,000. You don't have to bat 1,000 to make big money. 1 out of 10 is fine. 2 out of 10 is terrific. 3 out of 10 is fabulous. Some particular incredible genius might get 4 out of 10. But 3 out of 10 is sufficient to make you rich beyond your wildest imagination. This is how I went after my friends, neighbors, and relatives when I first started recruiting. I said, look, I've got a new business and I'm getting about 3 out of 10 to join. And I don't mind you, just come to the meeting and be one of the 7. Right? Doesn't matter. Right? You're my friend, you'll do me a favor. And so it's not important to me that you like it. It's not important to me that you join. It's certainly not important to me that you buy. It's just important to me that you listen. One of the reasons, though, I want you to hear the story is because a year from now, if I'm doing well, I don't want you to say, how come you never picked up the phone a year ago? I never got a letter, never got a call. You call me a friend? You're making all this money, you never picked up the phone. So I don't want that to happen. So for 2 reasons, I want you to see what I'm doing. So a year from now, if I'm doing well, I can say, I gave you the opportunity. But also, just as a favor, come and be one of the 7. It doesn't matter to me if you buy it. But I need 10 to get 3. And if you're one of the 3, wonderful. If you're not, wonderful. It might matter to you. It might matter to you, but it doesn't matter to me. Now, it matters to me because we're friends, but it doesn't matter in terms of my averages. So if you decide to get rich, just learn the law of averages. Now, here's the second law that changed my life forever in network marketing. I learned the law of sowing and reaping. And in the law of sowing and reaping is also the story of the law of averages. Jot this down. The story of the sower comes from the Bible. I'm an amateur on the Bible, but this is such a useful story. Here's what the story says. And take the notes because the drama's in the details.
The sower was ambitious. Evidently, he was ambitious. When you read the whole story, you'll conclude, yes, this was an ambitious sower. Here was number 2. He had excellent seed. The sower who sowed the seed had excellent seed. And the excellent seed could be an excellent opportunity, an excellent product, an excellent story. So we've got an ambitious sower with excellent seed. But now here's the rest of the details of the story. For your information, for the drama of your life, so you can understand things better. Learning some of this is how I got rich by age 30. Okay. Number 1, it says the sower goes out to sow the seed, but the first part of the seed falls by the wayside and the birds get it. So jot this down. The birds are going to get some of the seed. The birds are going to get some of the seed. Now you say, well, Mr. Rohn, what does that mean? Well, I invite John to come to a meeting. He said he'd be there Tuesday night. Tuesday night I show up, John isn't there. I say, John, I wonder why John didn't make it. Now I know the answer. The birds. The birds. John had this great idea of coming to the meeting to look at an opportunity, and somebody stole
Answer
it
on the beat.
and said, you're not going to go see network marketing. And he says, well, maybe not. So have you jotted that down now? The birds are going to get some. Now, when the birds get some, you've got 2 options. Number 1 is to chase birds. And say, well, let me get a hold of the person that talked him out of coming to the meeting. I'll tear him a new cage. But I wouldn't do this. Here's what happens if you go chasing birds. You leave the field. If you go chasing birds now, you leave the field, which is going to distract from your future, not add. So you can't chase birds and try to straighten this stuff out. Here's what it is. It's just one of those things. And here's the best comment when things are a little disappointing. Isn't that interesting? You just have to say, I thought sure he would be there. He promised me. He promised me. But I know it was the birds. And you just have to say, isn't that interesting? Now, here's the rest of the story. It says, the sower kept on sowing. See, that was the secret to his success. He kept on sowing. And if you keep sowing, you can sow more than the birds can get because there aren't enough birds. If you keep sowing, there are some birds, but there's not enough. Because the law of averages will work for you. My mentor taught me, he said, you know, Mr. Rohn, there's only 9 or 10 real nasty, miserable people in the whole world. Now, he says they move around a lot, you know, and you're liable to... You'll bump into one once in a while. But when you bump into one, you say, there's only 9 more like you. I can handle that in the whole world. Okay. Now, here's what else it says. The sower now keeps sowing the seed. Now the seed falls, the story says, on rocky ground where the soil is shallow. And the rocky ground where the soil is shallow is not of your making. Because you had excellent seed and you were an ambitious sower. So the rocky ground where the soil is shallow is not of your making. But here's what it says what happened. This time, the little seed that falls in the ground starts to grow, and the little plant starts to grow. But the first hot day, it withers and dies. Not an easy thing to watch. I finally get John started. Sure enough, 3 or 4 days later, somebody says, boo, and he goes, he's gone. Doesn't show up at the second meeting. And I say, I thought sure John would last a week. What happened? Jot this down. The hot weather is going to get some. And this is not of your making. Here's what you must say when that happens. Isn't that interesting? What can you do? The answer is nothing. You say, well, I'm going to try to change this. I wouldn't take that class. You know, the sun comes up in the east. Somebody says, why is that? I wouldn't spend much time on that. Just let that happen. Don't go for this why stuff. I'm giving you the answers here. The answers is in the structure and the consequences and in the deal. The answer is in the deal. Anything beyond that is not worth studying. So
how come some just last a little while? I wouldn't sign up for that class. Here's the answer. Some don't stay. You just have to jot that down. And when some leaves, you say, that's one of those that don't stay. Now you know what category to put them in. And you can't solve this thing. It's like rearranging the seasons. You can't fool with that. All you can do is cooperate with the way things are set up. I didn't set it up. You say, well, it shouldn't be this way. Well, when you get your own planet, you can rearrange this whole deal. But on this planet, you're a guest. You got to take it as it comes. Now, here was the secret to the ambitious sower with good seed. It said he kept on sowing. Now, here's what he had to do to keep on sowing. He had to discipline his disappointment. This is a key phrase now to use the rest of your life. You must learn to discipline your disappointment because you didn't set up the setup, and some are not going to stay, and that is not of your making. Now, if you made gross errors and you ran them off, see, that'd be different. Now, you're responsible for that. But if it's in the normal course of things, this is the way things are. Now, here's what it says. The sower keeps on sowing. Now it says the seed falls on thorny ground. And somebody says, well, how much of this do you have to go through? Well, hang on. It's not the end of the story. Now the little seed falls on thorny ground. And now the little plant starts to grow again. But as the little plant starts to grow, the thorns choke it to death. And it dies. So jot this down. The thorns are going to get some. And that's not of your making. And what are these thorns? The story even called these little thorns, little cares, little distractions, little somethings. Who knows what all they are? I say, John, we had a meeting last night, you weren't here. John says, well, I can't make every meeting. I say, why not? You're part-time. He said, well, the screen door came off the hinges. And you just can't let your house fall apart. You got to take some time and fix things up. And I can hear the thorn going, He says some extra trash had piled up in the garage. You can't let mountains of trash take over. You got to keep your trash hauled out. People who let little things cheat them out of big opportunities. People who let little things cheat them out of big opportunities. And you feel almost helpless. What could I do about that? And that's nothing. And you say, well, why is this? I'm asking you not to sign up for that class. Don't sign up for these why is this class. It's just the way it is. Like winter following fall and spring following winter. So if you got that, the thorns are going to get some. But now here's the good news. Let's read the rest of the story now quickly. The sower now what? Keeps on sowing the seed, keeps on sharing the story, keeps on giving an invitation. Yes, the invitation can be more powerful for me as it was 1 year later than it was the first month. Because now I'm saying I'm making twice as much money part-time as I'm making on my full-time. Yes, the story can be more powerful, but the law of average is still going to work. But now here's what the story said. Finally, the seed falls on good ground. Finally, the seed falls on good ground. Now put this in parentheses. It always will. If you keep sowing. If you share a good idea long enough, it will fall on good people. But now here's the rest of that story. Some of the good ground did 30%. And some of the good ground did 60%. And some of the good ground did 100%. You say, well, why the difference in numbers? I wouldn't sign up for that class. Come on. Have I said that often enough now? Don't register for that class. It's just the way it is. Now, I tried to get the 30s to do 60. Found out it was more than I could handle. I used to say, I'll make them successful if it kills me. I almost died. No, you can't do that. Here's what you do. Let the 30s do 30 to the best of their ability and keep doing 30, because that's how they build their lifestyle and get what they want out of life. And let the 60s do 60, and let the 100s do 100. Now, how can you get some to do 100%? You got to go through all these experiences, and you got to talk to all these people. Let me quickly give you now a list of the skills that changed my life forever. Developing a new philosophy that I could do it. In my network marketing experience now led me to developing new skills. Right, I knew how to milk cows, but it didn't pay well. Here's the first skill I learned that changed my life. Getting a customer. Making a sale.
It looks like you lost another one.
And of course, sales for you is easy, right? Because it's not technical. Right? Technical is all taken care of. You simply represent your product. If you share a unique product, talk about its merits, persuade someone that it's the best, they agree to buy, that's the simple art of sales. But in your business, here's what it's more like, sharing. Because using the product yourself, gathering some testimonials, you simply share that. So we're not talking like high-powered spacecraft technical skills. It's simply sharing something you've discovered with someone else, and doing it well enough to where they agree they would like to participate. Now here's what happened when I learned sales. It multiplied my income by 5. Now it didn't take that much because I wasn't doing that well in farm country, but it did multiply my income by 5. Sales, getting customers, laying that incredible foundation for an entrepreneurial career. So now I've got 2 skills, milking cows and making sales. Here's the next one I learned that changed me forever, and that's recruiting, introducing the business opportunity to new people, learning how to give a good invitation, learning how to give 2 kinds of presentation, formal and informal. And the third part of recruiting, of course, is following up. Once you start a new life, now you got to take care of it, like a new mother would take care of her baby. You don't start a new life and abandon it. You start a new life and nourish it like a mother and protect it like a father. You got to be both mother and father to a new person. Nourishment, ideas like a mother. Protection, help defend your new life against the encroachment of outside voices that would try to talk them out of it. So you got to be mother and father in this art of recruiting. We call it being a sponsor. And being a sponsor is like being a bridge, helping somebody from darkness to light, from skeptic to faith, from not knowing to knowing, from no confidence in themselves to starting to gain confidence. You're the bridge that helps people from the shadows to the sunlight. It's one of the most exciting positions to occupy in all of network marketing industry, is the bridge, helping people crossing the bridge, out from discouragement into recognition. Being this bridge, that's what the recruiting magic is all about. You've got the answers, they've been looking for the answers, you've got the answers, and you help them cross this bridge. You see something in them before they can see it in themselves. You assure them that it's possible to be more than they are, therefore they can earn more than they've got, have more than they possess. This is one of the great arts in the world, and here's what's exciting about this art. It pays big money. Because now you operate a unique philosophy, taught first in the Bible. John Kennedy taught it in his inaugural speech. Zig Ziglar's got one of the best ways to put it. And that's the secret to wealth. The secret to wealth and fortune. First taught in the Bible. Because the question was asked, how can we achieve greatness, great wealth, great power, great influence, great recognition, great self-esteem? How can we achieve greatness? The master teacher was asked. And here was his formula for achieving personal greatness. He said, find a way to serve the many. For service to many leads to greatness. For those that are interested. People aren't interested, but for those that are, service to many leads to greatness. Someone says, well, best I can do is just take care of myself, which is okay, but it doesn't lead to greatness. Somebody says, I got enough bills of my own, I can't worry about someone else's bills. That's okay, but it doesn't lead to greatness. Greatness is helping people pay their bills, you forget about yours. Because if you help enough people pay theirs, yours disappears. Help people with problems, your problems disappear. The key to greatness, the master teacher taught, is finding a way. Now, a lot of people would like to serve many people, but they don't have a way. And what's exciting about you and your business is you've now got the way. Whether you use it or not, it's up to you. Whether you cash it in or not is up to you. Whether you make a fortune or just a little? That's all up to you. Each person's ambition. It's called the same marketing. The same product. The products are the same for everybody here. The marketing system is the same. The difference is each person's philosophy and each person's individual ambition. But whatever your ambitions are, now you've got the ways and means. And here's what you've got the ways and means to do. Serve as many people as you would like. Now here's what's exciting about recruiting. With what you're involved in here, you can directly and indirectly affect the lives of dozens of people. Some of you are going to directly and indirectly affect the lives of hundreds of people. And some of you, if you wish, can directly and indirectly affect the lives of thousands of people. And the pay is accordingly. If you affect a few, you earn that pay. If you affect the many, you earn that pay. But the secret is found in the Bible. Service to many leads to greatness. Now, John Kennedy said it in his inaugural speech. Here's what he said. Don't ask. Don't we wish that was the current political philosophy? Where is John Kennedy and his philosophy? John Kennedy said, don't ask. That's important if you understand philosophy. He said, don't ask what the people can do for you. Don't ask what the country can do for you. Don't ask what the government can do for you. That's not how you get rich. That's not how you have high self-esteem. That's not how you get trophies to put on the mantle above the fireplace, asking what the people can do for you. Don't ask, he said, what the people can do for you, but ask, what could I do for my country? And the country means the people. What could I do for the people? I want trophies, I want recognition, I want high self-esteem. I would even like a chance to make a fortune. John Kennedy says it's easy. Don't ask what the people can do for you, but ask, what could I do for the people? Could I directly and indirectly serve me in my country? And now that you are participating in this program, the answer is yes. Now, Zig probably said it best. Zig's got some great. Zig and I have been good friends for a lot of years. Zig says money isn't everything, but it ranks right up there with oxygen. Zig, you're right. Zig says, my dentist told me, Zig, only floss the teeth you want to keep. You know, forget the rest. But here, Zig is famous for this now. This is one of Zig's philosophies, and it goes right along with the other two, the Bible and John Kennedy. Here's what Zig says. If you help enough people get what they want, you can have everything you want. If you help enough people get what they want, you can have everything you want. Now, wanting everything you want, we call that self-interest. But it's okay to have self-interest if you do it in a positive way. By helping enough people get what they want, you can have everything. Now, you can accomplish all that by learning this next skill called recruiting. And I learned it, and it made me fortunate. So now I've got 3 skills. Milking cows, making sales, and recruiting. Here's the next skill I learned to pay big money. Organizing. Once you got a few, get them to work together, see, and that's magic. Getting people to work together is magic. Now, yes, it's challenging, like having some, several members of your family getting them to work together is challenging, but it's magic. Getting husband and wife to work together is challenging, but it's magic when it happens. But everything magic is challenging. Just got to jot that down. Everything magic is challenging. But once you figure out the challenge and go for it, then the magic occurs. Let me tell you how magical people working together is. Let me quote the Bible again. It says, if 2 or 3 agree on a common purpose, nothing is impossible. Just try that on for your mental size. If 2 or 3 agree on a common purpose, nothing's impossible. Everybody's looking for a challenge. Here's what I teach, especially the kids. Here's the best challenge in the world. Let's go do it. Not you go do it. Let's go do it. If 2 or 3 of us decide on a common purpose to do it, nothing's impossible. Working together, organizing. Now, when everybody's an independent, now it's a little more challenging. Like having kids, they've each got their own opinions. They've each got their own ambitions and desires. It's challenging. You've got a variety. But that's what makes life, the variety. And it is, in your business, it is challenging, getting people to work together. It's like herding cats. Sheep are easy, but you gotta try cats, herding cats. But if you can possibly get it done, the power is so immense when you get people to work together. Here's one of the powers of working together: shared testimonials. If I've got somebody new and you're there and I'm there, I give them my testimonial, you give your testimonial. Maybe what tips the scales in getting me a new person is not my testimonial, but my partner's testimonial. Somebody I'm working with, their testimonial got it. Shared testimonials are so powerful. That's why working together is okay, is powerful. Now, working by yourself is okay. All this stuff is okay. Everybody needs to know, though, where are the advantages? And these are some of the advantages. I learned to organize, pay big money. Here's what I next learned to do: promote. Promotion now pays staggering money. Now, the company comes up with what we call major promotion. Here's what you've got to come up with: smaller promotion. The company comes up with major recognition. You've got to come up with small recognition for your people around you. The top 5. The company's got top 5. You've got your own top 5 in maybe 2 or 3 categories: top 5, top 5, top 5. And those little recognitions, to reach certain levels in the company, you have to take major steps. But for you, recognition, let them take small steps. Here's one of the secrets of your kind of business: rewarding people for small steps of progress. Rewarding people. Sometimes it's just recognition, handshake, pat on the back, Mary, you're doing a fabulous job. And you figure out what those recognitions are. Small steps of progress. Guess what promotion pays if you learn it well? Big money. Getting people to do something they wouldn't ordinarily do by themselves. People will do some unique things by themselves, but if you can figure out a way to say, Mary, if you do this and this, she says, well, I'll go for it. Now, she wouldn't have thought of that on her own. Here's what works magic. It's better than money. Money's a bit unimportant. Here's what's important: ingenuity. The best place to wake up your ingenuity is what you're doing right now. Representing a unique product and getting customers, recruiting distributors, and promoting and all this stuff. Ingenuity. Figuring out a way. If it doesn't work this way, we'll work another way. I used my ingenuity, made a fortune. My ingenuity worked on doing all these campaigns: the spring campaign and the summer campaign and the winter campaign. This week we're going to recruit school teachers. How many of you got? How many of you got? This is school teacher week. School teacher month. I'd pick out a little category and say, let's go for it. And it doesn't matter what it is, just dream up something so that somebody's got a little more objective to go for than just their own. Key phrase: we all need to belong to something bigger than ourselves. Because we furnish inspiration for what's bigger, and the bigger furnishes inspiration. I learned promotion and it paid big money. Here's next I learned: communication. How to conduct a meeting. I learned identification, logic and reason, attack and confess, solution. Simple deals on communication. Wasn't easy for me at first. I stood up to give my first presentation, my mind sat back down. Right? Y'all been through that? Opened my mouth, nothing came out for a while. But here's what I did. I did it again. Just jot that phrase down. I did it again. That's the secret to how I got here. 35, 40 years later, it's how I got here. I did it once, it was uncomfortable. That first presentation was so lousy, if I hadn't have been doing it, I'd have gone home. It was not that good. But here's the secret to how I got here. I did it again, and then I did it again, and then I did it again, and I did it again. I remember when I first decided to be a little more animated, right? And walk out away from the podium, right? Get out from just behind the podium. So I got out there, and then I thought, how do you get back? Whoa, I'm stranded out here. Remember those times? Doing something for the first time? But you learn quickly in your business, right? In your business, the guy stands up to give his first testimonial, and he's so nervous he forgets his own name, right? And 30 days later, he wants to give a 3-hour testimonial, right? Hardly get him off the stage. So, learn communication. How to affect other people with words. That's the greatest art in the world to learn. How to affect other people with words. Key phrase: don't be lazy in language. If you learn to use the gift of your own language wisely, it can make you a fortune and build an incredible life. Here's 3 other things I learned. One is to train. Training people how the business works. And then I've used another word called teach. Train and teach. And only to say this: training people how the business works. Teaching is how life works. Because here's what all of us need for the 21st century. Business skills and life skills. The life skills are leadership skills. The life skills are learning how to set goals. Now here's the ultimate skill to learn that can transform your life and the life of whoever will listen. The ability to inspire. Inspire means help people to look up a little higher than where they are and wish they could get there, and inspire them that it's possible. Here's how we inspire, by our own testimony. If I can do it, you can do it. Here's how else we inspire, by others' testimony. If they can do it, Mary, you can do it. Getting people to see themselves better than they are. Getting people to see themselves richer than they are. Getting people to see themselves more capable next year than they are this year. Getting to see themselves in the future. To help both your kids and your people, here's what you must learn to do. Number one, help people to see themselves as they are. If people have made mistakes, they got to know it. You can't go on making mistakes and hope to achieve. Mistakes have to be corrected. And you've got to do it with your children. Help them to see themselves as they are. If they've messed up, here's what you've got to say. You've messed up. But here's what's important as a parent. Don't leave them in the mess. Some parents, tell their kids they've messed up and then they leave them in the mess. They don't paint a better picture. Here's what you can become. With just a couple of more changes. Rather than this, here's what you could be. So we must help our children see themselves as they are, but here's the greatest gift. To help our children see themselves better than they are. To transport them not only past to see their mistakes, but transport them to the future to see their opportunity. To see the person they can become. My mentor had that greatest gift to help me to see myself better than I was. At first it was difficult to see. Then I started to believe, and that's how I got here today. He said, one of these days, Mr. Rohn, you'll walk into a room full of people, and you will hear some of them say, that's him, that's the famous man. I said, well, that could never happen to me. He said, trust me. If you keep working hard on the disciplines like you're doing right now, that'll happen. You'll walk into a room full of people, and you'll hear one say, that's him, that's the famous man. He saw it, and he tried to get me to see it. And now finally it's happened. I think when I walked in here today, I think I heard someone say, that's him, that's the famous man. It happened for me. And if it can happen for me, it can happen for you. Just master these skills to inspire. Here's what else I learned. The skills of building an organization. Learn to work with the people who deserve it, not the people who need it. You must be like life itself. Respond to deserve, not to need. It doesn't say if you need, you will have a harvest. It doesn't say if you need a harvest, you'll have a harvest. It's not what it says. It says if you plant, chances are good you'll have a harvest. If you plant, you will reap. Not if you need, you will reap. So we must be like life itself. Respond to the people who deserve it by planting, by taking the first step. Even God himself says, if you move toward me, I'll move toward you. That's the condition. You move toward me, I'll move toward you, says the Almighty. Now, he could also say, you don't move, I don't move. You say, well, that's arbitrary. Well, when you're God, you can set it up that way. Now, learn to work with the people who deserve it, not the people who need it. Now, here's what's the next step. Teach people how to deserve your time. Teach people how to deserve your attention. Teach people how to deserve a phone call. Say, Mary, you just take this one step and I take 2 steps. You take 2 steps, I take 5 steps. You don't step, I don't step. But this isn't hard now. You step, I step. You respond, I respond. You try, I try. You make a call, I back you up. Right? Learn to teach people how to deserve your time and your attention. Next, I learned to work by group more than individual. Here's why. 80% of the people do 20% of the business. So 20% of the people you can work with individually. 80% you have to work with by group. But group is very powerful, less confrontational. Then here's what's important for all of you to learn as a sponsor, helping other people. You can help 1,000, but you can't carry 3 on your back. You can help 1,000, but you can't carry 3 on your back. And I'm sure sure all of you have already gotten that experience, even though you've been here a short time. Some people will try to get on your back. That's where we got that expression, get off. That's where we got that. A guy discovered somebody on his back and said, what? I can't carry you, get. Now, if you're like some I see here, 6'4" and you weigh 300 pounds, you might carry one, and if you were really big enough, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or something, you might carry two, but you can't carry three. When babies are born, they were not designed just to be carried. Babies were not born to be carried all their life. Someday you got to try your legs. Someday you got to try your wings. Someday you got to try. Even if you fall down, you got to try, because you can't just crawl around all your life. You can't be carried all your life. So as quickly as possible, you can help 1,000, but you can't carry 3. Next, don't expect the pear tree to bear apples. I used to try to change everything. You can hang apples on a pear tree. I'm telling you, it won't help. You can put up a sign, this is an apple tree. Sure enough, come the season, pears. Here's what I learned. You cannot change people, but they can change themselves. You cannot change people, but they can change themselves. Incredible. Capital in your business isn't what matters. Okay? It's not the money that buys you a future. It's your skills that buy you a future. Money and no skills, and I'm telling you, you're still poor. Money and no ambition, where are you? Money and no courage, you're broke. A little bit of money and a whole lot of courage. That's all we need. I'm looking for people when I'm recruiting back in those days. The money didn't matter. What mattered to me was somebody's willingness, somebody's ingenuity, somebody's willingness to try. Right? If they had $1 to invest, that was plenty for me. $1 and some ambition, and I can show you how to get rich. And it'll be one of the classic stories of the company. I go to recruit somebody, they say, I don't have any money. See, I've been looking for you for 6 months. Let me show you how to do it without any money. Because here's the rules of capitalism. Jot this down. You can either buy and sell, or if you're in certain circumstances, you can sell and buy. If you've got ambition. Now, if you haven't got ambition, we can't cure that, and money won't cure lack of ambition. But if you've got $1 and some ambition, I'll show you how to get rich. And even if you don't have $1, I'll show you how to get rich, because you can sell and buy. Somebody says, as soon as the product arrives, I'll sell it. Then you don't understand. You don't understand the magic of fortune if you say, I have to wait till it gets here to sell it. And you probably don't understand the value of your own story. Once I understood that, I knew I was going to be wealthy. That's why right in the beginning, I started giving big tips. I knew I was going to be wealthy. You say, wow, this guy tips like a rich man. That's right, he tips like a rich man. Even in the beginning, I tipped like a rich man, because I knew I was going to be rich. Isn't this fun? So jot these phrases down as I close. Number 1, the greatest value in life is not a bank account. The greatest value in life is not a car, a home to live in. The greatest value in life is this. Make a note. Living a good life. In the midst of all of our achieving and recruiting and building and growing, helping other people, being a part of society and the country and the world, being all of this stuff. Here's what you must figure out all of your life, how to continually live a good life. So let me give you my short list. I'll cover the long list next time I see you. Here's the short list on a good life. Number 1, productivity. If you don't produce, you won't be happy. Here's number 2, good friends. The greatest support system in the world is good friends. You got to work on that. Don't be careless here. Friends are those wonderful people who know all about you and still like you. Here's next, spirituality. I'm not asking you to be a believer. I am a believer that humans are more than an advanced form of the animal kingdom. I'm a believer that we're a special creation. I don't ask you to be a believer, but here's what I do ask. If you are a believer, here's what you must do. Study, practice, and teach. Whatever's valuable to you, study, practice, and teach.
Repeat it after me now. Again. Study, practice, and teach. Here's why. It builds the foundation that builds the country, that builds the nation. It helps us to compete among the nations of the world in the 21st century. And this is one of those subjects, to study, practice, and teach. Next, my parents taught. Don't miss anything. Don't miss the game. Don't miss the performance. Don't miss the show, the movie. Don't miss the words. We're all inspired by the words. Elton John says she lived her life like a candle in the wind, never knowing who to cling to when the rain is setting. You can't miss those lyrics. You can't miss the music. You can't miss the song that nourished the soul. You can't describe how brief and fragile life is much better than that. George Harrison, one of the Beatles, sings, "If not for you, the winter would hold no spring. Couldn't hear a robin sing. I just wouldn't have a clue if not for you." Wow. You got to remember the words that reflect the experience. Barbra Streisand sings, "It used to be so natural to talk about forever, but used to be's don't count anymore. They just lay on the floor till we sweep them away. You don't sing me love songs, you don't say you need me, and you don't bring me flowers anymore." Illustrative of all of our experiences. Winston Churchill said, "The truth is incontrovertible. Malice may attack it and ignorance may deride it, but in the end, there it is." You got to use that. Feast on someone else's comment. You see, you could stay up all night and not think about it. I'm asking you to do your research. I'm asking you, don't miss anything. Don't miss the play. When my father was 93, just before he died, if you would have called him at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, he wouldn't be home. He's at the rodeo. And he's watching the kids play softball. He's at church. He's watching the concert somewhere. Every night, my parents taught me that. Don't miss anything. Even the little small things, don't miss. The big things, don't miss. Don't miss, don't miss. It's part of living a good life. Here's why. Jot this phrase down. It'll serve you well forever. If you live well, you will earn well. If you live well, it'll show up in the texture of your voice. If you live well, it'll show up in your face.
Here's how to really cash in on this year. Number one, get serious. Life is serious. We call it life or death. Somebody asked me one time if I had a good description of life. I said, yes, I think I've got a good one. Life is the struggle to keep death at a respectable distance. Right? Death seems to want to move in prematurely. If you want to live a good, long, flourishing life, you got to push back. You can't just give in. You got to push back. That's what these products are for, to help you push back. And we're dealing with some serious matters here. So we can't just, tell the latest 10 jokes and just go home. We're not here to entertain. We're here to instruct. We're here to grow. We're here to learn. We're here to get the best we possibly can. Serious. Life is serious. The future is serious. One ancient novelist said, these are the best of times and these are the worst of times. And for some of those who came across this platform with extravaganza, $1 million a year incomes, for them, it's the best of times. But I want you to know that while they're getting the diamonds and the millions, there are a lot of people around the world, for them, it is the worst of times. The best of times and the worst of times. That's called serious matters. How come such a difference from those who can reach such incredible heights and those who haven't yet found the answers for their life and their health and their future? We just have to ponder that and let that give us a note of seriousness. A note of seriousness. It's serious whether you win or lose. It's serious whether you succeed or fail. It's serious whether you've got a good future carved out for yourself or you do not have. These are serious matters. Matters of the heart are serious. Matters of income are serious. Matters of supporting your family, serious. That's why Herbalife, it's about the most serious company I've ever been around in my 33 years of executive lifetime. I've never met anybody more serious. We used to have in sharing the product story, right? Had the button lose weight now, ask me how. And somebody says, how? Our first words were what? Are you serious? Why? We got a serious matter here to discuss.
We haven't come with the latest 10 stories. We've come with a serious matter. And I want you to take on that serious tone. You've got some serious products that answer a serious need out there in the marketplace. And I'm asking you to take it serious. Take your own future serious. What you can do for your family, take it serious. This is serious business. So that's the first thing I want to bring to you. To have the best year ever this year, help contribute to the 400 million, take your piece of the 400 million. I don't know how much of that you want. It's really not that much. For 400 of us, it's only $1 million. For 400 of us, it's only $1 million. For 800
Looks like you lost another one.
$500,000. That's almost getting to be ridiculous. For a lot of people in this room, $500,000, and I don't know what piece of that 400 million you want, but I'm asking you to seriously take on a piece of that 400 million, so that you can say, I made my best and finest contribution to see that goal reached. Not just for the figure, but for all that the figure represents, for the healing it represents, for the restoration of broken lives that it represents, and people that are discouraged about their life and their chances, now encouraged on a new road, for all that that represents. 400 million. Take your share of the 400 million and let's get the job done. Take a piece of this and let's go for it. And then when we finish that one, we'll set another one. And when we finish that one, we'll set another one. And when they write the history books, they will say, those Herbalife distributors took on the responsibility, got out there and touched people's lives, and nobody's made a better contribution to the health of the country than the Herbalife distributors. Let that be our reputation. I've got a new seriousness going for me. You know, I could have quit and played a long time ago. When Mark and Larry called me, right? Hey, I'm semi-retired. I'm looking for the next exotic beach. And they said, no, we got to postpone all those plans. You got too big a job here. You got too important a task here. Nothing else you could do would touch more people's lives, render more value to the marketplace, give you greater satisfaction, chance to belong on an international championship team, and all the stuff that can happen here. No. We got some more things to do, Jim Rohn. Postpone it for a while. We'll have some fun along the way, and we'll enjoy each other along the way, and we'll have some good times along the way. Last night was part of it. Some good times along the way. But I'm telling you, they were right. It was too early for me to cash it in. It was too early. I needed this kind of incredible incentive to be a part of something so extraordinary. And I gladly said yes. And I'm going to do my part. I'm going to pick up the task here. The 90s is going to see a brand new Jim Rohn, willing to make the studies, willing to make the commitment, willing to do the learning, find better ways to choose the words, find better ways to reach inside, get heart and soul, mix it all together, and make an impact on people. When I come to your country, when I come to your city, when I come to your village, when I come to your community, I want to come with some new skills. I want to come with some new power. I want to come with the refinement of language and spirit and heart and soul and make a contribution, not just on this platform with the lights shining and the television cameras running. I want to do it because you deserve it. For the commitment that you're making out there in the marketplace, I want to back it up with the best skills I can possibly bring to help serve you in the marketplace and to help serve Herbalife. New commitment from me. Next, to make this your best year ever, have a piece of the 400 million. See what you can do. Touch the lives of as many people as you can possibly touch. Number one, let's get serious. Here's number two, get smart. That's what these journals are for. That's what pad and pencil's for. That's what taking notes is for. See if you can't increase your ability to comprehend ideas, information that can be life-transforming. Don't miss the opportunity to learn. Take a good key phrase home, use it in your training. Don't be lazy in learning. Don't be casual in learning. Develop a whole new intensity for the 90s that you're not going to miss the information. You're not going to miss the stories. You're not going to miss the details. Get smart.
a couple of parts to it. Number one, your own personal experience. Right? If you've had a bad week, just sit down and ponder that for a while. Study it. See if you can't pick up some ideas from a poor week and then make a better week. Okay? Learn from your own experiences. One way to learn to do it right is do it wrong. And you know, that's one way to learn to do it right. Do it wrong. Now the key is don't let it take too long. If you've done it wrong for a year, we suggest that's long enough. You don't need another year just to prove a point. No, 1 year is enough. Learn from your own experience, right? So the call didn't go well, all the stuff. Guess what they did when they finished that call? They made another call. What else could we do to make it better? How could we possibly improve? This is called the possibility for life change starts with education. Don't be lazy in learning. Don't be lazy in picking up the ideas. Don't be lazy in learning from your own experience. That's why you've heard from some people that have shared their testimonial here and given you some of their ideas, ways, and means of taking this product to the marketplace, making it work for you. We've devoted most of our time for that, and well, we should. Learning is the beginning of wealth. Learning is the beginning of life change. Some people want to start with motivation. You don't start with motivation. You can tell we don't spend that much time on motivation. Right? Some companies, right, by now they'd be standing on the chairs, waving the flag, singing the old gray mare or some silly thing. That's not Herbalife. We've got a serious task to do. And we're here, enough motivation, certainly. But here's the best motivation we've got going. The proof of our success. When we bring our success stories to this platform, that's enough motivation. When we bring our dedication and let it show, we let the work of our hands show, that's the motivation we want. Right? Not just excitement. Just excitement alone won't do it. Someone says, just motivate this guy, he'll be all right. The answer is no, probably not. If a guy's an idiot, you motivate him, now you got a motivated idiot. No. Get smart. Don't miss the training class. You say, well, I've already been to one of those classes. I've already heard.
Let's begin by asking ourselves simple yet profound questions. How often do we stand at the crossroads of our dreams, our goals, and our deepest desires, only to feel like they're just out of reach? That they're merely one step away? Well, let me tell you, you are indeed just one step away. Let's consider for a moment the power of a single step. A step may seem small, but its impact can be monumental. It's the first action in a journey of 1,000 miles, the beginning of every path to success, and the initial move towards making a dream a reality. Okay? Now, you might wonder, how can one step be so powerful? The answer lies in the direction it takes you. The direction it takes you. Every step forward is a step away from where you were, away from stagnation, away from the old patterns that have held. This one step, seemingly insignificant in the grand scheme of things, is a declaration. It's a declaration that you are moving, that you are progressing, and that you are not where you were yesterday. Think about it. Where could you be today if you had taken that one step a year ago, a month ago, or even yesterday? You see, time doesn't wait and opportunities don't linger. They're like the morning dew, present for a moment and gone with the rising sun. But let's not dwell on the steps not taken. Instead, let's focus on the step you can take today. Yes, today. Not tomorrow, not next week, but today. This very moment holds the potential for change. It holds your power to act, to decide, and to move forward. But what if I fail? What if I fall? My response is simple. What if you fly? What if that one step is the beginning of a journey that leads you to heights you've never imagined? Failure is not in falling, but in refusing to rise again. It's in the refusal to take that one step. Remember, every master was once a beginner. Every expert was once a novice. But what did they do? They took that first step. They embraced the uncertainty, the fear, and the doubt, and they stepped forward. And then they took another and another sudden leap into greatness, but a gradual progression of small, consistent steps. Now I want you to think about your own life, your own dreams. What's that one step you've been hesitating to take? Is it starting a new business? Is it changing a habit? Is it learning a new skill? Or perhaps it's repairing a relationship? Whatever it is, that step is calling you. It's inviting you to step into a new chapter of your life. Ladies and gentlemen, as we sit here together, let us make a commitment to take that one step. It doesn't have to be big. It just needs to be in the right direction. And when you take it, don't look back in regret, but forward with hope. Remember, you are just one step away from a different life, from a new beginning, one step away from realizing your potential, from unlocking your inner greatness. So I ask you, what will your step be? And more importantly, when will you take it? The choice, as always, is yours. You see, the beauty of life lies in its simplicity. Often, we complicate our paths with doubt, overthinking, and fear of the unknown. But it's crucial to remember that the essence of change, progress, and achievement is rooted in the simplicity of taking that one step. Consider the oak tree, a symbol of strength and endurance. It begins its life as a simple acorn, seemingly insignificant, yet within it lies the potential for greatness. But for that acorn to become an oak, it must first take a step. It must break through its shell. That's its moment of transformation, its point of no return. Like the acorn, you too have a shell to break, a comfort zone to step out of. Now let's address a common concern. What if I'm not ready? My friends, readiness is often an illusion, a barrier we construct to avoid facing our fears. The perfect moment, the perfect condition, and the perfect plan are myths, but they don't exist. Waiting for them is like waiting for a train at an abandoned station. It's not coming. You must create your moment. Make your conditions and draft your plan as you go. That's the beauty of taking action. It breeds courage, not the other way around. To think of a child learning to walk. Do they wait until they're ready? No, they stand. They wobble, they fall, and then they rise again. With each attempt, their steps become more confident, more assured. They don't fear the fall. They focus on the joy of walking, of moving forward. Embrace this childlike spirit where each step, each fall, each rise is part of a beautiful journey. And speaking of journeys, let's talk about the journey of personal growth and self-improvement. It's easy to admire those who've achieved greatness, to look at successful individuals and think, I could never reach those heights. But what we often forget is that their journey began with a single step, just like yours. They faced the same fears, the same doubts, and the same uncertainties that you face. The difference, they stepped forward despite them. So, what does it mean for you? It means acknowledging that the power to change, to grow, and to succeed lies within you. It lies in the choices you make every day. It lies in choosing to take that step towards a healthier lifestyle, a more fulfilling career, a richer education, or a deeper understanding of yourself and the world around you. I want you to ponder this. Every step you take shapes your destiny. Your destiny isn't a predetermined path, but a road built by your own decisions, actions, and steps. And the most beautiful part, you have the freedom to change its course at any given moment. You are the architect of your destiny, the author of your life story. In this room, there are dreamers and doers, thinkers and creators. Each one of you has a unique path, a unique set of steps to take. Don't compare your journey to others. Your step doesn't need to mirror anyone else's. It just needs to be true to you, to your values, and to your aspiration. As we continue this conversation, I want you to start visualizing that step. Imagine how it feels to take it, to move forward, to break free from the shackles of hesitation. Visualize the doors it will open, the opportunities it will bring, and the growth it will foster. You see, the beauty of life lies in its simplicity. Often, we complicate our paths with doubt, overthinking, and fear of the unknown. But it's crucial to remember that the essence of change, progress, and achievement insignificant, yet within it lies the potential for greatness. But for that acorn to become an oak, it must first take a step. It must break through its shell. That's its moment of transformation, its point of no return. Like the acorn, you too have a shell to break, a comfort zone to step out of. Must address a common concern. What if I'm not ready? My friends, readiness is often an illusion, a barrier we construct to avoid facing our fears. The perfect moment, the perfect condition, and the perfect plan are myths. They don't exist. Waiting for them is like waiting for a train at an abandoned station. It's not coming. You must create your moment, make your conditions, and draft your plan as you go. That's the beauty of taking action. It breeds courage, not the other way around. Think of a child learning to walk. Do they wait until they're ready? No. They stand, they wobble, they fall, and then they rise again. With each attempt, their steps become more confident, more assured. They don't fear the fall. They focus on the joy of walking, of moving forward. Embrace this childlike spirit, where each step, each fall, each rise is part of a beautiful journey. And speaking of journeys, let's talk about the journey of personal growth and self-improvement. It's easy to admire those who've achieved greatness, to look at successful individuals and think, I could never reach those heights. But what we often forget is that their journey began with a single step, just like yours. They faced the same fears, the same doubts, and the same uncertainties that you face. The difference, they stepped forward despite them. So what does it mean for you? It means acknowledging that the power to change, to grow, and to succeed lies within you. It lies in the choices you make every day. It lies in choosing to take that step towards a healthier lifestyle, a more fulfilling career, a richer education, or a deeper understanding of yourself and the world around you. I want you to ponder this. Every step you take shapes your destiny. Your destiny isn't a predetermined path, but a road built by your own decisions, actions, and steps. And the most beautiful part.
So now let's talk about time management. Time, key phrase. We all have a limited supply. My father had 93 years, but it seemed short. In his seemingly long life of 93 years, it was short because it just seems like if we only had more time. Old Testament gives us a view of some people who live to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 900 years old. If I have a chance to ask, I will ask, how come we got shortchanged? Wouldn't that be a good question if you had a chance to ask? Imagine 7, 8, 900 years to watch generation after generation after generation after generation stay healthy and well. I mean, you gotta be healthy to make it to 900. You gotta take your vitamins. I'm pushing the Bible, I'm pushing vitamins. I mean, I'm doing good today. So, the key is time is precious. Now let me give you Bill Bailey's description of time. Life is not just the passing of time. Life is not just the passing of time. Life is a collection of experiences, their frequency, and their intensity. Life is not just watching the clock tick away. Life is a collection of experiences, their intensity, their frequency. When my friend Mark died at age 44, someone says, that's young to die. But what if he lived 4 lifetimes in one? It might not be too young. So here's whatever the span of your life turns out to be, here's what you want to fill it up with: experiences and the intensity of those experiences. But now let's talk about the management of time. Here's one of the best ones. We covered earlier. When should you start building this hotel? Answer: as soon as you have it finished. Now jot this one down on time management. When should you start the day? As soon as you have it finished. Plan the day the best you can, leaving plenty of room for improvising and surprises and all the stuff that happens during the course of the day. But if you've planned a good, productive day, now you start that day, you can't believe how much more valuable your time will be. Don't start the day until you have it finished. Now here's the next one. Don't start the week until you've had it finished. Now to lay out a week is a pretty good challenge. Next, don't start the month until you have it finished. The places to go and the people to see, and the productivity and the sales and the customers and the development and all the rest of what you want to accomplish during the course of 30 days. Don't start the month till it's finished. And then here's the big one. This is really challenging. Don't start the year until you have it finished. To the best of your ability. It can't be finished like minute by minute. But in terms of the sweep of what you want to accomplish in the year 2002, make sure that that's set and ready to go by the time January 1st rolls around. And it might get all upset. It might get torn up and you do a new one. You make so much progress the first 90 days that now you've multiplied it all by 2, by 3. Because that happened to me. I thought, wow, this is going to be a great year. By the time I'd finished the 3rd month, I'm rolling, I'm soaring. So many things are happening, I revised my whole year's plan. Okay. Now, jot this down. Approaches to the management of time. Here's the first one. Ignore the subject. I mean, that's good advice. Don't let anything overly bug you. Because remember now, you don't have to do anything. Someone says, well, I got to get a handle on my time. The answer is no, you don't. If you want to let it all go, you can let it all go. I mean, this is good advice. Somebody says, you ought, you ought, you ought. Jot this down. Ignore all the you oughts or you should. Only if they're giving general information. We should. It's better to say if you're teaching, we should. Not you should, we should. Then you let me listen in without it being too confrontational. If everyone did this, see, that'd be great. And then you give a person a chance to choose to do it or not to do it. But when you start the you ought, now see if I don't, now see we got some tension and maybe some problems. So you oughts seem to always create problems. When you're talking to your kids, you say, no, if kids would do this, not always saying if you did this, life would be better, but if kids did this, life would be better. It's like making a little talk and letting them listen in. And then it's a little less confrontation. It gives us a choice. In one of my seminars, here's what I teach. All life form strives to the max of its potential except human beings. All life form strives to the max of its potential except human beings. How tall will a tree grow? As tall as it possibly can. You never heard of a tree growing half as high as it could. No, trees don't grow half. A tree drives its roots as deep as it can, reaches as high as it can, produces every leaf it can, every fruit it possibly can. To the max. Every life form strives to the max, except human beings. Now, why not human beings? Jot this down. You've been given the dignity of choice. You're not a robot. You don't have to repeat this year the same as last year. You can tear up last year's plan, develop a new plan. So, the dignity of being a human being. Now, here's the choice on being a human being. To be part of all we were meant to be, or to be all. To strive for all, or half, or part, or some. The choice is up to you. To develop 1 skill or 10 skills. Someone says, well, I'd be happy with just 1 more language. Well, some say, hey, I'm going to learn 6 or 7. And this is all a matter of choice. And when someone says, no, you ought to learn 4, you've got to resist all that. Because this is personal dignity. And you don't want to destroy someone's dignity by doing all the odds, and then they feel reluctant to do it. Now we've got problems. So if you want to, just ignore this subject on time management. Now here's the next one. Step down to something easier. The guy's in sales and he says, oh, I want to own the company. Finally owns the company. Now he's got no time to play golf. He said, when I was in sales, I was making big money playing golf 3 days a week. Heck with this owning something. Heck with managing. My life was never my own after I started to manage. I'm going back to sales. See, this is the key. If you're getting too pressed, you might consider stepping down to something with a little easier time pressure. Little girl says to her mother, Daddy comes home, brings his briefcase and pats me on the head and says hello, disappears and works on his papers. How come my daddy doesn't play with me? And her mother said, look, your daddy loves you very much, but he's so busy at work, he can't get it all done, he has to bring it home. He loves you, but that's why he can't play with you. And the little girl said, why don't they just put him in a slower group? So, jot this down now. If you don't have time for your kids, you might consider joining a slower group. Remember when I said some things I went for cost me too much? So reconsider. Next key to time management, and that's work longer and harder. But see, there's a limit to that. I almost lost my health the first year. I went so crazy about personal development and achievement. I just went bonkers. You know, I told you I was skinny, but at the end of that first year, I was a walking shadow. And then it suddenly occurred to me, what if I got rich and too ill to spend it? I mean, that was a shocker. So I started, developing a little more reasonable, because I said if 12 hours won't do it, I'll work 14. If that won't do it, I'll work 18. I mean, how many hours it takes. And sure enough, it cost me too much. So see, working longer and harder for some might be appropriate. If you're just sitting around not doing that much, this might be good, work longer and harder. But you can only work so hard. Here's the key, not to work harder, but smarter. When you've worked as hard as you can, doing the best you can in terms of physical output in the time, reasonable time. Now here's the ultimate in the management of time, and that is you simply become more skillful. When I first got into sales, I was around people that could get, 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10. And when I first started, I could only get 1 out of 10. But here's what I did. I worked around the clock, so that I would make up in numbers what I lacked in skill. That's good in sales. You got to jot that down. When you're new, you make up in numbers what you lacked in skill. Now, when you become more skillful, the numbers can go down because now your persuasive ability and all of that is now so high that you don't need to put as many numbers out. But at first, if you want to compete or if you want to really get good, you've got to put in the numbers. But if you get more from yourself, develop more of yourself, now the time management becomes an easier task. Now here's the next thing. Either you run the project or it runs you. I found out when you start something, at first you're in charge. All of a sudden, a year later, it's in charge. Some of the companies I started, I'm telling you, I'm in control. A couple of years later, I'm out of control. At first, I've got it on the run. 2 years later, it's got me on the run. Haven't got enough time. I'm dizzy with trying to get it all done. So here's part of the key, and that's to get in charge. Say, I'm going to take charge of my health. One of my albums is entitled, Take Charge of Your Life. Take charge of your time. Take charge of your resources, which we're going to talk about next. Take charge of your health. You're the one that's responsible for it. It's not a requirement of society that you not have a heart attack and take care of your family. That's not a requirement of society, but you must make it a requirement of yourself. Society doesn't require that you build a financial wall around your family nothing can get through. That's not a requirement of society. It's a requirement you impose on yourself to build a financial wall around your family nothing can get through. So impose on yourself this self-development of being in charge. taking charge of your life and your health and your future and your responsibilities and all of those. Next, reasonable time is enough time to achieve all of your goals. Just jot that down. Reasonable time is enough time. I had to learn that. Reasonable time is enough time. Here's why. It's not the hours you put in, it's what you put in the hours. If you start depositing greater ideas into the hours you've got later than now, I'm telling you later, you can't believe the productivity that will flow. The ideas you can't think of now, a year from now, they'll start to flow. And when you deposit those ideas in the hours you've got, productivity multiplies by 2, 3, 5, 10. Next, time management essential. We've already covered the first one, a written set of goals. And then do priorities on your goals. What's important this week? What's important this month? Here's the next one. Often review. Just go over your goals to make sure that your list is working for you. It's got you inspired. It's got you turned on. Somebody says, how come you're up so early? Say, if you were headed where I'm headed, you'd be up early too. If you were going to meet who I'm going to meet, you'd be up early. If it was going to stack up for you like it's stacking up for me, you'd be getting up early. Here's some more time management essentials. Learn to study what we call majors and minors. You pick up the phone. Here's what you must say when you pick up the phone. Is this a major conversation or a minor conversation? If it's minor, a few pleasantries and you're done. If it's major, maybe you've got to make a few notes. So here's the next one. Important conversations, make an agenda before you make the call. Just jot down a little agenda. It's so easy now to just talk out of your head. Did you ever hear a conversation end like this? Let's see, there was something else. See, you don't look that swift. I can't think of it right now. I'll call you back. See, you look a little incompetent. Let's see, there was something. It escapes me right now. Really? So have you got this now? Make an agenda before you make a call if it's an important call. Now later that saves you all kinds of stuff. You call John in, the salesman, say, John, remember those 4 things we went over? He said, no, we didn't talk about that. And then you pull out your daytime or whatever, and there's the list you made when you made the call. He said, oh yes, seems like I do remember. And you've got him with your list. If it's just, salespeople especially can talk you out of what's in your head. It's true. No, we didn't talk about that. And if you don't have a little proof, I'm telling you, it's gone. So make an agenda before you make a call. So what's major, what's minor? Now here's the key on this. Don't major in minor things. If you take up major time to do minor things, I'm telling you, you'll be behind the curve constantly. Here's what we learn in sales training. What's major time and what's minor time? Here's minor time, thinking about prospects. Here's minor time, making lists of prospects. Here's minor time, keeping books on prospects. Here's minor time, going to see the prospect. Here's minor time, evaluating the prospect after you've been there. That's all minor time. Here's major time, in the presence of the prospect. That's major time. And if you took a look, if you're in sales and you took a look at a week, you'd say, my gosh, I'm spending 90% of my time on the minor stuff and so little time on the major stuff in the presence of. How many hours in the presence of in my day? How many hours in the presence of during my sales week? Because the time that really counts is in the presence of. Majors and minors. Here's another key time management essential. Don't mistake movement for achievement. It's easy to get faked out by being busy. Guy comes home at night all exhausted, falls in the chair and says, oh, I've been going. Here's the big question, doing what? It's not the going. Some people are going, and they're doing figure eights. Their progress is small. So don't mistake movement for achievement. Here's another one in sales we learned. Don't mistake courtesy for consent. If somebody's pleasant and they nod, you say, oh, they're going to buy. No, they're courteous. You can't mistake courtesy for consent. Now here's a big one, concentration. I had to learn this. All those years ago, I'm in the shower trying to compose a letter. Found it turns out to be a strange letter. So here's what I learned to do. Save the work till you get to the office. Save the work till you get to the work. Don't try to get to the office on the way to work. On the way to work, enjoy the way. In the shower, enjoy the shower. Then go to work when you get to work. I found this to be helpful. Concentration. Here's another big one. Learn to say no. I'm telling you, in such a social society we have now, it's so easy to try to be a nice person, saying yes to everything. Find yourself overloaded. Now you got to call and make the, well, gosh, you know, all the time it takes to back out of something that you said yes to too quickly. Here's what might be better. I don't think so, but if that changes, I'll call you. Little things you can use not to overcommit yourself. My friend Ron Reynolds says, don't let your mouth overload your back. It's a good one. Now here's a big one on time management. When you work, when you play, don't mix the two. Don't work at play. I used to take my family to the beach and I would bring my briefcase. I learned not to do that. Or at the beach, I'm saying I should be at the office. Now my family's upset because I'm at the beach and I'm thinking office. Now when I'm at the office, I'm thinking what? I got to get my family to the beach. So things are not going too well at the office because I'm thinking beach, and things are not going too well at the beach because I'm thinking office. Here's what I learned to do. At the beach, be at the beach. At the office, be at the office. When you work. When you play. Don't mix the two. Don't work at play. Now here's one of the most important ones. Don't play at work. Work is too serious. You don't want the reputation of being the office joker. It's not a good one. Yes, there's time for some pleasant stories. Yes, there's time for a little humor. Yes, best if it's a happy office, of course. But I'm telling you, you got to be serious about work because you're parting with a piece of your life for the work you do. Your work costs you a piece of your life. Here's what it's called. Serious business. Not grim, not unhappy, but serious. Key. Don't play at work. The old expression, I don't think we use it anymore, horse around at the office. Play around, play jokes, play tricks. No place, not at the workplace. At the beach, yes. At the bar, yes. Somewhere else, not work. You got to treat work with all due conservative passion. Because it's leading you to your future. Here's another key phrase, all work is good. You may not like your job, but if it's the stepping stones to get you to where you want to go, you got to appreciate your job. You don't have to have a passion for your job. Here's the ultimate passion, the passion for incredible success in every department of my life. That's the passion. But don't look down on some menial job you have to do to finally get you to where you want to go. No job is menial. No job is every job is noble. Training life for pay, making a contribution to society. Next, analyze how you are. And if you have some weaknesses, if you doesn't seem like you can change, here's the key, get it covered. I used to keep promising myself I'd keep the books. Finally, I gave that up. And back then, it only took me an extra $50-60 a month for some accountant to keep the books. I said, no, I'm going to save the $50. You can't believe what I started losing in productivity because I tried to save the $50. So the key is, a lot of the time you can stay like you are, but just make sure you get it covered. Okay. Next, beware of the telephone and all other systems of communication, especially the telephone at home and systems of communication at home. And here's one of the best lines I've got for you for the weekend. Let all communication systems serve you, but don't let them intrude. When it comes time to have dinner with your family, you shut off all systems, unless the ones that can take messages silently. Don't let the phone ring. Don't let anybody intrude, come through the front door nor the back door, nor through the telephone or any other device. So you can't reach John and his family when he's having dinner. The President of the United States couldn't get through. If you develop that kind of a reputation, father, mother, when we have dinner, when we're visiting and have this time with our family, nothing intrudes. So don't let these clever little devices keep intruding. You've got to have a place that's sacrosanct, it's valuable. You don't let anything in for that period of time. Okay. Isn't that good advice? Excellent advice. Here's the next one. Read all the books. You know, I've only got a few notes here on time management. But if you've got some particular challenges, you run a big organization, a big corporation, you've got some challenges, there's plenty of books. Now, here's what's next. Just be more alert to the things that might be stealing your time. Here's why. Time is like capital. You can't let someone steal your seed corn. You can't let someone steal your capital. And you can't let someone steal your time. You must designate your time. And some of the time that you designate, you must not let anyone steal. Casual time, you might let someone intrude and steal a little bit and take a little bit, but not serious time. Key. Next, one of the great time management savers is to learn to ask questions up front. Sometimes you talk to somebody for an hour, and then you ask questions and find out if you would have asked those questions up front, you could have saved yourself an hour. Asking questions up front helps you to get to the problem now. But if you just launch into some discourse, you might waste 30 minutes, waste an hour, when here's what you should have been talking about. After you finished an hour, you say, John, what's really the problem? He said, well, it's something personal. See, that's what you should have been talking about this whole hour. Key. Next, learn to think on paper. And we're going to take a break. Some ways to think on paper. One, we've covered one. Solving problems. Take it out of your head and put it on paper. Another one is setting goals. Making these lists we've already started. Here's another good way to think on paper. It's a projects book. Each person you're working with and each project you're working on, get a loose leaf binder and a tab and some pieces of paper behind the tab, and do a little continual summary of how it's going between you and that person and between you and that project. I call it a projects book. It is so useful to me. But what's going on between you and this person? When you last got together, what did you talk about? And you got a few notes there. Here's what we talked about the last time we got together. Now when you get together again, you can review that so you'll know better what to talk about. When the president gets ready to travel and he's going to meet some important people, guess what they bring him? All these briefing books. Right? The last time you were with Khrushchev, Kennedy is informed. Here's what he said and here's what you said. Kennedy said, oh, that's valuable. I need to remember that. If a person is important, it's worth a little running account. You might even have a projects book for your children. Here's what's happening between me and my child. We've talked about this, and we've talked about this, and we've talked about this.
It looks like you lost another one.
Next, a daytime. Keeping track of all of your appointments. You know, mine is all filled with, when to catch an airplane and when to do a seminar and when to sit down and have a conference, all the rest. Next is a game plan. If you've got a house and the insurance is going to come due and some other things are going to come due, you just put it on a spreadsheet and make sure it's taken care of. Key phrase, take things out of your head and put them on paper. And the key is to just experiment with different ways that helps you to do that. Now here's the last one, thinking on paper, and that's to keep a journal. One of the things I'm known for around the world, have been now for 39, 40 years, is keeping a journal. Now my journal is not it's not necessarily it's not like a diary. It might be part diary. I'm flying over Ireland and write down a few little things that impress me. Today I met this person. What an extraordinary event. Today they conducted this seminar in Rome. 1,000 people stood up and sang for me. I've got a little bit of a diary in there. But here's what primarily your journal is for. Collecting good ideas. A journal is to collect good ideas on your health, good ideas for your business, good ideas for your future, good ideas for time management. Because I used to take notes on pieces of paper and torn off corners and backs of old envelopes and restaurant placemats. And I threw all this stuff in a drawer. It did not serve me well. I finally learned to get a bound copy, right? And just keep a journal, right? If I was here, I had my journal, I'd be taking notes, right? These 2 days in my journal. Now, if you're caught without your journal, you just take the notes. When you get back home, you put those notes in your journal, throw the paper away. Because we don't usually go through paper to review. But see, my journals now make up a significant part of my own library. My journal's all reserved privately for my children and my grandchildren. Can you imagine what I've collected over the years? It's unbelievable. There are 3 treasures to leave behind. I think you've already got those notes, right? Here they are. Number 1, your pictures. Don't leave the event unrecorded. It takes only a fraction of a second to say, here's who I was with. When I travel the world, right? You take all these pictures, and here's one of the gifts. People send me the pictures they took of me, them. It's part of the treasures I have on the farm. Incredible. A picture's worth 1,000 words to describe the scene, the emotion, what happened. Say, wow, this was an extraordinary day for me when I met these people. Here's what they told me happened to them when they went to my seminar 10 years ago. Wow, the drama comes back if you've taken the pictures. It's one of the treasures to leave behind when you go. Remember the old photographs that we have now of, 100 years ago, 70, 80 years ago, just a few photographs? What would it be like if you had thousands of photographs of the past, of your history, your mother, your father, grandparents? So change all of that now for your children. Leave all your photographs as a record. Here's what's next to leave behind, and that's your library. The books that changed your life, the books that changed your health, the books that rescued you from oblivion, the books that you passed on to other people, they were so exciting for you, the books that made you financially independent, the books that developed your leadership, the books that gave you wisdom to ponder when things were tough, the books that got you through the winter, the books that helped you to plant in the spring and harvest in the fall. What a treasure to leave behind. If you do that, here's what's for sure. Your books will be more valuable than your furniture. Wow. Now, the third treasure to leave behind is your journals. The notes you took that helped you to live life as you lived it. Long after you're gone, a treasure that children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren will find so fascinating. They may use it to help guide their own life into their own future. Wow. Okay, we've run out of time for time management.
Nice to see all of you. It is a pleasure to have you here. We're going to talk about leadership skills for the 80s. One of the greatest experiences any of us can have is the experience of influence. To persuade somebody that we've got a good idea, or to persuade somebody to buy a product or consider a service, to be able to influence somebody to a way of life, a product, an idea, a company, a corporation, an enterprise. Influence is one of the greatest of life's experiences. And I would like to talk about that in this series of lectures. The chance to influence somebody else, their thinking, their future, maybe their lives, is a great experience. And all the way from being a manager to an executive to being a parent, we all have, in some respects, the chance and the opportunity to influence somebody else. Now, the key is to develop the skills to do it. There's one thing in doing it casually, another thing in doing it haphazardly, and the other is to do it on purpose by learning the skills. And that's what I'd like to cover in this series of lectures. Gathering the skills to help influence people to a way of thinking, to a product, to an idea, to an enterprise, or just to a better life. The skills of leadership. First of all, just in preliminary, let me just give you a list of what I hope you'll find in my series of lectures this time. Here's the list. Number 1, sincerity. To accomplish something, especially in lecturing and listening, we have to start with sincerity. And I would assume you're sincere or you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't have made this effort and pushed past whatever you had to push past to get here. And I can appreciate that. So we first of all start with sincerity, and hopefully you'll find me sincere. I really have come by to bring value for your time and effort and consideration. But I've got a good note for you to make. Sincerity is not a test of truth. Sincerity is not a test of truth. We must not make the mistake of saying he must be right, he's so sincere. And the reason is, it's possible to be sincerely wrong. So we must not mistake sincerity for truth, because it is possible to be sincerely wrong. But hopefully you'll find me both sincere and truthful, because I wish to speak for you the truth. But you have to decide for yourself what is truth. But here's the key. Weigh sincerity on sincerity scales and weigh truth on truth scales. We don't weigh truth on sincerity scales. Next, I hope you'll find in our series 2 major things: ideas plus inspiration. If you want your life to change, here's the source of it all. Ideas plus inspiration. Now, ideas are not that far away. In fact, I've got a good phrase for you to consider. This will serve you well for the rest of your life. Everything you need is within reach. Everything you need is within reach. The ideas you need for life change or business change is within reading reach. It's within listening reach. There's probably a library not too far from you. The problem is, right, there's a library there, but most people drive by. Very few drive in. Poor Andrew Carnegie, right, set up all these libraries across the country thinking everybody would stop by. He said, no, everybody's going to drive by. He thought sure they were going to stop in. Do you know how many people own a library card in the United States? 3%. And guess how much they cost? Nothing. Wow. But see, it's within reach. Now, the key is, who's going to reach? There's a simple Bible phrase, and I'm an amateur on the Bible, but here's what it says. If you search, you will find. But it's very important to know that finding is reserved for the searchers. We don't find what we need, we find what we search for. Needing is not the prerequisite to getting value. You can't be a needer, you have to be a searcher. But if you'll search, if you'll try, if you'll go, if you'll listen, ideas are within reach. And ideas are life-changing. There's nothing so powerful as an idea whose time has come. A business idea, a social idea, an investment idea, good health idea. All you need is just the refinement of an idea to make an impact on your life. Gather treasure, gather equity, gather wealth. Because it doesn't take much to make a significant difference as the time passes. You might draw a little circle. This is where you are. 10 years from now you could be here, or 10 years from now you could be here. And the difference in 10 years between here and here could be significant in money and lifestyle, treasures, equity. In 10 years, an incredible difference, but right here, a small difference in the change of discipline, the change of thinking to start you on this journey versus this journey. Now, it's also very important intellectually to know whether or not you're headed this way or this way. And once you decide, 10 years from now, I think that the gathering of my intellectual and personal and spiritual and moral and economic treasure may not be that great. The key is to start right now making these changes to walk this new road. But here's what's exciting to me. Just a few daily disciplines makes a great deal of difference in 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. Just a few daily disciplines. And that's what I'd like to talk about in this series, just these few daily disciplines that make the difference, whether you wind up here or here. Good question. 10 years from now, you will surely arrive. The question is, where? We don't want to kid ourselves about where. We don't want to kid ourselves about the road we're walking. I had a day shortly after I met Mr. Schoaf called Do Not Kid Myself Anymore Day. I don't want to go disillusioned anymore. You know, I was using the cross-finger theory back when I was 25, 24, 23. I finally decided that the cross-finger theory was not going to get me what I wanted. That isn't where the treasure lies. That I'm going to have to make sure which of these ways I'm headed. But a few reading disciplines and a few disciplines of mind and a few disciplines of activity, and you can make all the difference in the world whether you wind up here or whether you wind up here. Okay. But just a few changes. Sometimes we get the idea that we're doing about 10% and there's about 90% more that we need in order to make the difference for our fortune. And probably the opposite is true, right? We're doing enough things to have arrived here today. We're doing enough things to have bought and shared in the good life so far. And maybe all you need is that extra 5%, 10% of intellectual change, activity change, a refinement of discipline, a refinement of thought. And all we need is the ideas to make those simple changes, and the equity starts gathering in 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. I have a good comment for your notes. Now's the time to fix the next 10 years. Now's the time to fix it. Now, sometimes you have to come to grips with reality and with truth. That's what was good for me when I met Mr. Schoaf. I was 25 years old, he was 44 years old. And he brought me a wealth of experience, and he started asking me the tough questions. Big question, he said, are you reading the books that's going to take you where you want to go in the next 5 years? Excellent question. So you want to make sure. I would assume for all of you, to get where you want to be in the next 5 years, you're either reading the right books or you're not. That's kind of a brilliant statement, right? You're either engaged in the disciplines or you're not. But here's what we don't want to engage in. Disillusion, right? Hoping without acting. You know, wishing without doing. So the key is to take a look and say, where am I? What could I do to make the changes, to make sure that I can take more certain daily steps toward the treasure I want, the mental treasure, the personal treasure, the spiritual treasure, the financial treasure. I don't want to make any errors. Now's the time to adjust my daily program to take me where I want to go. So hopefully I'll have some ideas to share with you that might help make just a few adjustments. And in lecturing for especially the last 16, 18 years, I've got some letters and some personal testimonies of people that have done such remarkable things with just a few suggestions that it is worth taking the time. And that's what I'm here for. To do a little coaching. A good note for you to take. We could all use a little coaching. And let's get started. The first one is personal development. Now, in illustrating personal development, Mr. Schoaf, my teacher, started with money. You know, money's not the only place to start in talking personal development. But it's where he started, so let me share the thoughts he shared with me back then. Let me share them with you. Here's the best lesson I can give you on economics. It's very simple. We get paid for bringing value to the marketplace. That's about as simple as I can put economics. We get paid for bringing value to the marketplace. Now, it takes time to bring value to the marketplace. However, we do not get paid for time. So we cross that out. Mistakenly, the man says, I'm making about $20 for an hour. Not true.
If that was true, you could just stay home, right? And have them send your money. So that's not true. We don't get paid for time, we get paid for value brought to the marketplace. Now, since that's true, here's one of the key questions of my talk to you today. Is it possible to become twice as valuable to the marketplace and make twice as much money in the same time? Is that possible? The answer is yes. Could you become 3 times as valuable as you might be right now to the marketplace and make 3 times as much money in the same time? And the answer is yes. 5 times, 10 times? Of course. America is unique. It's a ladder to climb. It starts down here, let's say, at $5 an hour, and it keeps going up. Top income last year, $80 million. The guy who runs Coca-Cola. Now, that's a heck of a ladder. That's why everybody wants to come here, right? The boat people are not headed for Vietnam. People haven't plotted and schemed for 50 years saying if I could just get to Poland, everything would be okay. Not true. Everybody wants to come to America. And the reason is because we've got the best wind ever blowing in our favor. We've got the best economic opportunity anybody's had in 6,500 years. And all you have to do is understand it and take advantage of it. Now, there's some key questions to ask here. Why would the marketplace pay someone only $5 an hour? Very simple answer. They're not very valuable to the marketplace. Now, we must underline to the marketplace. This person might be a very valuable brother. Yes. Member of the family, valuable. Yes. Valuable member of the church, of course. Valuable citizen of the country? Yes. Valuable in the sight of God? No doubt. We're all of equal value in the sight of God. But if you're not very valuable to the marketplace, you don't get much money. You say, well, it shouldn't be that way. Well, then you got to start your own country. You know, this one's been in process for 200 years, and this is the best we've been able to come up with so far. But here's the key. You don't have to stay here. Now, there was a big debate in Congress last year that this $5 is not enough, should be 6, should be 6, should be 6. But we don't need legislation. 6 is already on this ladder. The next step up. You know, if you work for McDonald's, they'll pay you $5 an hour to take out the trash. If you whistle while you take out the trash, they'll pay you $6 an hour. So we don't need the legislation. You just need to take lessons on how to whistle. Have a good attitude. Now, as you begin to climb this ladder, why would the marketplace pay some people $50 an hour? Answer, evidently, they must be more valuable to the marketplace. 10 times more valuable. And is that possible for someone to be 10 times more valuable and earn $50 an hour instead of 5? And the answer is yes. That's what America is all about. Now, why would the marketplace pay some people $500 an hour? Evidently, this person must be much more valuable to the marketplace. That's what's important to understand, to the marketplace. And would the marketplace pay one person $80 million for 1 year's work? And the answer is, of course. If you helped a company make $1 billion, would they pay you $80 million? I'm telling you, it is possible. And that's why America is so exciting. That's why this financial ladder is so exciting. It's possible for all of this to come true for all of you, no matter where you start. As a student in school, just getting started out there in the workplace, this is all possible for you. Now, Mr. Schoaf gave me the clue on how to climb this ladder as high as I wanted to climb. Now, we're talking primarily economics here. There's a lot of other ways to become valuable to your family, valuable to your friends, valuable to the community, valuable to the team, right? Valuable to the team effort, valuable to the concert. But here's what he said to me. In climbing this ladder economically, all you have to do is work harder on yourself than you do on your job. Once I heard that, it made sense to me. I kept hoping that everything else would change around me, found out that if I went to work on myself, worked on my skills, worked on my language, if I became better than I was each year, if I grew in skills and language and vocabulary and competence, then I would become attractive to the marketplace. Not very long ago,
company called me and said, Mr. Rohn, we're expanding internationally. We'd like to have a bit of your expertise to help us. Would you give us a bit of your time? We'll add some millions to your fortune. And I said, okay. And I thought later, isn't that interesting they would call me? Then my second thought was, of course they'd call me. Who else would they call? I can get the job done. Now, what a contrast for me, farm boy from Idaho, raised in obscurity, parents of modest means, broke when I was 25. How come I would get a telephone call and someone offer me a lot of money to help them in expanding around the world? Simple answer, evidently. Something happened to me between age 25 and where I am today. And I can tell you where it all started. From my teacher, Mr. Schoaf, who said to me, you don't have to change what's going on out there. That's the wind that's blowing. All we have to do is change what's going on in here. And now there's several ways to do that on personal development. And let me give you those ways. Here's the first one. We must learn from personal experience. Pretty simple. Learn from what happens to you. Take a look back over the last few months. If you make some mistakes, how could you correct those for the future? Take a look back over the last year. Have you done it right or done it wrong? Let's correct it for the next year. Learn from your personal experience. Mr. Schoaf asked me when I first met him, he said, Mr. Rohn, how are you doing? You've been out there now 6 years. And I said, I'm not doing very well. He said, I suggest you not do that anymore. What a simple, swift analysis in my situation. He said, if you keep doing it, the next 6 years will be like the last 6. You don't want that to happen. Let's make the changes. So learn from your personal experience. Now here's number 2, why I came to share this video experience with you today. And that, I call it OPE, other people's experience. That's me, other people. That's your teacher, other people. That's your friends and colleagues, other people. The people you meet that can pass along to you their experiences, what's happened to them, the mistakes they made, how they corrected them, how they changed their health and changed their bank account, and changed their income and changed their future. That's it, other people. Now there's 2 kinds of people to learn from. One is failures. It's too bad failures don't give seminars, right? That would be valuable. Bring your notebook, have them tell you how they lost it all and threw it all away, threw their health away and threw their friendships away and things didn't work out well. That would be valuable. But now then we must also learn from positive, people that have done well. They've got the health, and so we ask them, how did you become so healthy? They've got the skills, so we ask them, how did you become this skillful? They've got the income, so we ask them, how did you get here in such a short period of time? So now here's what's important in personal development. In learning from other people, we learn, number 1, by observation. We learn what we see. We watch people that are successful in what they do. In sports, we watch their disciplines. In business, we watch their disciplines. By observation, what we can see. The reason I created this video was something that you could see someone's experiences translated for you. Second, we learn by what we hear. I've got some of my lectures on cassette tapes, so you can take them with you wherever you go and learn by listening. Turn your car into a mobile classroom and listen. And then listen to the sermon on Sunday morning. Listen to the lectures. Listen to the teacher. Listen to someone who's got something good to say. And then number 3 is vitally important on personal development, and that is read all the books you can possibly read in your lifetime. Mr. Schoaf got me started on my library. I've got one of the better libraries. Haven't read everything in it, but I feel smarter just walking in it. My library. At least I was smart enough to buy it. Now I got to be smart enough to read it. Then, of course, I got to be smart enough to decide what's valuable and then do it. But this one is very important. Become a good reader. Some books that helped change my life. Mr. Schoaf recommended, of course, the Bible. And my parents made sure I was a pretty good scholar by the time I was 18. That's been so beneficial for me, drawing from those illustrations, reading about those stories, people who made it and people who didn't make it, and what the difference was. And then other books that helped to really change my life. One called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. And then a book that helped me become financially independent by the time I was 31. And that book is called The Richest Man in Babylon by George Clayson. And I'm going to share a little bit of that book with you when I get to financial independence today, our third subject. But I started reading the books, attending the classes, making sure that I got in front of people that had something good to say. And then I started keeping a journal. One of the major things my teacher taught me was to keep a journal. He said, don't trust your memory. If you hear something good, just make a little note and write it down. Now, at first I took, notes on pieces of paper and torn off corners and backs of old envelopes. And it didn't serve me well, thrown in a drawer. Then I learned to keep a journal, a bound copy of all my notes. So I would suggest you do the same. Things that impress you, a poem that impresses you. When you attend a class, some of the ideas that impressed you, jot them down. You read something in a magazine, right? Some ideas, take those out, put them in your journal. Keep a good journal the rest of your life. This will serve you well. My journals make up a significant portion of my own library. And if you saw my library and saw my journals, I tell you what you'd have to say. This is the library, and these are the journals of a very serious student. No wonder Mr. Rohn is invited to lecture and speak on his experiences around the world. So I want the same thing to happen to you. Value captured. You can resort to later, go back over it, review it, and let it become valuable to you. So that's my first subject, personal development. Work harder on yourself than you do on your job. Develop the skills, learn the lessons, take the classes, absorb all that is being taught to you these days. And then later on, of course, you can sort it out, what's valuable to you and how to refine it for your business and for your life and for your future. The main thing is to get it and start this process of personal change, personal development. And let me say it one more time. If you will change, everything will change. You'll never be the same. You'll keep growing. As you look back on a few months, look back on a few years, you won't believe the progress you can make. Economically, your relationship with your family, your friends, and whether you're in sports or economics or whatever, I'm telling you, that whole process of committing yourself for personal change, personal value, can really make your life unique and worthwhile. Now let's cover the second subject, on setting goals. Mr. Shelf gave me some tips on setting goals that changed my life forever. And I want to share those with you. So let's talk about setting goals, and I also want to tie it to personal development. And you'll see how I'm going to do it as I progress here. Setting goals. We need to take a look into the future. There are 4 things to consider in terms of attitude. One is how you feel about the past. Best advice I can give you on that is treat the past as a school. Let it teach you the mistakes you've made, the things that went wrong, the things that didn't work. Don't use the past as a burden to carry, and don't use the past as a club to beat yourself to death. Past losses, past failures, past mistakes. But let the past be a school. Tough school maybe. We've all been through some tough stuff. So if you feel good about the past, draw from it for experience and let it teach you. Then next is how you feel about the future. We've got to have the future well designed. The future is called the promise. And here's what we teach in our leadership series. The promise of the future can be an awesome force for your own future. The promise of the future, designing the future. There's 2 ways to face the future. One is with apprehension, and the other is with anticipation. I promise you, in my travels around the world, most people face the future with apprehension. And here's why. They don't have it well designed. They've sort of left that up to someone else to fix. But here's the best way to face the future, with anticipation. And you can face the future with anticipation if the future is clear, if the future is well designed. And I would like to have you consider some thoughts with me that help me to really change my future by giving it some thought and some consideration. And here it is. In setting goals, it's very simple. Number 1, decide what you want. You just take a little time. You sit down and say, what do I want? What kind of skills do I want? What kind of income do I want for the future? What would I like? Where would I like to go? Places I'd like to visit.
habits I'd like to acquire, skills I'd like to have. You just take a little time to think about what you want. Economics, friendships, people you'd like to meet, places you'd like to go. You just take some time. And then I suggest, when you've thought about what you want for the future, make a list. Just jot it all down. It's really a very simple process. And then here's number 3. Keep all the old lists. I'm telling you, this served me so well, keeping my old list of goals. I look back now 10, 20 years ago at goals I set, lists I made, and I smile now because here's what I thought was so important, 20 years ago. Now some of those things aren't even on my list. I've got a new list. I've grown, I've changed, I've matured. But I give you that advice. Decide what you want. Number 2, write it down. Number 3, keep the old lists. And then here's number 4. When you get something that's on one of these lists, check it off. Part of the fun of having a list is checking it off. And then if you can add some drama to checking it off, see, that's what really helps. I set a goal to go to Spain many, many years ago. And when I finally made my first trip to Spain, I had that journal with me that had that list in it. And while I had my journal on my lap, waiting for the wheels to touch down in Madrid, I waited until the wheels touched the runway, and I checked it off. Just adding a little drama. So, part of the fun of having a list is checking it off. Now, here's what's important about the lists and designing your future. If the future gets clear, the price gets easier. Because you got to remember, for every promise, there's a price to pay. Everybody's got to pay the price. Everybody's got to do the deal. Everybody's got to do the disciplines. Everybody has to pay. But here's what I've discovered. If the promise is clear and powerful, the price is easy to pay. The price is some classes. The price is a few books. The price is a few disciplines. The price is finding something that'll make your life better, make you grow, make you change, make you develop. So the first part of the key is to design the promise. Then, what is the price to pay? I'm telling you, the price will be easy. Anybody in my audience can pay. No matter where you are, where you come from. Color doesn't matter, religion doesn't matter, where you grew up doesn't matter, circumstances don't matter. I'm telling you, if you'll make the promise of the future clear for yourself, the things you want, the places you want to go, the things you want to have, the person you want to become, the skills you want, the homes you want, the future you want, the friends you want, all of the values of life that you could possibly want. If you'll make that clear, make those lists, and be serious about it, I promise you it's an easy price to pay. Anybody can pay it. And the best advice I can give you is, if I can do it, you can do it. Farm boy from Idaho, raised in obscurity, I changed my life, turned it upside down, turned it all around, found economics, found future, found promise, and if I can do it, you can do it. So, start setting your goals and see if you can't get a better excitement going for the things you want to accomplish for the future. Now here's my third subject, and that's called financial independence. Oh, by the way, before I get to financial independence, let me cover one more point. One of the major reasons for setting goals is for what they make of you in achieving them. My teacher advised me when I first got started at age 25, he said, Jim, why don't you set a goal to become a millionaire? He said, it's got a nice ring to it, enough zeros to impress your accountant. And he said, I'm here to help you. You're only 25 years old, you've been to 1 year of college, you've got a beautiful family, every reason to do it. Why don't you set a goal to become a millionaire? And he said, here's why. And I thought, he doesn't need to teach me why. Wouldn't it be nice to have $1 million? He said, no, then you'll miss it. He said, here's why. For what it will make of you to achieve it. I'm telling you, that statement changed my life. Set the kind of goals that will make something of you to achieve it. He said, now, once you become a millionaire, what's important is not the money. I thought, that's kind of strange teaching. He said, honest, it isn't important. He said, you could just give the money away. Now, I did better than that. I lost it all. By the time I was 31, I was a millionaire. By the time I was 33, I was broke. And I'll tell you a little bit about that story later. But when I lost all my money, guess what? I found out Mr. Schoaf was right. What was valuable was not the money. What was valuable was what I became to earn the money. the skills I had, the knowledge I had about the marketplace, the values that I had going for me. They were more valuable than the money. And here's an important statement to remember. It's not what you get that makes you valuable. It's what you become. So part of the key here is to set the kind of goals that will make something of you. Don't set them too low so that you don't have to grow and you don't have to read and you don't have to try and you don't have to stretch. Don't set them too low. And then don't sell out. Don't go for something that's going to cost you your virtue or cost you your values or sell out your principles. There's a good middle road here to follow. Goals that will inspire, goals that will help you grow, change, develop, and become better than you are. Okay, now let's talk about financial independence. How to become rich by 40, 35 if you're extra bright, much sooner if you find an opportunity like I did. Let me show you how I did it. Financial independence. First of all, I like the phrase financial independence. Some people are a little bit concerned about using the word becoming rich or becoming wealthy, and I can understand that. I struggled a little bit with this. Is it okay to go for becoming rich, go for becoming wealthy? And maybe that's a bit too strong a word or strong a term. So here's what I've come up with that I think is comfortable for me, and that is how to become financially independent. I think it's every person's heritage here, especially in America, to become financially independent. Now, let me give you my definition of financial independence. Financial independence is the ability to live from the income of your own personal resources. Financial independence. Now it depends on how you want to live. If you need $2,000, $3,000 a month, if you need $4,000 or $5,000 a month, if you need $10,000 a month, some people may need, $100,000 a month. But whatever you would need to live, and you could earn that living from the income of your own personal resources, that's what I call financial freedom, financial independence. And let me show you how to acquire it. If you start at age 15, between ages 15 and 35 is 20 years. And in my personal opinion, based on my own studies and my own experience, 20 years, in my opinion, is enough time to become financially independent. If you're not, you don't live in the wrong country. Probably what's happened is you have the wrong plan. And it's easy to be a nice person with the wrong plan. I found that when I was 25 years old. I was broke at age 25, and I was a nice guy. You would have liked me. But I'm telling you, my plans up until then, especially my financial plan, left me broke. I totally changed it the next 6 years, and I became financially independent. So I know what I'm talking about. It is possible in a reasonable amount of time, 15 to 35, whatever, 20 years time, enough time. You can do it in a much shorter period of time, like I did if you want to. But this is a reasonable enough time. But here's number one. First of all, you got to have the right philosophy. Philosophy is our ability to gather knowledge and sort through it and decide what's valuable. To develop a philosophy about life, a philosophy about our health, a philosophy about our family relationships, a philosophy about economics. And if you develop the right philosophy, that's what helps to set this sail, so that in 6 years it takes you where you want to go, instead of winding up like I did that first 6 years of my economics, broke, no money, empty bank account. The right philosophy. Now let me give you a couple of philosophies to consider. Here's the first one. It's called the philosophy of the poor. And here it is. Poor people usually spend their money and invest what's left. That's the philosophy of the poor. Now here's the philosophy of the rich. Rich people invest their money and spend what's left. And here's the startling answer. It really doesn't matter what the amount is. What's most important is not the amount. What's really important is the philosophy. So I would ask you to adopt this philosophy of spending after you have invested. Invest first, then spend. And I've got a little formula that I'm going to share with you. Now, what should a child do with $1? I mean, there's a lot of debate going on, I'm sure, across the country on what a child should do with $1. Here's one opinion. It's only a child and it's only $1. What difference does it make? Well, in my opinion, it makes all the difference in the world. A person's economic future starts with a child with $1. Somebody says, oh no, you're only young once, let him spend it all. Well, when would you hope that would stop? Somebody says, well, wait till he's 50 and broke like me and then he'll learn. Well, no, we don't want to wait that long. If I would have known earlier than age 25, I would have changed. In high school, if they would have had classes called Wealth 1, Wealth 2, I'd have taken both classes. I would not have waited until age 25. So, the earlier the better. So, what should a child do with $1? Here's the simple premise to begin with. Don't spend it all. And if a child wants to spend the whole $1, you got to say, hey, don't spend it all. Don't spend it all. They'll say, why not? It's my $1. I earned it. You say, I know you earned it, but don't spend it all. They'll still say, why not? Say, let me show you why not. So you put them in your car, take them to the other side of town, and show them where people live that spend the whole $1. You just drive them around. Kids learn best by visual. Just drive around and say, would you like to live here? Kid says, no. Would you like to live like these people live? Kid says, no. Then you can't spend the whole $1. So, kids will get the message. So, take them to the other side of town, show them around, unless you already live there, and then just show them around. Anyway, don't spend the whole $1. Now, let me give you my best view of what to do with $1. And I promise you, if you started at age 15, now if you're over 15, right, you've still got plenty of time. You still got 20 years. If you're 30, you still got 20 years. I mean, you still got plenty of time to start what I'm about to share with you. What to do with $1. Here's my first bit of advice. Never spend more than 70 cents. Never spend more than 70 cents. Now, you got to pick some number, and the number you pick is going to be determined by your philosophy. It's going to be determined by what you've been taught or your experience teaching yourself. When I first met my teacher, Mr. Shove, I was at about 110% of each $1. I'm down at Budget Finance, hawking my furniture and my car one more time. And then I learned a whole better formula for financial independence. Number 1, don't spend more than 70 cents. Now, kids say to me, well, okay, what do I do with the other 30 cents? And here's what I teach them. 10 cents for charity. Charity or church, or helping people that can't help themselves. 10 cents to support worthy projects. Projects that you feel good about. 10 cents out of every $1. It's called being generous. It's part of what you've taken out of society. Now, in my opinion, nothing teaches us character better than generosity. No class, no teacher, no book teaches character better than generosity. And the best time to start is when the amounts are small. And I know if kids learn these lessons well, they'll give a dime out of $1, help people that can't help themselves, support worthy projects. Or if you belong to a church, they teach tithe, peace of. That's very important. Now, because when the amounts get larger, sometimes it's a little more difficult. Giving 100,000 out of $1 million, someone says, oh, if I had $1 million, I'd give 100,000. I'm not sure. That's a lot of money.
Looks like you lost another one.
So the time to start is when the amounts are small. 10 cents out of $1. Okay, next 10 cents I call active capital. Active capital means do something to make a profit. Active capital. Set aside a portion of your income. Wages are okay, but I'm telling you, wages will make you a living. Profit will make you a fortune. So set aside part of your income as capital, called active capital. Any kind of project you can possibly think of, you can possibly come up with. I'm going to write a new book, I think, for kids. I think the title is going to be, Of Course, Kids Should Pay Taxes. It's kind of an interesting title. In California, kids do pay taxes. When a child walks into 7-Eleven, buys something that costs $1, the proprietor says, give me 7 more pennies. And the child says, hey, what's these 7 pennies for? And the proprietor says, that's for taxes. Kid says, well, hey, I'm only 8 years old. Proprietor says, congratulations, you're my youngest taxpayer. Give me the money. So in California, where I live, kids do pay taxes. Big question is, should they? And my book will answer that question. Of course, kids should pay taxes. There's
nothing is for free. If you want to ride your bicycle on the sidewalk instead of in the mud, you gotta pay the 7 pennies. Nothing is free, so we all have to pay. So, 10 cents out of your living, out of the money you earn, set aside for capital. Capital to try your best to show a profit. And in my book, it's going to be all kinds of ways kids can make money, right? 2 bicycles, one to ride and one to rent. I mean, you know, it doesn't take long to figure out some enterprise that'll start making a profit. Then you must jot this down if you're taking notes. Profits are better than wages. 1, you can't usually start wages until you're about 16, 15, 16. But you can make a profit long before you're eligible to start earning wages. And then there's no limit to profits, and they can double and triple and quadruple. You know, there's no limit. It's incredible how fast profits can grow. So profits are better than wages. Wages make you a living, profits make you a fortune. Now, the third 10 cents is vitally important. I call it passive capital. Capital you let somebody else use. A financial institution, stocks and bonds, mutual funds, whatever. Let someone else use it, you furnish the money, they use it to make a profit, but they pay you for the use of it, called interest. And here's one of the things that'll make you financially independent fairly quickly, and that's called compound interest. And this is how you get it. Letting someone else use a portion of your money, your substance. They show the profit, they pay you interest. And this passive capital, I'm telling you, over a sustained period of time, if you'll develop this little 10, 10, 10, and 70, especially starting at age 15, I'm telling you, by the time you're 35, you will be financially independent. You'll have the ability to live from the income of your own resources. And then one more point on passive capital. There's a Bible philosophy. I'm an amateur on the Bible. But there's a Bible philosophy that teaches the borrower is servant to the lender. And if you want to be in a powerful position as you grow older, finally when you become mature, maybe have your own business, things have worked out for you for the future, the position you always want to be in is the power position. And that's called the lender. The lender is the power position. So if kids learn early enough, and then you ask them what they'd like to be when they grow up, I'm telling you, once they understand, they'll say, well, one of the things I want to be is one of those lenders. That's the power position, not the spender. No, you'll be pitied the rest of your life if you just become a spender. You gotta become a lender. And I think this is one formula to follow. 10 cents out of every dollar. Let someone else use it. Be the lender, power position. Then try to show a profit. Can't we teach our children how to take $1, search the neighborhood, find a broken wagon, pay $1 for it, bring it home, you know, clean it up, sand it until it's clean, paint it red till it shines, straighten out the wheels till they're true, take it back to the neighborhood, sell it for $5? Anybody can do that. Now, does the child deserve $4 profit? And the answer is yes. Society now has amended way. That's what America's all about. Finding something, touching it, making it better, making a profit, taking part of your resources, helping people who can't help themselves. Let someone else use it to make a profit. Some projects require more capital than one person has. Exciting. And then let them pay you for the use of it. America's had this philosophy now all these years. Communism has taught all these years capital belongs in the hands of the state, not in the hands of the people. We've been teaching all these years capital belongs in the hands of the people, not in the hands of the state. And we turned out to be right. Capital in the hands of the kids, capital in the hands of the people. Enterprises that make a profit, enterprises that grow. It's the hope of our future. So that little simple formula, I hope will help you. Now, one more key on financial independence, and that is attitude. Attitude. Here's number one. I used to say, I hate to pay my bills. My teacher straightened me out on that. He said, let's see, Mr. Rohn, what you hate to do is pay $100 on an account and reduce your liabilities and increase your assets. I said, well, no, not if you look at it that way. He said, well, it all depends on how you look at it. So wouldn't you love to pay your bills, reduce your liabilities, increase your assets? You've got to have that kind of attitude. I found out the same attitude about taxes. I used to say, I hate to pay my taxes. Mr. Shoaff said, well, that's one way to live.
Don't you understand? Taxes is how we care and feed the goose that lays the golden eggs. Wouldn't you want to do your share? Someone says, yes, but the goose eats too much. Probably true. But hey, we all eat too much. We all need to go on a diet. Better a fat goose than no goose. So I finally became a happy taxpayer. Now I think taxes are too high, so I'm working to get taxes lowered for our economic future. But then whatever they turn out to be, I gladly pay and do my part, because that's what makes the whole system run, each of us doing our part. Now, I want these three subjects to be valuable for you. I want them to have meaning for you. I want you someday to be financially independent. I want you to have the personal development so that you feel good about yourself. If I had a chance to meet you someday, I'd like to have you show me the list of goals that you've got started and say, Mr. Rohn, here's some I've already checked off. Here's the books I'm reading. Here's what's happened. I'm developing the skills. I'm better this year than I was last year. I've got more self-confidence. My skills are developing. That's what I want for you, and that's why I took the time to come and share in this video message with you. I do seminars all around the world, but this is one way that I can reach out and touch you in case you can't come to my seminars, wherever I am. Maybe this video will reach you somewhere, and it'll have an impact on your life. And what I'd like to do is later hear about it, a letter, phone call, or to have a chance to meet you in person. And now I'd like to leave you with these 4 questions, called questions to ponder. These questions were valuable for me, and I want to make them valuable for you. Here's the first one, why? We all ask why we should work this hard. Why take that many classes? Why go to school that many years? You know, why take the notes? Why read the books? Why work that hard? Why put yourself through the push-ups and the discipline? Why? Good question, why? Best answer to why, I think, is the second question. Why not? Why not see how many books you can read, how many classes you can take, how many skills you can learn? Why not see how valuable you can become to the marketplace, and to your friends, and to your family? Why not see what you can make of yourself? Why not see how far you can go, how much you can see, how much you can earn, how much you can share? Why not? That's the heritage all of us have, in America especially, is to see what we can make out of our lives now that we've been given this extraordinary opportunity. Now, my third question I'd love to ask you in person. But since I can't do it in person, I want to ask it of all of you. But I want you to take it personally. And my third question is, why not you? Why not you? With good self-esteem. Why not you starting to change and setting goals? Why not you starting to make progress toward it? If I can do it, you can do it. I wished I had a lot more testimonials here today besides mine. A whole steady stream that would come by and tell you their story. Someone who started with nothing, finally run a big enterprise. A mother who was on welfare, now she owns her own business. In addition to my story, I wish I had a lot more. And if all of them told their story, guess how they would probably wind up their story? They'd probably say, just like me, why not you? If we can read, you can read. If we can change, you can change. If we can figure it out, you can figure it out. If we can turn it around, you can turn it around. There isn't anything you can't accomplish. That's what those testimonials would say. And so I want to say it to you personally. Why not you? You've got the brains, you've got the stamina, you've got the vitality, you've got the interest, you've got your life ahead of you, you've got the future. You can do it. If anybody can do it, you can do it. If one of us can do it, hey, we all can do it. And now here's my last question. Why not now? This is a good time. As the 20th century starts to wind down, a few more years as we get ready for century 21, what a good time to set your goals, work on yourself, work on your skills. What a good time to get it together. What a good time to start this process. Personal development, growing, changing, developing, having a good plan for your money and for your life and for your future. Why not now? And I hope I have a chance to see you one of these days and share with you the experience, the reaction, the response you might have had from my message today. And until I get a chance to see you on this side of the world or the other side of the world, in some school or some seminar, or maybe I'll come and speak for a company that you work for someday. I hope I get a chance to meet you. Until then, I wish you the best. I want all that I've gotten
to be yours and much, much more. God bless.